voter ahead of the upcoming presidential and parliamentary elections in 2024. Every eligible Ghanaian should visit the EC office in his or her district, the selected electoral areas, or public universities and present his or her Ghana card or passport and residential digital address for inclusion in the voters register. An applicant who does not have a Ghana card or a passport is required to bring 2 persons who are already registered voters to guarantee his or her registration. Do not register again if you have lost your voter ID card. The limited voters registration exercise starts from Tuesday the 7th of May 2024 to Monday the 27th of May 2024. After the registration exercise, the replacement of voter ID cards, transfer of votes, and application for proxy voting will begin on Thursday the 30th of May 2024 and end on Friday the 14th of June 2024. It is a criminal offense for a guarantor to guarantee for more than 10 people, a non-Ghanaian, and persons who are not 18 years of age. Guarantors who violate this provision will be prosecuted. The voters registration exercise is part of efforts at ensuring credible, transparent, and peaceful elections in Ghana. Register to vote. Your vote is your future.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, together with its stakeholders, present the 3rd Made in Ghana Bazaar under the theme Promoting Made in Ghana Goods and Services for Economic Prosperity. The exhibitors include Ghanaian businesses, startups, and foreign companies in Ghana undertaking value addition and embassies in Ghana.
Venue: Accra International Conference Center, 23rd to 25th May 2024, 9 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. each day.
The bazaar is to promote Made in Ghana products using the network of Ghana's embassies abroad and foreign embassies in Ghana. There will be live performances of authentic Ghanaian music, playground for children, traditional games, and sale of your favorite Ghanaian dishes by local vendors. Attendance is free.
Sponsors:
Media partner GBC
and the Multimedia Group.
Registration is ongoing for exhibitors at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration.
Call 0538 062 264 or
0209 249 932 for further details. The 3rd Made in Ghana Bazaar.
Hello CEOs, the 8th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo is set to take place on May 27, 2024 at the Kempinski Hotel from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Since 2016, the Summit has led impactful business leadership. Renowned for satisfying CEOs' needs, it offers actionable perspectives, strategic insights, and business opportunities. This year's theme is reigniting business and economic growth, charting a path forward, economic diversification, and artificial intelligence transformation. The Summit promises CEO business cases, high-level dialogues, masterclasses, keynotes, and plenaries. The event is also a platform for the Ghana CEO Excellence Awards, celebrating outstanding business leadership and innovation. Former distinguished guests include President Nana Akufo-Addo, Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and ex-President John Mahama. Secure your spot at GhanaCEOSummit.com and contact 0546 391 970 for enquiries and sponsorship. Powered by the Ghana CEO Network in collaboration with Deloitte, PwC, Ministry of Public Enterprises, GIPC, and Multimedia Group. Terms and conditions apply.
You're welcome back. My guest, Bryce Simmons, Honorary Vice President, Imani, Africa. Kwabena Atabedu is Procurement Specialist and Management Consultant. He's right here in the studio with Samuel Nete George, MP, Ningo Prampram, Deputy Ranking Member, Communications Committee of Parliament, and Member, Public Accounts Committee as well. Joining us on Zoom, the second person to join us on Zoom will be Manasseh Azura-Wene, investigative journalist, fellow, Harvard University. Thank you, gentlemen, for making time to join us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Great. Now, let's just have a sneak peek into what brought us here as far as the GRA SML scandal is concerned.
The absence of the ERDMS at that time, where things were done manually and so on, were perhaps part of some of the regulatory challenges. But since that system was installed, a lot of that has been stemmed.
Without this electronic order, BRV cannot enter inside. And this information, when it comes from NPA portal, it is 100% correct.
Once you are able to track whatever is happening on the ERDMS to outcomes, I mean, by and large, you have tracked all your volumes. And once you get the volumes right, you are likely to get the taxes also correct.
Despite the robustness of the system, the GRA has contracted a third-party company that is taking credit for all the gains made in the sector, making unsubstantiated claims of revenue savings and receiving millions of cedis for a service whose impact or relevance is difficult to ascertain. SML Ghana Limited started what it calls revenue assurance services to the GRA in the downstream petroleum sector in June 2020. The managing director of the company, Christian Tetesoti, says SML is an offshoot of a timber company he will not name. Mr. Soti was Ghana's Controller and Accountant General from 2005 to 2009 and currently a board member of the Internal Audit Agency. He was an Assistant Commissioner of the GRA, and as of 2019, the same time the GRA entered into the agreement with SML, he was the Technical Advisor, the Commissioner General of the GRA. The GRA is the only customer of SML since its establishment.
They didn't have any experience before they started doing this work. There were experienced companies around. There was no bid for this kind of transaction. And suddenly they have become the superior audit institution for the petroleum downstream sector that is getting all contracts. And you ask yourself, what does it take to actually get such contracts?
This is just by inference. Everything shows that somebody was connected, somebody knew about the contract, set up a company, no history in IT, no history in audit, no history in forensics, no history in what we call revenue assurance in telecoms. None of it. And it is given this contract.
Mr. Soti left his job as the technical advisor of the GRA Commissioner General in 2019 to manage SML Ghana in 2020 when the company started its operations for the GRA. SML has its flow meters attached to the pipelines at the depots and records volumes of products that flow through the pipelines and give real-time records of activities at the depots. Players in the industry say real-time reading of loading at the depots means nothing because tax or revenue are not collected in real time. Besides, those figures by SML are not used by the revenue authorities to collect taxes or margins.
SML is being paid 5 pesos per liter for every product that is lifted from the depots. You do the simple math, that means they are paying in excess of about 21 million Ghana cedis every month, all right, for the work that they are doing. And that in itself is extremely questionable. These electronic seals that they have, it's not going to cost you $1 million to procure. So why are they staying on by that one-time single investment and taking such colossal amounts of money from the state?
So we have our team also on field, and they are collecting that data. They scan it and it comes straight to our data center.
SML Ghana also scans the way bills that GRA officials at the depots receive for later references. Some sources within the GRA say the GRA officials can scan these documents if they are given the resources to do so. They do not need a third-party company to scan the documents they receive.
we are taking up the responsibility that GRA has to be able to do that revenue assurance and give it to private companies. Because what prevents GRA from doing that one-time investment of ensuring that they can track revenues, even if they want to have a concurrent tracking mechanism with NPA to be able to satisfy themselves?
This is what led to the back and forth between the GRA and the Fourth Estate, the very, very credible research-based journalism hub at the Media Foundation for West Africa. Then on the 29th of December 2023, the President by a letter appointed KPMG to do a number of things. On the 12th of January, the Presidency engaged them formally. And then in March, they issued a report. On the 27th of April, was it? 27th of March, they issued the report. Then the President, in April, decided, 27th of April, decided to give some information out of this. The Media Foundation for West Africa filed an application to it, RTI, actually on the 24th of April, seeking that the President releases the full report. They declined. Today, they say that the President has decided to waive his rights to keep this information to himself and made it public. Bright Simmons, we begin with you. Thank you very much. You have followed this, and Imani, ASEP, you have done such a great job in assisting the Fourth Estate to be able to produce this investigative documentary. What, from where you sit, shall we say about the KPMG report?
Thank you very much, Samson. I wonder if you can hear me. I have a bit of a difficulty. I'm traveling, so I'm not using my usual equipment. Are you able to hear me?
Very clearly, sir.
Okay, wonderful. Are you also able to see my screen, sir?
It should be projected shortly. Yes, okay. Go ahead.
Wonderful. So I think the challenge here is that we had a summarized version of the report and something that is like a white paper issued by the President, if you recall. So what I'm trying to explain today is whether or not the KPMG report itself, having been issued now, makes a difference. We have to first recognize that KPMG's undertaking, the work that KPMG did, had 3 or more different components. You had a fact-finding. Essentially, they went through a research process to establish key facts. They also made some reasoned judgments from those facts, inferences, and then they made opinions. Our position, those of us in civil society, particularly those that have been involved in this matter from the beginning, based off the work that Fourth Estate started with ASEP, our view is that the fact-finding exercises were thorough and useful, but we do not agree with the inferred judgments that were made. And if you give me a few minutes, I will explain how the facts that were established in the report, that were uncovered in the report, do not always support the conclusions that were made, and why, therefore, it was extremely important that the President release this report. And the President should not have waited until the Media Foundation for West Africa filed an RTI, a right to information request, essentially compelling him to release this report. Because without this report, we would not have been able to find the very critical information that we now have that established clearly that some of the conclusions that were reached were actually unnecessary. All we need are the facts. And if you get the facts, you come to the conclusion that this was a very problematic issue. To recap, there were 7 contracts covering 4 services. of those 4 services, one of them, the upstream petroleum monitoring and the minerals and mining monitoring. So essentially, the monitoring of the oil that we produce in Ghana and the monitoring of the gold and other minerals we produce in Ghana were not active as of the time of this investigation. So essentially, only 3 of the services were active. Of those 3 services, one was in respect of how to prevent importers bringing goods in this country from lying about how much they paid for those goods overseas. The second was to prevent GRA itself from using assessment or making assessments that were not in line with what the invoice information about those imported goods suggests they should have assessed those duties to be. So essentially, you bring in some goods from overseas, GRA is responsible for determining the duty you should pay based on a number of factors. SML's role was to look over the shoulder of GRA to make sure that the declarations they are making about how much you should pay in duty are correct. So keep in mind these 2 key services. How much did you pay for the item, which will impact the duty, and then whether or not, based on the assessed value of how much that you pay for it, the duty that you are due. Also, of course, based on a number of laws and other rules, whether that duty is correct. So those are the 2 services. And the third service was to monitor the sale of petroleum fuels like gasoline and the like in the market, what we call petrol, and to make sure that the people that sell the petrol are paying the right prices. So these are the key areas. Now, here are the discrepancies between what the president told us in his white paper and what we now know from having read the full 300 and something page report by KPMG. Number one, the amount of money that KPMG established that this company was paid was significantly more than what the president told us. The president told us they were paid about 1 billion cedis. In actual fact, they were paid about 1.4 billion cedis.
Right.
The discrepancy there is obviously because the presidency decided that the tax amount should not have been included. This is confusing because if you recall, the company itself kept saying that the amount that the president stated, based on the summarized version of the KPMG report, does not take into account the taxes that they had paid.
That's right.
So that's an important point. The truth of the matter, though, is that actually the number that the president gave us already took into account the taxes that have been paid. But bear in mind the amount that I'm talking about, 1.4 billion cedis. That amount is in actual fact more than some of the loans that we get from the World Bank, which sometimes lead to fisticuffs and other unpleasant sights in our parliament because of the sheer importance of our current, the sheer precarity of our current debt situation. So you have to bear in mind the context in which we are speaking. We're talking about a huge amount of money. Money that typically we have to go to the World Bank to borrow. The key principle here is that the money that the president mentioned in this report was net of taxes. So this company actually received more than that amount that was stated in the report. The second critical element, and that critical element is tied to this first point, is that this company actually owes the country taxes. So in addition to receiving all of this money, there is about 31 million cedis in withholding taxes and VAT that this company has still not paid. And that fact was also not in the president's report, because one will have assumed that this is a material point, that this is a company that owes Ghana, and for which reason we have to be worried about that. The second issue is whether or not this amount of money was in actual fact deserved. Did they really do any work for which reason we ought to pay them 1.4 billion Ghana cedis?
Right, just a second intervention. Did you say over 30 million in taxes or 13 million?
So it's 13 million. So if you look at the
13.38.
No, there's 13.38. But when you look at the total amount of both the VAT and the withholding, it amounts to about 31 million cedis thereabout.
All right.
And you can quote the exact page in a minute. Give me a second. But let me just run through this and then I'll come back to that point.
That's okay.
The issue around whether or not this company deserves this money is, of course, at the heart of this. Because if, of course, Ghana had derived value from this, there will be no problem. If you recall very carefully, a lot of the analysis was based on the view that until this company came in, GRA did not know how much petroleum these companies that sell the petroleum, let's just use petrol to make it easier. The companies that sell petrol in this country they lie about how much they are selling. And if you lie about how much you are selling, you also lie about how much taxes you pay. But the taxes are on the volumes. Now, the truth of the matter is, when you look carefully at the report and you read the entire report, it becomes apparent that all of this confusion is just simple, logical analysis gone wrong. And I will explain in a moment. So what you are seeing on the screen now is essentially the argument that has been made that until about 2020, when this company came in, GRA was declaring volumes of petrol sold on which taxes have been paid. That was just a little above half of what it should have been. And then, since this company came in, the amount of fuel that GRA is declaring is now closer to what actually comes into the country. So the first logical flaw there is that we know how much fuel comes to the country, because that is how we're able to compare what GRA is using to charge taxes and what actually should have been the case. So the MPA data has never been in dispute. In fact, the gap that we claim is the result of under declaration, which this company is solving. That gap comes about because we know from MPA what the fuel amount should be. So that's the first logical flaw, which tells us that it's not about not knowing about the amount of fuel in circulation. It's about some companies being able to evade tax, even when we know they pick up the fuel and sold it. So that's the first logical flaw. The second logical flaw, which comes from the reporting, is that GRA had challenges with its information because initially it was reliant on what the companies declare in their tax filings. Now, that problem is a very simple problem. It came about because until August 2018, there was no connection between the data that we get at the ports through a system that now we call ICAMS, and before then had different names, including GCMS, and it was managed by a company called GCNet, and is today managed by a company called GhanaLink. Now, that particular system gives us indication as to how much petrol is coming to the country. Now, until this matter changed, until this development occurred, which you've seen on the screen, there was no connection between that platform, the port system, and the GRA system. And it's only in August 2018 that an attempt was done. And then soon thereafter, the companies that were involved were kicked out, or attempts were made to kick them out. And in the process of attempts being made to kick them out and trying to transition between that system and the new system called GhanaLink, we had a gap period. Now, if you look at it very carefully, it's in 2020 that this new ICUMS or ICAMS was integrated fully into the GRA system. Now, when you go back and you look into the KPMG report and you look at the discrepancy period and then the non-discrepancy period, it becomes extremely apparent that the only thing that was missing was this integration. Let me explain very carefully. What you see on the left-hand side of the screen, where it says pre-SML, is the period before SML was engaged. And what SML has been trying to convince us is that this gap between what GRA used to, the information GRA has, and the information NPA, which is the main regulator, has, was due to under-declaration. And then what you see on the screen, the green and the blue, is when they came into the picture, and they are trying to prove to you that there was a convergence. That gap vanished. What I'm trying to explain to you is that the red line that you see in the middle is the period during which is April 2020, is that period when ICAMS was integrated into GRA's platform. And if you see it carefully, you see that it comes before May 2020, when this new company, the black line that you see, the black dotted line, when this company came. So you see that the convergence, the green and the red, converging together appears before SML actually comes to the picture. And that is what we see in the KPMG report on page 157.
Right.
And that line you see is the date or the period in which ICAMS, which is at the port, was integrated into the GRA platform. So it tells you clearly that before SML was brought into the picture, that convergence, that narrowing of the gap between the green line, which represents the MPA data, and the red line, which represents the GRA, had already happened. You can see it clearly now. And this is in page 157 of the KPMG report. And this information the president refused to share with us. Another thing that you also see in the KPMG report that the president refused to share with us, and why, therefore, Media Foundation for West Africa and Fourth Estate had to force him to do so through the RTI process, and which, if that had not happened, we would not have known, is the fact that actually KPMG already told the president that a lot of the increases in revenue we saw was not due to SML's work, but was due to the fact that tax rates were changing. Of course, prices of petroleum have also been changing. So if petrol prices go up over time, and then you have ad valorem taxes, those ad valorem taxes will go up.
Common
when you have
sense.
specific taxes, if the taxes themselves go up, then the volume will go up. And that is also in page 158 of the KPMG report, which the president refused to share with the people of Ghana. So that information was captured, but was not shared. So what you have to bear in mind, as I explained at the very beginning, is that we have fact-finding, and then we have inferences from the facts, and we have opinions.
Right.
What we are saying is that rely on the facts, and if you rely on the facts, it comes to the conclusion. It comes to you come to the conclusion clearly that the SML contribution was useless. Another critical thing that I'm going to wrap up very soon. Another critical thing we learn in the report, which the president doesn't tell us, is that the SML flow meters. You remember those ultrasonic flow meters? They say they went to put in the various depots and therefore prevented the companies from lying to us. Well, in the report, if you look carefully at the findings of KPMG, it turns out that those devices were not working because some of the companies, or actually more all of the companies, tend to flush the pipes with water. So that confuses the readings. So throughout the period in which these flow meters were installed, they were not effective and nobody was using that data for anything because you couldn't use it for assurance. There were discrepancies. It was in August 2023, years after they started, that they decided that because the flow meters don't work, they're going to put what we call automatic tank gauges. And then they started to establish them. They only managed to put 5 of them in place, all of them in the government-controlled depots, which is bust, where we have the least problems if our assumption is that it's private companies that are cheating the government. So in effect, nothing that SML did during that period contributed anything whatsoever to the under-declaration. The fourth critical thing we also learned from the report is that GRA did write to the Ministry of Finance and asked the Ministry of Finance to conduct a value for money analysis in order for this to be established, whether or not, because remember, this whole deal was imposed on GRA. It was imposed on GRA by the Ministry of Finance. So the question was, GRA then said, or rather the development was that GRA wrote to the Ministry of Finance as late as far back as 2021, asking them to conduct a value for money analysis in order to establish whether or not this service was delivering any benefits. What we know is that they refused to do it. They wrote letters back saying they were going to do it, and they never did it till now. And the last point, which is actually very fascinating, is that in the KPMG report, we learned that some of the services that SML provided, particularly the ones to do with trying to prevent importers from lying about the prices of the goods that they buy, which will affect the duty, and trying to prevent GRA officers from lying about the right duty they should impose, those services, the database around the price information, that database that was being charged for the TVAs was being charged at an astronomical cost. We ended up paying over $15 million, nearly $16 million, $16 million, when in fact you have alternatives on the open market, which will have cost us barely $20,000. So keep that in mind. We ended up paying nearly $16 million to help, for these companies to apparently help us prevent importers from lying about the prices of the goods they bought overseas to sell in this country, when we could just have simply subscribed to commercial databases and paid less than $20,000 or thereabout for the same information. Thank you very much, Samson.
Just one question for you, and many Ghanaians are asking, what's the end game? What should be the end game on the back of this report? Okay, several. One, we need a complete overhaul of the single sourcing regime in this country. It is clear that 90% of the time when they use this single sourcing method, they have something to hide and it leads to losses to the country. So that's number one. Number two, we need to look carefully at the entire revenue assurance logic in this country. We have a situation where in telecoms, we have a company called KPMG that is supposed to be keeping the telecom companies honest. We don't have any evidence whatsoever that the presence of this company that takes millions of dollars every month has led to any gains to the state. We collect maybe $100 and something million in taxes, and we end up paying almost $30 million to a company to collect it. What is the point of this logic? So revenue assurance is a problem. In the petroleum sector, in the downstream sector, we have a number of other initiatives of this kind. We need now to initiate a branch, step, and root evaluation of the benefits of all these systems and then act accordingly. Thirdly, it was very clear that the contracts as it currently
the contracts as they currently exist, the consolidated contract, is not in Ghana's interest. We also know that we spent a lot of money buying some equipment and software and things like that. I think it is now time for the government to be very clear and upfront with us. How does it intend to extract value from the existing software and the hardware that were established? GRA has come out to say that it intends to implement the president's recommendations, but those were not recommendations. As I was trying to explain, the president's recommendations are at variance with what were in the report. So we now need a proper independent commission by people that have absolutely no interest in this matter and have the right credentials and the like of it, to come up with a real roadmap as to how we extricate ourselves from this really damaging situation that we find ourselves with SML. We pay so much money for nothing gained. And then we've created a room for potential judgment debts. So we need a very careful, thoughtful process to extricate ourselves. And then lastly, we have to ask ourselves, why is it that some people are able to go get away with not paying taxes in the petroleum sector? What are the political arrangements that are there that assures them and give them protection? These all matters that have come out from this report. And I think that as a country, we need to be bold, daring, open-minded, and willing to really have a go at this so that we solve it permanently and not have this recurrent problem of people just taking our money for nothing.
Thank you very much, Bright. And Bright, I realize also, maybe final question to you, that you are concerned about the posture of the presidency in declining or refusing the request to release the full documents. And you find that even when it is being released, now the presidency obviously struggles to explain. So it dedicates over a page or so to explain its defense, why it did not release the report. Why is that an important point for you?
The truth of the matter is that when the president commissions these kinds of reports, if they come from institutions that have access to national security information and the likes of it, you could make the argument that they are privileged. So if, for instance, this had been an intelligence report based on investigations into how the tax evasion was happening in the first place, or if there was suspected corruption and the president needed a preliminary basis, then you can make the argument that this is privileged information because the president is being guided on matters that at that very point it's not meant for public engagement. This was a very different situation. This was a matter that was already in the public domain.
Right.
This was a matter where the president himself had advised, had informed the public that was conducting this study in order to address the public controversy. Remember, thirdly, KPMG is not an organization that has national security or other types of clearances for which reason information it handles can be properly called privileged. All the information that KPMG collected are information that ought to be in the public domain. Information about whether or not a particular system that is supposed to be helping with assurance in the downstream petroleum sector, whether or not a transaction services, audit service, etc., is working, are technical matters. And in the act, we call them factual and statistical for the most part. So the argument the president made that they are privileged is extremely shaky. The argument is on very shaky legs.
Right.
Because if you look at the report as it's been currently disclosed, what about this report is classified? What about it is classified? Everything in this report is meant for the public. So my view is that it's not a matter of blanket privilege to say that every time I'm advised, that advice must remain a privilege. It must only remain privilege if the people that are advising you have reasons for which the public should not be informed. And I don't think this is the case in this scenario.
Okay, thank you very much. And as someone who has played a lead role in this process for the RTI and still doing work in this area, writing and researching for its advancement, it is something that is clear to me that when you quote Section 5, you quote Section 5(1), BA and B and II of it to say that this information is exempt merely because it has been presented to the presidency or the vice president for consideration and has recommendations, advice, and so on, is something that cannot be accurate. The controller of that provision in law is the last part of it, that it is likely to undermine, if you disclose the information, it is likely to undermine the deliberative process on the part of the president or the vice president. This is the controller of that provision. So if you are releasing it, the question to ask is, will it undermine, is it likely to undermine the deliberative process? The question to ask is, the report has been issued. The president actually issued a report on the back of the report. Is there anything outstanding for deliberation? That is the question. And more importantly also, for those who use these processes in the government agencies and the rest, always pay attention not only to the exempt clauses. The exempt clauses, they are carefully crafted. So you see that they are qualified. They are not overbroad and say because of this, it's carefully qualified. And they are all from sections 5 through to 16. They are eventually controlled by section 17. I'll read that and get to Atabedu, and then we bring on Sam George. Section 17 says, disclosure for the protection of public interest. Despite a provision of this act on information exempt from disclosure, so it doesn't matter that the information is exempt from disclosure. Information is not exempt from disclosure if the disclosure of the information reveals evidence of a contravention of or a failure to comply with law. This KPMG report, there is a contravention and a failure to comply with law. The law says even if it is exempt and there is a contravention, it is not exempt. And I see that they quote a case I did for the Media Foundation for West Africa. They quote it wrongly to try to support their situation. They didn't name the case. The final point here is that if the disclosure of the information will outweigh, the benefit of the disclosure will outweigh any danger, the law says disclose it. What's your reading of the report?
When you played back the video, obviously
you were listening to yourself.
You saw me in there, and I had dissected it.
Yeah.
And concluded that it shouldn't have been in the first place.
That was before the report. Now we have the report.
Now we have the report.
306 pages.
That it shouldn't have been. Now, I'll go to some basic principles.
All right.
For example, before you engage a vendor, we go through a pre-qualification. The Procurement Act specifies it. Now, whilst you are pre-qualifying, there are certain requirements which are more legal or regulatory in nature, like the company should be registered, blah, blah, blah. Then, depending on the nature of the service that is to be provided, you ask yourself, is this a regulated service or it's an open service? If it's a regulated service, what are the requirements? So, for example, if you read the ICA Act, what services they are providing qualifies as what is defined or described as public practice of accountancy. It means the institution should have been licensed by the Institute of Chartered Accountants. The question is, are they licensed? So as a procurement person, when I'm doing pre-qualification, it will be one of the first requirements I would make. Show me proof. And I can take you to the ICA Act.
You're still here on Newsfile. It is your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first.
Section 35(1) says that for the purpose of this act, a person is engaged in public practice of accountancy if the person acting alone or in partnership with another person and in consideration of remuneration received or to be received, engages in the practice of accountancy or portrays to the public that the person is a member of the institute. Offers to perform or performs a service involving auditing or verification of financial transactions, books or records, or the preparation, verification, and certification of financial accounting reports and related statements. So B here defines what the service is and what they are doing. And C says renders professional service or assistance in respect of matters that in principle or detail relate to accounting procedure and certification of financial facts and data. So when you are verifying volumes and all of that, it means you should be under the regulation of the ICA. The first question I would ask the GRA as the procurement entities, do they have that to prove that they are qualified to do this? Then you come to procurement, the Procurement Act. And I listened to Bright, and Bright said that there's the need to overhaul the single source. There's no need to overhaul it. It's black and white. I'll take you to that part.
It's the abuse of it.
It's the abuse of it.
Okay, so take us there and tell us why.
Now, go to section 40 of 663 as amended.
Right.
41 says, a procurement entity may engage in single source procurement under section 41 with the approval of the board. With the approval, it is a condition precedent. It requires prior approval. You don't do it and come back. Where goods, works, or services are only available from a particular supplier or contractor. So the question is accounting services and audit services only available from a particular person? Obviously, no. So it doesn't qualify.
This was their first, and the government has been their only client, so to speak, customer.
That itself is questionable and raises a lot of corporate governance questions.
As the report said, they began and they were incorporated in 2017, February. They started as SMEL. That's what the report said, SMEL. And they were incorporated on the 14th of February 2017. Then June to September 2017, GRA made 3 unsuccessful attempts to obtain the PPA's approval to single source SMEL to provide transaction audit services. November 2017, SMEL then changed its name to SML. Then June 2018, SML got appointed as a subcontractor to West Blue Ghana Limited as a service provider to the GRA. Then later, the contract was extended and so on. It became the main contractor without PPA approval. You said the condition is not subsequent, it's precedent.
Yes. Now, the subcontractor part is also a bit baffling. But let me proceed and then I'll come to that part.
Go ahead, please.
So if you look at the exclusions, the basis for single sourcing, this is not proprietary.
Right.
Next one is about agency of need. There's no agency here. Next one is about catastrophic events. There's no catastrophic event. So if you look at the criteria for getting approval for single sourcing, it doesn't qualify. That is why on 3 occasions they were denied.
Okay.
Now, once a change of name happened, the question should have raised this thing that something is not right. Why have they changed the name? Then they decided to do subcontracting. And you guys are lawyers. Standard drafting. Provisions of a contract where it talks about assignments, contracting, novation, and the like. It also requires prior approval. So you cannot appoint a subcontractor without the prior approval of the principal. It's a standard clause. So the question is, who appointed them? West Blue. The presumption is that West Blue has already gone through the process and has been appointed and given a scope of services. So this scope of service that was subcontracted to these guys, was it originally in West Blue's contract? Because if it was not there, they don't even have the mandate to subcontract it to somebody.
How about if it got amended subsequently?
They should bring the proof.
That West Blue amended its contract and said that we will subcontract to someone else.
And if you were going to, because West Blue's contract is a multi-year contract,
okay,
it should have gone to Parliament. PPA would have given approval. So if you were going to vary the scope of their contracts with such materiality, you are supposed to go back. And in this case, looking at the amount involved, the threshold would have required that it would go as far as the Central Tender Review Board. So people would have been able to look into it. The question is, where was the Central Tender Review Board in all of this? So GRA on its own could not or should not have subcontracted through West Blue. Now, in describing the formation of the company and the principles behind it, and if you read the ICA Act, it is very clear. If the principal behind the company is a former auditor general, who left that job and immediately surfaced here.
Controller General.
Immediately surfaced here. Immediately, from a corporate governance perspective.
But remember, it's not only Controller General. He left there and went to the GRA.
Not Controller, Commissioner General.
Commissioner General.
No.
He used to be a commissioner. He was a deputy. He was
Controller General.
Yeah.
The Accountant General. Sorry.
Accountant General, yes.
The one who pays your public officer. And then moved to GRA, where he was working for the Commissioner General.
So if you look at his stature, he has the ability to exert influence. And so when you, from a corporate governance perspective, when you are analyzing conflict of interest, one of the variables is the person in a position to exert influence. And you can see it clearly there. So is it that influence that forced the authorities at GRA to do everything humanly possible to make sure that this contract comes into fruition?
Your concern will be that when this contract was going through all the processes, he was there.
He was there.
Then he left and became the managing director of this company.
Either he was there or he would have stepped out, but he still had influence. So it raises code of conduct issues, it raises conflict of interest issues before all the others will come in. Now, if you come to the Act, PPA Act again, this has happened. The media blitz has already happened. What has been the actions of the PPA subsequent to this? They have the power to revisit it. If we go to section 83 or 89, let me get there.
But they had ratified. Once the ratification came in...
That is why I'm going to it.
To the mother contract, then everything else...
That is why I'm going to it.
Everything else that was sinful had been cured.
No. See, okay, so let me explain the thinking behind it. The Act says, I have these procurement methods, and you are supposed to use them in this way. At any point in time, when the board finds reason to believe that there's been a violation, it has the authority to appoint an investigator. So before an investigator would have been appointed, there is some form of prima facie evidence that there's been a contravention. Now the investigator is supposed to go and find out the details of it. When the investigator is done with his job, he brings a report back to them. When he establishes that there's been a violation, it means that a contract has already been done. So a liability has been created for the state or for the entity. So in this section, what the board is mandated to do per the Act is that after reviewing it, you can cancel it.
That's correct.
But if canceling it would create, for example, a judgment debt, which is not worth canceling, then you can ratify it. It gives other options they can use.
That's right.
But the question is, it doesn't take away the fact that there's been a violation. And the Act further prescribes in Section 90 down what should be done to people who contravene the Act. My question is, in all their ratifications, and this particular board has done a lot, what has happened to people who contravene the Act?
What does the Act say should be done to those who contravene the Act? And
it specifies penalties.
Yes.
But also where they find that something on top
share them directly with us.
Okay.
And then we'll bring on Sam George, also having read the report so far. What are his views on them? This is Newsfile, it's our most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. And you just sent in a message, say, why am I allowing Bright Simmons to poo-poo the report of KPMG and question their judgment? He applauds their findings, but their inferences he has issues with, and he should be entitled to do so. Even a court judgment is not sacrosanct, like Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh will say. Finality does not connote infallibility. We obey the Supreme Court because its word is final, but it is not because its word is infallible. Yes.
Section 92 says that, 92(1) says that a person who contravenes a provision of this act commits an offense, and where a penalty is not provided for the offense, that person is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding 2,500 penalty units, or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years, or both the fine and the imprisonment.
Interesting.
Now, further, because of the IOCO Act and the SFO Act, the authority can forward the dossier to any of these, because they are procurement offenses, for them to further.
Procurement offenses for which some people have lost their office, independent constitutional office.
Yes.
For which Martin Amidu says Kisei Jabin should be removed as a special prosecutor.
So these people can also take it up and actually prosecute the person and make sure the person get the right punishment.
But after your reading of this 306-page report, do you say this is all that should happen, or there is something else that must happen?
There's more. The report now points you in the places you should look. And if you go and look at all of them, you find out, just like I've pointed out that the ICA Act has been violated, you find out that the Public Financial Management Act has been violated, you find out that the Internal Audit Agency Act has been violated. So you find out that a lot of other acts have been violated. What happens to all of them?
Interesting. Yes, Sam George.
Let me say a very good morning to you and Atabedu, and then the viewers across the country. Something I'll just start by saying that your take is a very serious one that you had this morning, and that we should take very seriously as a country. I hope we don't reduce it to political football because of the sacrosanct, how sacrosanct that office is. Let me also say a happy AU Day to our viewers, and hope that one day Africa can be truly free. On this issue, I think that Bright and Atta have done very extensive work. And I wouldn't want to flog the issues anymore, but I think that we are all added them on the fact that clearly this SML to SML, from SMEL to SML deal is the classic example of what Justice Doche meant when he said create, loot, and share. One of the key things we must bear in mind is that all of this happened with the tacit approval of the then Minister of Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta. As usual, he's trying to run under the radar, and people are failing to realize the key cardinal role he played in this entire arrangement. Look, I'm being careful my choice of words. And I said to someone said to me that seeing my face on TV this morning looks like I was coming to release fire, and I said I'll do it with a smile. The Ghana Revenue Authority, in my humble opinion, is a crime scene and is the biggest single purveyor of corruption in our public service.
That's an unfair statement.
I'd explain.
That's too broad and sweeping.
I know. But something, if you know half of the things that I know, you would ask for the dissolution of the GRA and a reconstitution of the whole GRA. Look, the GRA is supposed to be the watchdog, ensuring that nobody evades taxes. In this SML deal, the GRA itself failed to withhold tax. You introduced me as a member of the Public Accounts Committee. Several institutions appear before the Public Accounts Committee because the Auditor General had found out that they carried out transactions with institutions and failed to withhold tax. In fact, sometimes we impose penalties on them to pay with interest.
KPMG in this report said it has alerted GRA to make a demand for the amounts not paid, and they have made the amount to SML.
No, you see, that is the VAT component. But the withholding tax is not supposed to be withheld by SML.
That's correct.
It's by GRA in making the payments.
That's correct.
So when GRA was making payments to SML, they ought to know that they ought to have withheld taxes. But that points to the point Atta tried to make, that it appears as though the GRA itself is under duress in this deal, where officers of the GRA, because of the overwhelming influence of the patriarchs of SML and their relationship with the GRA, people are under so much duress that they are failing to even carry out the basic, forget the procurement things that I have spoken about, those are even like very complex things. The basic thing, okay, you've created looting and you are sharing. The small withholding tax, that is the base. That also, the GRA itself. So when the policeman is involved in armed robbery, who arrests him?
Because if any firm in this country fails to withhold tax, the GRA, after an audit, makes the firm pay up that amount it failed to withhold.
With a penalty.
With a penalty.
With a penalty.
And the penalty is up to 300%.
Yes.
That is their own law that they implement.
So you see the earlier statement I made, and this is just one example of how the GRA itself, in fact, this is one of its core things, ensuring the payment or withholding of taxes and all of that. Something. When you look at the entire, and Bright Simon spoke about it, this whole revenue assurance business. In principle, let me state it emphatically here, I don't think that revenue assurance is a bad thing. But revenue assurance has become the biggest looting avenue in the state. And look, I will be fair here and honest here, it is not peculiar to only this government.
Thank you.
It's something that private enterprise has seen as a lacuna, uses the whole concept of revenue assurance to corrupt public officials, to loot the state in connivance with them. We all heard how members of this government, in fact, members of parliament today, in fact, one of them is a sector minister. Esther Usu. She sat on your platform and sang with Suba in a song. You remember? How Suba was wrong. What was Suba? It was signed under the NDC. Suba was a revenue assurance in the telecom sector. She said it was wrong, it was criminal. She sang with it and campaigned with it. She came into office, and what did she do? She signed Kelny GVG and paid more than Suba was being paid. Whilst the communications ministry has a legitimate issue with determining what is really going on with the telecom sectors, with the telecom operators, because take it from me, the MNOs are stealing from the state. MTN, Telecel, Airtel, Tigo, they are not declaring their true revenues. We all know it. So we need to find a way to determine what really is due the state. That's one thing.
So,
but the GRA,
how to do that is revenue assurance.
That's a statement you've made.
Yes, and they know. Ask people in the telecom sector.
That's unfair.
No, Atta, You see, you cannot approbate and reprobate because you are in the telecom sector. You know that the amounts that are declared to the state, if we were to do proper real-time monitoring, we don't have visibility. Today, the state of Ghana does not have true visibility on transactions that are going on all the telecom platforms. Tell me I'm lying. Yes or no? Am I lying or telling the truth?
I wouldn't want to go into the details of it, but I can assure you that I agree with you on one breath that whole business of revenue assurance is unnecessary. So it shouldn't have been either way on both sides.
He didn't say it's unnecessary. He says it's a conduit for corruption. It is like the easiest way to steal from the state. The state says, I don't know exactly how to measure this thing. Then it goes to bring in private enterprise. Measure it for me. And then through that process, money is shared.
Let's not digress. I'm sure we can
But
come back
you
to
see,
this.
the point I was making, and the point I was trying to make with GRA, because I'm establishing the modus operandi at the GRA. Whether it is SUBA under the NDC or Kelly GVG under the MPP, bottom line is these two arrangements were supposed to provide the GRA with some information from CDRs to be able to determine tax liability, even though these contracts were signed under the NCA, which is the agency under the Ministry of Communications. Both under the NDC and under the current MPP administration, the GRA has gone to sign parallel revenue assurance contracts with a company whose registration has been dissolved in the UK before they even signed the contract with them, called Safari Tech. And you see, if you follow all the things that have been happening with SML and what is on their website and what is in reality, and when you go into Safari Tech's office, it's a tailoring shop. When you look at the address on their thing, the GPS, and even the fiscal address, when you go, it's a tailoring shop in Bachona.
Oh.
I'm telling you, look, I have here, I can show you.
So we are unable to independently confirm and verify. You know,
I've mentioned the name of the company.
Claims. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So I'm saying that
that's why it's
go
even
on
important.
their website. Look, and I've said this publicly before.
We are unable to verify this.
It's not a problem.
Independently for now.
This is their UK incorporation.
And I will urge you to keep your focus on the subject of SML.
Yes.
Now.
No, I'm building a case on why SML has happened, because it fits into a trend. And so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if you bring in an entity that is not here to answer, it is unfair.
Oh, this matter,
so
I've even based it with the GRA at public accounts, and they've admitted. So it's a matter of public records. You understand me? But I'm showing you and establishing for you that the GRA itself has seen that agencies of state are doing this revenue assurance business. And so it's an easy way. Let's ask ourselves, revenue is what? It is the core mandate of the GRA. Is that not the core mandate of the GRA? Revenue collection. And so if the GRA says that the revenue collection, which is their core mandate, they are unable to verify and assure us that the revenue they are collecting is proper, and they now need a private sector player to come and give them assurance of their core mandates, then why is the GRA there? You see, at time coming, this SML deal, can the GRA show us a needs assessment that was done that showed the need for this particular
The report says there was no needs assessment. In fact, the job that the president gave to KPMG,
yes,
the very first of the terms of reference was needs assessment.
Yes.
And they confirmed conclusively that there was not any such.
Why? Why is there no... Why, and even if we had done a needs assessment, because if you read the KPMG report, it clearly ends up by telling you that whatever SML was doing was unnecessary. It was duplication. So even if you did a needs assessment, the needs assessment would have highlighted the fact that there was no need for it.
Mechanisms already
Why?
for doing that.
Because the NPA had put in place a mechanism. So you realize what I'm doing? What I'm doing for you is I'm establishing, and that's why I went into the telecom sector, to establish how when an agency in a sector puts in place its own mechanisms, the GRA then duplicates it and pays people for no work done. The same way they've done with revenue assurance in the telecom sector, the NPA is responsible for this.
And pays people who are suspected to be supplanted. So they go set up a company and somebody is interested in it. Yes. Then they give you the contract. They are paying to the company, but in actual fact, they are paying themselves.
Exactly. Who are the beneficial owners?
Let me correct something Sam George made, the point Sam George made. In principle, we call it make or buy decision making in procurement. Anything that has to be done can either be done by yourself or do it through someone. It is when you decide to do it through someone that you are activating your procurement process to find a third party to do it for you. So they have responsibilities per their act.
But sadly, our governments cannot do things by themselves. If they have to buy cars, they need a third party to go and buy them. If they have to buy ambulances, they know where to find them in the shop. They will still get a third party to go and buy them. What's going on in this country?
Now, this thing is directly connected to the pricing model as well, or the commercial model of the whole arrangement. So let me break it down to the layman's, simple man understanding.
But be brief, because it is some judge's presentation you are interrupting.
I want to serve 10 people kinky. If I decide to do it myself, I'm going down the value chain to go and buy the maize. Come and soak it, mill it, make the kinky, add the fish, make the pepper. How much time will I spend? How much will it cost me? If it will cost me 10 cedis, 100 cedis to do it, it means if I give it to someone else, it will cost the person the same 100 cedis if we went to the same market. The only reason why I'll go to the someone else is because I'm only making kinky for 10 people, but that person makes kinky for 1,000 people.
When your job is kinky making, you don't give the job to somebody else. That's what some judge is saying.
The point I'm making here.
So before they even determine the pricing model that has ensured they have paid so much, they would have done the supply chain cost modeling, which helps you to build all the costs from base up. And it will tell you that I have to spend X to do it. Now, one, I don't have the resources to do it, or the people to do it. Two, I don't have the money to do it. I don't have this, so I've given it to a third party. So before you engage the person, and that is when you prepare to go into negotiation, you know that this is what it will cost me to do it. So plus or minus, if you want a profit of, let's say, 100%, the ceiling should be this. So you are going into negotiation. You always have your entry point and your exit point. And that defines the frame within which you...
I hear you loud and clear, but you see the point I'm making here, that's with your kinky analysis. That's exactly the point something interjected with that. If your business is kinky making, you need to explain to us why you are not making the kinky and now subletting to another kinky maker to do it. And that's why I started by saying, in principle, I'm not against revenue assurance.
Yeah.
When a regulator like the NCA, whose job it is to ensure the quality of service, decides that they need a third party to do revenue assurance, I can understand, because they are not kinky makers. But when an entity that is a revenue collection agency
has to build internal competence,
you have to build internal competencies, because that's what your job is. Because the amount of money that has been paid to SML, just SML, are you telling me that if we use that money to build the capacity of people in GRA, we couldn't have done this job?
And in this case, let's not forget that people within regulators of the industry, including in the state, have said that this is a duplication.
Yes. And you see, the point must be made that even in setting up this entity, it is someone from GRA who then goes to run the thing. So basically, it's like GRA hiving off itself, giving itself a private face, and saying to it, do their job, and now what I would have earned a salary from the taxpayer for, only a salary, let me earn a commercial interest in it. And so that's why I'm saying that, look, we need to come to that place where we admit and accept that, look, there is a need for deep reforms at the GRA. The GRA must understand what it is doing.
There's been some radical changes there in the last few months. Yeah.
Well, those changes, are they superficial? Are they consequential? Time will tell. But you see something, we need to ask ourselves very serious questions. Because as we speak, the GRA is engaged in all kinds of procurement. There's one, if I start talking about it now, you say it's not this matter. But domestic tax revenue, I'm sure you know about it. With Tata, IPMC, and all of that. Look, interesting things are going on in the GRA, which should worry any Ghanaian, because the GRA sets its own question, sets its marking scheme, and answers it. Oh, we set this target for ourselves. Look, something.
the corruption. And when I started, I said that the GRA was arguably the most corrupt institution. You know why I say this? I can confidently say that my district, my constituency, is the fastest growing industrial district in Ghana. Because almost all the industries are moving into Nengo and Pram because of proximity to the Tema and the fact that Tema is full. And so they're setting up. And the constant complaint I get from industries, which are largely foreign owned by foreigners, but Ghanaian entities, is that, Sam, what is wrong with your country's people? GRA officials are basically hounding these businesses with atrocious tax demands, and then after they do that, the same officials come to them and say, well, either you change your headquarters from Ghana to Togo, and we can waive some of the taxes, or we cut a deal with you. And foreigners are asking me, what is wrong with your own country people? Look, let us call a spade a spade. This SML thing is just the tip of the iceberg. And that's why I'm saying that we should not sound ourselves hoarse. We must go beyond the SML, the face, what's his name? Soti. Soti is the face that has been put to it. Who are the patrons? Who are the facilitators? The beneficial owners of what Soti is doing. Something, per our laws, per the ruling in the Isofoton case, and correct me if I'm wrong, if a contract is null and void, payments made are retrievable. Yeah. Am I right?
So the agencies concerned are not even supposed to make payments?
Absolutely. So if we have paid 1.4 billion to a company that was set up on Valentine's Day, the first Valentine's Day after Nana Addo became president, February 14, 2017. They set it up as a love gift to themselves. And then within 3 months of setting up that illicit love child, they tried to get the PPA 3 times to approve sole sourcing. The same sole sourcing we were told by President Akufo-Addo was so wrong under President Mahama. Was the worst thing to ever happen. And even in this time, even with the incompetence, in quotes, or the lack, no, not incompetence, the lack of competence, because incompetence and lack of competence are different. Even with the apparent lack of competence at the board level of the PPA, they were able to state and say, hey, this thing, it doesn't meet the base requirement. How they are able to squeeze it through. And don't forget, the GRA, like I keep saying, works at the behest and reports to the Minister of Finance.
Okay.
So we must ask questions of Ken Ofori-Atta. We must ask questions of Reverend Amishadai, under whose watch this thing happened. Because don't forget, Soti was an advisor to him. And then he goes to set up this company, and Amishadai is paying and his own former advisor. Okay. You know, something.
Let me go on the. Let me go on the. Let me
straighten my face. I said I'll say everything. I'll say with a smile.
Let me go to Manasseh, but before I do that, I need to state this again, that for those entities that Sam George has mentioned their names and made allegations against, we are not in a position to independently verify those adverse claims against them. And on that note, we will not be associated with those commentaries.
In fact, I'm using your platform to challenge them to dispute my claims so that I put out everything that I know.
Yes, but it appears you are suspicious of everything. And like we say, the courts have confirmed, you know, a multitude of suspicions do not constitute proof of anything.
Absolutely.
Let me go to Manasseh.
I have my evidence here and my facts, and I hear you. To Amishadai,
let me go to Manasseh. Manasseh, thank you very much. There are many who are asking, why is it that Manasseh is being vilified over this contract, including journalists who have made it a point to just project your photograph and insult you in the front of cameras for doing a research work together with your colleagues to unravel what has led to this KPMG report. To start with, you must be pleased that this report has led to the termination of 2 of the contracts. and the suspension of the upstream minerals audit deal, which some civil society have said is just a rebirth of a JAPA that the government was seeking to corruptly benefit from our mineral resources through a JAPA, and when it didn't get it, it decided to give a contract to SML to do this so that they will siphon money. You are happy 2 contracts terminated, the upstream suspended, right?
Well, partially happy, as in the words used for some of the deliveries of SML, because there is more to this. I am not a lawyer, but I've reported on issues that went to court and some people went to jail. And I sincerely believe that looking at this report and what we know from the admissions made by officials of the GRA and SML, this is a case that has a number of candidates for jail. If any government wants to take this up, it is going to be very easy to put people to jail. It is going to be very easy for us to even retrieve hundreds, if not billions, of cedis paid to people who did not deserve a peswa. From the very beginning, we made a point, and it was not an opinion piece we wrote in that report. We interviewed GRA officials, the petroleum unit, and we actually wrote a letter from the Commissioner General directed that the Petroleum Department was better suited to speak to us. We went to SML. In that investigation, we went with a camera, not an AK-47. So there was no cohesion. We asked questions and they confessed and deleted the claims they made to be providing the services. And this report actually makes some of us, I agree with Bright that the conclusion or the inference from KPMG is problematic, but it gives enough facts for us to be able to now know and can say that the GRA and the Office of the President may have lied. I'm saying lied and not falsehood, because if you have information, you know what is right, and your officials confirm on record, and you produce something that is different from your own facts to just make this company look good.
Tell us why you make such a statement.
So let's go to page 153 of the KPMG, 157 of the KPMG report. We said that SML did not do anything that deserved any payment. And the GRA issued a statement, and I am talking about the GRA, the management and the board of the GRA. And shortly before I report, the board chairman of GRA, who is a very known and celebrated businessman, I'm talking about Mr. Otinjesi, saying that procurement was avenue through which people loot the state, and he wondered why private entities or organizations would do due diligence when procuring for their companies, but when it had to do with the state, they didn't care.
But you know he's resigned his position, right? He's left the place.
I'm talking about the board chair who was there when these deals happened, and the board chair led the board of GRA to visit this place.
Okay.
So
and again, just a quick one. There was a reference to Christian Soti working under Amit Shaddai. He actually worked under Kofi Nti and not Amit Shaddai. Yes, go on, Manasseh.
So let me go to the page 157 of the report. And it says, an average of key findings, an average of 400 million liters per month was already being recorded in Ghana in 2019 and the first quarter of 2020. as per review of NPA's data. 2. NPA and GRA recorded a significant decrease in lifting volumes in April 2020. That is 336 million and 311 million liters respectively as a result of COVID-19 lockdown spanning the period 1 to 20 April 2020. 3. Volumes recorded after April 2020 were constantly above 400 million liters. Then the final figure in this on this page says, in the later half of 2020, when SML commenced operation, data comparison from 3 sources indicates that NPA reported higher annual volumes than both GRA and SML. Following NPA and GRA reported the next highest, following NPA, GRA reported the next highest annual volumes, with SML recording the lowest annual volumes. I'm saying this to make a point that the GRA told us that it was only when they brought SML, and SML started operations in May 2020, that they started recording over 400 million liters a month. It is the reason they attribute the increase in revenue to SML. But this is what KPMG is saying, that before SML started its operation, even in 2019, GRA was already, NPA was already recording up to 400 million liters. And then even when SML came in, GRA and then NPA were recording higher figures. So SML was recording the lowest. And if you look at the same chapter, page number 157, you will see a note there that GRA could not provide digital records of petroleum lifting data from January 2019 to April 2020. To compensate for this, GRA petroleum lifting data published in ESLA reports to the Parliament was utilized. So it appears that if GRA gave this figure to KPMG, KPMG could easily tell that the information was false. So GRA did not provide this figure to KPMG, but the same GRA had published these figures in its report to Parliament. The question we should be asking is, why was the authority hiding this figure? Because if they released these figures, they were going to expose the GRA. And finally, on this score, if you go to the very next page, that is page 158. Trends in downstream petroleum revenue. So we are talking of the volumes. We've now come to the revenue. And this is captured in the KPMG report, page 158. Key observations. The following were observed from the analysis of the revenue collected by the GRA over the period 2015 to 2023. 1. An incremental growth in revenue was observed from 2015 to 2023, except for a decline observed solely in 2017. So this shows that the revenue increment did not happen because of SML. 2. One significant, and the word significant is significant. One significant contributor to this growth was the increase in the number of taxes over the years. That is, from 2 taxes in 2015 to 5 taxes in 2023. The next point is, another significant contributor to this growth is the increase in tax rates in 2016 and 2019 and 2021. However, there was a decrease in tax rates in 2017 coinciding with a revenue reduction from 2016 to 2017. Then finally on this page, the key observation: for any petroleum product lifted to be taxable, it must be declared in ICOMS. GRA's records of petroleum volumes lifted, taxable and non-taxable, are transmitted from NPA's ERDMS into ICOMS. SML's flow meters readings are used for assurance purposes only. These are the findings we made in our documentary. And we had the SML people. If you read the KPMG report, even though there was no needs assessment, the report said that SML's work may have been needed because a previous industry report said there might be under declaration going on. If that is the case, was SML doing under declaration? We put a microphone before the managing director of the company and asked, did you do under declaration? Did you check that? He says no. Did you check dilution? No. Did you check diversion? No. Why are these services on your website as having contributed to the success in the petroleum industry due to your operations with GRA? Oh, it was a mistake. SML goes to delete all these from their website. So the question is, this report clearly shows that SML did not contribute to the growth in the volumes. In fact, SML recorded the least. If you think they were under declarations that you were brought in and your records were the least of those that were already happening, what you recorded was never at any point used for any tax purposes. And remember, before this report, we asked GRA officials and they confirmed all of these in our documentaries, the documentary we produced. So the question is, why were they paid? There is absolutely no justification why the Republic of Ghana should have paid a peswa to this company. And if they are talking about judgment debts, I think that we have a very good case to get a judgment debt against those that clearly took money for no work done. And then some people who aided this should be prosecuted. And it's very instructive to note that the finance ministry, headed by Ken Oforiatta, in 2023, said the finance minister, in a letter, the letter said the finance minister had determined that the services of SML should be extended to the gold mining sector and the oil production sectors. And we are now learning that the ministry failed or refused to conduct a value for money audit. So if you failed to conduct that audit, on what basis did Ken Oforiatta make this determination? And we wrote to the Minerals Commission, and the commission said they knew nothing about it, they were not consulted. We wrote to the Petroleum Commission, they knew nothing about it. And then the NPA, so the regulators in the sectors didn't know about it. So on what basis did the Minister of Finance cause this to be done to a point that Ghana was committed to over 100 million US dollars a year's contract to this company based on what we are learning? And some say...
So Manasseh, don't go around the figures again, particularly for a good reason. You should know why I'm saying, I don't need to mention it, that you have to face the courts over this. So let's put that aside. But I just wanted briefly to ask you, on the, we know, for example, that Amishadai came in 2019 when these things were already going on. We know that Christian Soti had been working with the previous Commissioner General, and then he had also come from the Controller and Accountant General's office. That is a point you highlighted. What was the purpose?
The purpose is that the technical advisor to the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority. If that technical advisor is competent and knows his or her job, they would not advise the GRA to go into this contract in the first place. Because it doesn't take a genius to visit SML and conclude that it was doing the work that was akin to the Danish writer Hans Christian Andersen, who wrote a classic short story titled The Emperor's New Clothes. They were doing practically nothing. And when you visit them and you interact with them, you will come to a singular conclusion that these people are doing nothing. And so it came as a surprise when people like Samuel Atachia, when people like Ransford Jampo of the University of Ghana would visit only SML and come back to make certain pronouncements that they were doing great. I wonder how they are feeling, Professor Jampo and then the people like Atachia reading this report. But what I'm saying is that if you have the technical advisor,
all right,
advising GRA to go into this contract with SML, then the contracts are awarded, and you leave your job as a technical advisor at GRA to now be the managing director of SML. These are facts that we put out for people to draw the connection.
All right. Thank you very much, Manasseh. And this is not a fact. That is not a fact upon which you have been sued. So I'm his lawyer, and he's been sued over this, but this is not one of the facts over which he has been sued. So we'll deal with it. So you're guiding your client in his testimony on air. No. We'll do that at the appropriate time. You mentioned Atachia. I must state that Atachia has said, quote, "We are not going to swallow hook, line, and sinker whatever Jubilee House is saying, but we will look at it and also do our recommendation for the House to look at it. This is our approach." So he is not, as it were, just minded to do the propaganda job of defending even without facts and simply just defending blindly. He's not doing that. If you can do me 30 seconds or a minute, because I need to go for a break.
So, on the issue of valuation, when we moved into destination inspection, I was a young career person at the time. I lodged the first destination inspection document with BVAC. Now, BVAC had two gentlemen there. One, Mr. McBruce, and then the other one, I've forgotten his name. These are people who were experienced in the Ministry of Trade and who understood valuation. At that time, in those two inspection companies we had, BVAC and the GSL, they had customs officers who had access to the World Customs Organization's database. And they were in those entities doing the valuation. So the capacity for doing valuation itself was sitting or is sitting in customs. So there's no reason why it should have gone out.
Okay.
Now, Bright said that we should look at the law, procurement law. If we have to look at any part of our body of laws, it is the powers that are concentrated in one person. The first one being the president. The second one, in my opinion, as a student of tax law, is the commissioner of the GRA. The third one is the Minister of Finance.
Okay.
Because all these analogous laws defer to him as the minister.
Right. And somebody sent a message trying to make a correlation that the way Manasseh mentions the finance minister, he should be thinking about what is happening to those who are being prosecuted over the ambulance case in this regard. Thank you very much. I return to share your views with the rest of the world, but the telecoms chamber wants me to tell Sam George that he cannot denigrate the industry without evidence. They say that you cannot be saying that the telcos are stealing from the state. They are not. That currently there is a common platform that takes real-time data from the telcos, and there has been no theft found. So please, don't do this to them.
My big brother engineer Ken Ashibia sent me the message, but he himself knows. And
all right, okay.
Bias is known based on the telcos.
Right.
We all know.
Right.
He himself has challenges with the common platform.
All right, so we will not go into another debate on that. And for the many of you who are sending your messages not about the issues we are discussing, but about my outfits, you can get them one of this, or even better, from Konati Clothing. They are located at Adenta Shopping Center, Adenta Down. You can call them on 0244 676732, 0244 676732. Konati Clothing. What you wear counts, and they say they are giving up to 10% discounts if you are making purchases, making orders between now and Father's Day, and between now and Idul Adha. Is it? We'll be right back.
You finish.
I am not occupying an office for profit in Rock City, and I am not receiving emolument.
But you are the director.
But I
You are
am
the director
I
of
am the
from the
if you go to
corporation
register
articles
general,
that I have here.
hold on.
You are the director.
If you go to be patient, please. If you go to register general, the forms ask for 2 directors. I am one director and another person. But in the functional role that I will receive emoluments or occupy an office for profit in the organization, or my activities in the organization will prevent me from doing my work in parliament or as a minister, does not come in. So
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, together with its stakeholders, present the 3rd Made in Ghana Bazaar under the theme Promoting Made in Ghana Goods and Services for Economic Prosperity. The exhibitors include Ghanaian businesses, startups, and foreign companies in Ghana undertaking value addition and embassies in Ghana.
Venue, Accra International Conference Center, 23rd to 25th May 2024, 9 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. each day.
The bazaar is to promote Made in Ghana products using the network of Ghana's embassies abroad and foreign embassies in Ghana. There will be live performances of authentic Ghanaian music, playground for children, traditional games, and sale of your favorite Ghanaian dishes by local vendors. Attendance is free.
Sponsors:
Media partner GBC
and the Multimedia Group.
Registration is ongoing for exhibitors at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration.
Call 0538 062 264 or
0209 249 932 for further details. The 3rd Made in Ghana Bazaar. Day.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here. For now. Now I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11?
What?
Number 10 liver salt. Refreshing relief, fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Hello? Bye.
Well, everybody's heard about the burger. I bet it's the burger. Bird is the burger. Well, I don't you know about the bird? Well, everybody knows that the bird is the burger.
consider the implications.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, together with its stakeholders, present the third Made in Ghana Bazaar under the theme Promoting Made in Ghana Goods and Services for Economic Prosperity. The exhibitors include Ghanaian businesses, startups, and foreign companies in Ghana undertaking value addition and embassies in Ghana.
Venue, Accra International Conference Center, 23rd to 25th May 2024, 9 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. each day.
The bazaar is to promote Made in Ghana products using the network of Ghana's embassies abroad and foreign embassies in Ghana. There will be live performances of authentic Ghanaian music, playground for children, traditional games, and sale of your favorite Ghanaian dishes by local vendors. Attendance is free.
Sponsors:
Media partner GBC
and the Multimedia Group.
Registration is ongoing for exhibitors at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration.
Call 0538 062 264 or
0209 249 932 for further details. The third Made in Ghana Bazaar.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. My guests have been Bright Simmons, Honorary Vice President, Imani Africa, who is traveling at this moment but still makes time because of his commitment to Ghana. Kobina Atabedu is Procurement Specialist and Management Consultant. I save his name on my phone as Procurement Guru. Manasseh Azure Awine, investigative journalist, and presently studying at the Harvard University. Now, Samuel Nete George, MP Ningo Pram, Deputy Ranking Member, Communications Committee of Parliament and Public Accounts Committee of Parliament. He's here in the studio with us together with Kobina Atabedu. And Bryce Simmons once again will open this next chapter for us briefly before he leaves us. We will also be joined by Lord Mensah, Associate Professor of Finance, University of Ghana Business School. He likes to say, pump up, make sure that if you have to talk, we are talking. And some elders say, this is our country. Even in the midst of talking every day about these issues, see what is happening. What if we were not talking? Here are some of your messages. Adreno, greatness, excellence reign, is that your name? You say sole sourcing is a big problem in Ghana now, and contracts are given to unqualified companies to just loot the state for no work done. Blueprints, Esikado Ketam, you say, news file, Ghanaians talk too much and do little. Today, SML and GRA, the next SNIT, we should allow state institutions to work. Really? Tanko Oswan says, SML is a true definition of create, loot, and share. The fact that GRA cannot withhold a tax from an entity working for it should tell you the magnitude of the rot in the revenue agency. You tweet at NyavoX. the next NDC government should demand the retrieval of all payments made by the government to SML under the illegal agreements, which have occasioned a huge financial loss to the state. Well, Martin Amidu would have gone to court and then say, because they are illegal, pay the money back, and then we'll go and chase Woyome. Again, this one says, indisputable data published by Imani Africa show clearly that the rate of increase in petroleum revenue has virtually been the same before and after SML's illegal entry into the downstream petroleum sector. Thanks for those messages. Now, let's begin again with Bright. But before we do that, I must tell you that this show is paid for by Bank of Africa, as strong as a group and close as a partner, MTN, everywhere you go. Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex Tags, it's strong, it's tough, and Flamingo Paints, simply superior. Now, let's begin with Bright Simmons. Yes, Bright, on the back of this intention by SNIT to sell off, or as it were, bring in these private entities into its business, let's hear what you have to say, and first, whether you do agree with the Coalition for Democratic Accountability and Inclusive Governance, who say that, and I quote, further exacerbating our concerns are revelations. So they issued a statement on the back of the SP petition and among other things. And they made commentaries that suggest that things are getting worse. And then they got to this paragraph and said, further exacerbating our concerns are revelations that SNIT and the Rock City Hotel, owned by the current Minister for Agriculture, are engaged in negotiations to purchase 4 hotels, including the Labadi Beach Hotel, one of Ghana's most esteemed and profitable hotels. One may ask, what is the public interest justification for a decision like that? And where is the minister raising the resources to acquire these assets? We welcome the actions taken by Mr. Okudzeto-Ablakwa, the MP, and his petition to Shraj, as it signals an important step towards addressing these issues. We also welcome the intervention of the organized labor, TUC and CLOCSAC, as owners of the pension funds. Indeed, everyone who pays SNIT contributions should be interested. These developments raise serious concerns about our fight against corruption and the prospects for accountable governance. Yes, Bright.
Thank you very much, Samson. Can you hear me well?
Very clearly.
Okay, so I have to be upfront about my incapacity on this matter to a certain extent. So our usual sources have failed us, and we don't have the full details of the Rock City submissions, which have characterized, or rather qualified it for this benefit. So some of my comments are about SNIT's investment practices generally. And I think I will be focusing on why I think the country could be better served by the way SNIT does its investment. I will not be able to make emphatic comments about Rock City itself because I don't have the information.
Great.
But we hope that in the course of the coming days and weeks, we will be challenging SNIT to put out all the information that they intend to submit to Shraj to the wider public. This is not a matter only for Shraj. And we commend the Member of Parliament who has initiated this inquiry. So let's start off with our concerns about SNIT generally and the way that it's managing the pensions of the workers of this country. The truth is, as everybody knows now, the International Labour Organization has an arrangement with SNIT in which, for relatively little money, it conducts actuarial analysis for SNIT. And that is conducted, the most recent one. And the conclusion, the most important conclusion from that study is that if we want SNIT to be sustainable, we have to pay double what we are currently paying in terms of our contribution to SNIT. So essentially the rate that we contribute at to the SNIT funds have to go up from about 11% to 22%. This is a huge and massively important point, because what that means is that we are at a stage where if we don't pay more into SNIT, SNIT will be unviable. We also know that ILO recommends we should increase the pension age by about 2 years as one of the pathways to making sure that the fund is sustainable. And thirdly, this is the reason for why these additional sacrifices are being demanded. Essentially, the reason why you have to pay more, the reason why you have to retire later as a worker in Ghana is because SNIT is experiencing significant falling rates of return. The money that you've given to SNIT is supposed to be invested to make sure it can continue to pay pensions going into the future. But the way it's been investing the money, and for various reasons affecting the way it's been investing the money, the returns on those investments have been falling significantly for a while now. And it's currently at one of its lowest that we've ever seen. The real rate of return, when you account for inflation, is one of the lowest that we've seen over the last couple of years. So that is the context. We've also been studying SNIT's activities for a while now at Imani. And there are a number of areas where we have significant concern, and some of them are exemplary. They exemplify why SNIT is in such trouble. We've been looking, for instance, at how it disposes of assets that it considers obsolete. You know, we've been in the trenches with the EC on this matter. So we started to look at other organizations that are in the public sector to see. And we've noticed that they've been gaming the residual values of some of these assets to the point where it allows for very rapid depreciation, and then they sell off and declare a profit because the residual values of these assets have been so depressed that it makes it look as if they are doing the country a favor by selling these assets off. So vehicles that are worth over 4 billion cedis are sold for about 460 million cedis, and a profit is declared because of the fact that, you know, the residual values of these assets have been so depressed. And this raises very important issues that we intend to be going into further. Now, having said that context, one, that, you know, the falling rate of return means that workers are being asked to double the amount that we contribute to SNIT, which will be, of course, at our cost, right? Because the employer only takes a percentage, a certain share of the burden. The rest of the burden comes to us as contributors. On top of that, you know, we have this situation with the requirement that we should increase pension age and the rest of it. So in that context, we have to ask ourselves whether the actions that SNIT now purpose to take in terms of divesting these assets off, these hotels, fall within a context of investment prudence that we are comfortable with. So I will, for instance, point to people that are not aware of, you know, whose attention have not been drawn to this, to take a very close look at what has happened at the NHTC, for instance. And what you find with the National Trust Holding Company is the fact that sometime in 2012, SNIT decided that it was going to go and more or less privatize one of its very important funds, the Informal Sector Fund, SISF, and decided that it was going to go into a strategic partnership with NHTC and give that to them.
That's supposed to be NTHC, right?
Yes, National Trust Holding Company.
Right.
And what has happened since then is something very bizarre and very opaque. What we do know is that the company appears to be insolvent because people can't get their money out. There's agitation in the sector. SNIT is backpedaling informal sector workers to contribute without accounting to us what has happened to the monies that were transferred to NTHC and the investment that it made into NTHC, including providing resources and assets for NTHC to be able to do the work that is done. So that brings up the point about the way it does its investment generally, and it raises questions about whether we can trust its judgment. Because part of the challenge about this Rock City transaction apart from the conflict of interest issues, which I don't want to go into in great detail because, as I said, I want to look at all the information. For instance, has the minister set up a blind trust? What are the mechanisms that he's imposed to ensure there is true arm's length transactions involved here? And he's not using his political power to influence the transaction. I don't have all the details, so I'll be careful. I'll be wary.
That's a fair point to make, a fair disclosure or disclaimer to make.
Indeed. But when I look at the way SNIT makes its investments, it's in a way underlines and to a certain extent vindicates why so many people are so suspicious of its judgment. So first of all, we take a look at the overall portfolio of SNIT. And what you see on the screen, as of 2020, that's the latest information that you can find in the public domain about how SNIT has split the money that we've given to it, the contribution we've made, how it splits it among different investment categories. Now pay attention to the returns that it's making on the top, the equity investment. You can tell that at the last reckoning, SNIT was making its best returns from unlisted equity. What is unlisted equity? Essentially, it's investment that it has in companies, but those investments are not on the stock market. So you and I cannot go and buy them. It makes these off the market, in essence. Now, it tells us, therefore, that that category of unlisted equities is a very profitable segment. We then go into it and say, okay, what are these companies and what are some of them? And you find out that the hotels that it wants to divest of are in that segment. They are in the unlisted equity segment. Okay. And there are a number of companies also in the unlisted equity segment. We don't have the breakdown, unfortunately, to determine among the unlisted equities in which these hotels are a category, a subcategory, whether the hotels are underperforming as a category. What I do know for sure, that when you look at this alternative investment category, particularly the real estate segment, there are serious challenges in terms of its ability to recoup investment that is made. It's put money into companies like Westfield Ridge, Switchback, Trust F-Line, FSS, etc. And if you read Public Account Committee records, you see hearing after hearing continue to talk about SNIT's difficulties in recouping investment from these areas. We don't see the same degree of concern being expressed about the hotels and some of these other areas. When you look at some other categories, we also know that the likes of what do you call that? The metro transport, the likes of the metro transport, the STC and the rest have been underperforming. Now, the question I'm trying to leave in the minds of your viewers, Samson, is what is the strategy based on which SNIT is currently deciding to exit some investments in the unlisted equity segment, given that is what is the highest performing. So essentially, when you take that category and you find out that it's doing very well as a group, and it decided that it wants to take some of them out and sell them because there's no strategic fit or it's not making enough money. We need some kind of document from SNIT that says that here is our strategy of the kinds of industries we want to be in Ghana. Some of the industries that we are in Ghana are performing at this rate, and we don't think they meet our benchmark. Currently, what they are saying is simply that we should just trust their judgment. And I think that given their history, their historical underperformance, we can't just trust their investment, but their judgment. They have to explain to us what is the methodology based on which they decided that after this particular set of industries in Ghana, we don't want to invest in those industries anymore. The hotel industry as a segment in Ghana is a booming sector until recently, until after COVID. We saw massive investment going into hotels, particularly those in the 2-star, 3-star category. And we've also seen some continued investment in the 4-star and 5-star category. Now, the question is, are they saying to us that given all these other categories they have, that particular segment is the most troubling? Probably not. So which other segment are they divesting from? What is the strategy that is driving it? What is the benchmark performance by which account they then determine that this particular industry we don't want to continue to invest in, or this particular company doesn't fit our profile anymore? We've not seen anything like that. In fact, everything has been done with great opacity. And the reason why people don't trust the government, whenever they see a minister's name, they immediately become agitated, is because we don't receive enough assurance from the people that are managing our resources that they mean to do so in our best interest. And it's very clear from that evidence. So that's a very important point that we have to make. The other point that is critical is that, as everybody now knows, organized labor has significant representation on the board. I think 5 members or so out of a 12-member board of trustees. Now, if organized labor says they were not sufficiently consulted, and I've even heard union leaders say they don't know about it, then that raises the question whether indeed this is a process that is fully backed by the Board of Trustees. Because I don't understand how we can have organized labor representatives on the Board of Trustees. And on that Board of Trustees, and if that Board of Trustees indeed has been intimately involved in these transactions, then organized labor comes back and says that we completely, adamantly disagree. It can only mean that the organized labor representatives on the board are not fully briefed. And if they are not fully briefed, then it means that the Board of Trustees does not either have a properly functioning investment committee that looks at the dynamics of this investment they've made and the portfolio results, and then determine that these categories, et cetera, we need to exit or we need to enter. Because if you have a properly functioning investment committee, organized labor will have to be represented on there, given their overall representation on the Board of Trustees as a whole.
All right.
If that was the case, then my view would be that we have a very significant problem. Last point I'll make. If you look at the set of hotels that have been listed, some of those hotels are performing very well.
That's true.
Even if you ignore the whole category, the hotels category, and you just focus purely on some specific companies like Labadi Beach, Grand Regency, you have to ask yourself, how could SNIT, a company or an organization whose overall rate of return is dropping, still have the need to divest of companies that appear to be returning? Why, for instance, did SNIT decide that it was going to sack the private sector manager of Labadi Beach, which I think was Legacy Hotels or their successor? He decided it was going to sack them and manage the hotel itself. And just a few months thereafter, went through the process of attempting now to dispose it off. When everybody knows that Labadi Beach is one of the profitable hotels in Ghana, it doesn't make any sense. So my view is that we need to be able to force SNIT, compel SNIT, to outline its investment strategy, explain who is on the investment committee, what has been the process through which the investment committee has selected these companies and determined that they don't fit either strategically or from a profit benchmark point of view, SNIT's future ambitions. And I think until we do that, we'll be heavily incapacitated in doing full justice to this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in the face of what you know now, with the exception of the, very good sort of disclosure you make about not having sufficient documentation covering Rock City's bids, what do you think should be happening? Organized labor says this must be halted now, and they've gotten some significant support, including from the CSOs that have come together under the umbrella of the democracy group, Accountable Democracy Group.
So I think everybody knows that SNIT's funds are primarily contributory in nature. The workers of this country own those funds. Mm-hmm. Now, organized labor is the principal representative of that stakeholder group. If organized labor says no, it's absolutely impossible for SNIT to override that degree of stakeholder disagreement and move forward. So until they satisfy organized labor, I don't think there is even a deal on the table, because the bulk of the money that they are investing, you are investing money on our behalf. Now, the people you are investing the money on whose behalf, of course, you are experts, and there is some due deference to the fact that you have expertise, and we will give you that room. But the fact of the matter is that you still derive your legitimacy from your contributors, and their most organized representatives is organized labor. 5 out of 12 or so of your trustees.
Right. In that context, the Constitution, right from its preamble to Article 1, says sovereignty springs from us, we the people, and that sovereignty resides in us, and that we, the powers of government, are to be exercised for our welfare and on our behalf. And yet, we vote people into power. It's not everything we want they do. It's the same thing that applies in this situation, does it not?
Except that in the corporate governance point of view, it's almost as if the AGM, the shareholders of SNIT are the contributors. That's the best analog we can find from a corporate governance point of view. So in that narrow context, I struggle to see how, in the political economic context of Ghana today, if somebody from SNIT does not beat, a retreat, and with their tail between their leg, go over to organized labor and patch up I just don't see from a political economic point of view how they will be able to move forward.
All
I just
right.
don't see.
There are sometimes, though, that the things that the people or a section of the people may desire and protest over, it's actually not what is in the best interest of everyone, and what the leadership is doing may be preferred. Thank you very much, Bright. So we will take a quick break here, a very final break, and return to my guests in the studio on this discussion. And many are saying loud applause to Samuel Kudjeto, and some say that Ablakwa, that he's doing far better than many investigative journalists. You know, the matters began to come up, they began to simmer, we became aware of some of these issues, but the journalists could not proactively investigate to be able to make a publication. It took him. We'll be right back.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, together with its stakeholders, present the third Made in Ghana Bazaar under the theme Promoting Made in Ghana Goods and Services for Economic Prosperity. The exhibitors include Ghanaian businesses, startups, and foreign companies in Ghana undertaking value addition and embassies in Ghana.
Venue, Accra International Conference Center, 23rd to 25th May 2024, 9 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. each day.
The Bazaar is to promote Made in Ghana products using the network of Ghana's embassies abroad and foreign embassies in Ghana. There will be live performances of authentic Ghanaian music, playground for children, traditional games, and sale of your favorite Ghanaian dishes by local vendors. Attendance is free.
Sponsors:
Media partner GBC
and the Multimedia Group.
Registration is ongoing for exhibitors at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration.
Call 0538 062 264 or
0209 249 932 for further details. The third Made in Ghana Bazaar.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to demonstrate to you the superior properties of Flamingo paint. As compared to other paint brands on the market, we take equal quantities of Flamingo paint and this ordinary paint. We then dilute them with water. And now, let the test begin. The gentleman on the left is going to apply the ordinary paint, and the gentleman on my right will use the Flamingo Superior paint. As you can clearly see, Flamingo has the obvious better hiding. Furthermore, Flamingo has painted a much larger area. You know, one bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint is made with superior formulation to give superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile, it's your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile we put Ghana first. We'll say many thanks to Bright Simmons, always for dedicating time, doing such heavy lifting job, and helping with the analysis and the discussion in a way that is very informed and data-based. Now, my guest in the studio, I'll begin with Sam George this time round. So, Sami Okujeto Ablakwa is the guy to blame for all of this happening, right?
He's the guy to be celebrated. Something. Bright says he didn't have all the documents, and that's fair. But I think that there are some things we don't need documentation on. For example, Article 284 of the Constitution, which talks about conflict of interest. And let me read. A public officer shall not put himself in a position where his personal interest conflicts or is likely to conflict with the performance of the function of his office. And then I follow up with Article 78.3, which says, a minister of state shall not hold any other office of profit or emolument, whether private or public, and whether directly or indirectly, unless otherwise permitted by the Speaker, acting on the recommendations of a committee of parliament on the grounds that A, holding that office will not prejudice the work of a minister, and B, that no conflict of interest arises or would arise as a result of the minister holding that office.
The same thing is repeated in Article 98, Clause 2, for MPs.
For MPs, yes. And so that's why Parliament has a committee on members holding office of profit. It is chaired by the first Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Joseph Osei-Owusu, MP for Bekwai. And even lawyers who still run their chambers submit themselves to that committee to get a certificate to practice their craft whilst holding office. Now, the Honorable Brian Echampo, in his response on another network, has admitted that he has not submitted himself to that committee to get a certificate from the Speaker. One. So he's holding an office for profit other than that of a minister of state and other than that of a member of parliament without a certificate from Mr. Speaker. You would say, but how do you say he's holding an office of profit? Because he stated that he's a non-executive shareholder. Well,
it's a company, not him. The company has separate legal personality from him.
Absolutely. In fact, that's where I was going. Thanks to the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, who has made a request from the Registrar of Companies Records, there are two directors of the company.
Oh, I thought he himself says he's the only director.
No, there are two. There are two shareholders.
Okay.
In fact, there are two directors. He's the only shareholder, but he and a lady, one Mrs. Clotte, are the directors of the company. Only two directors of Rock City. He is the only shareholder, holds 100% of the shares, and when you go to the beneficial ownership, he is the sole beneficial owner.
He says he's a non-executive director.
It doesn't mean that, but whether you are
non-executive... He says he doesn't take any profits. He doesn't get paid. No, he doesn't take any monies from the entity.
Help us here. You are the senior lawyer here. When they say somebody is the beneficial owner of a company,
In this case, he's not beneficial owner.
How?
In this case, he's the owner.
He's the owner and even beneficial owner of it. Now, there are only 2 directors. And he says he has absolutely no knowledge of this transaction. How is the business run? If his own business is engaged in buying 6 hotels, and he is the sole shareholder, and he has absolutely no knowledge of it, are we safe entrusting 6 hotels into the hands of somebody who runs his own business that way?
Actually, if he's a non-executive director, it means he's a controlling mind.
Yes.
So he's directly controlling
what is going on.
Yes.
Again, his own hotel, Rock City Hotel, has been partly operational since 2019. The records again show that since 2019, we have not seen any evidence that Rock City has paid taxes to the government of Ghana. Meanwhile, at least 2 of the hotels that are being offered to him. In 2022, Labadi Beach, in 2021, Labadi Beach Hotel paid profit or dividends to SNIT of 10 million Ghana cedis. In 2022, paid dividends or profit to SNIT of 25 million. So in 2 years...
150% growth.
Yes. In fact, I can confidently say that in 2022, their profit was... I paid part of their profit because I had an event there. So me too, I paid some money there. Because it was it's a good facility. It's a profitable 5-star hotel. Making good profit. Now, it's been run now. The other one is the recently renovated Ridge Royal in Cape Coast. Look, and you know, one of the minority shareholders, and again, educate us and correct me if I'm wrong, when you have shareholders, and even though they are minority shareholders, and you are going to, the majority shareholder wants to dispose of his interest, he's under obligation of notifying the minority shareholders of the intention to dispose of his interest and offer them first right of refusal. I know two shareholders in Ridge Royal who only got to find out about this transaction from the news.
So we understand their lawyers wrote to protest.
To protest. Because they were not informed, they were not written. Again, Elmina Beach Resort.
Actually, contravenes the Companies Act
yes.
in 2019.
Elmina Beach Resort.
If the facts are proving.
Yes. Elmina Beach Resort. The Omanhini of the area, I think that's the
petition they have written.
Yes.
That he...
Stating that they have seen him coming there with his investors on the premises of Elmina, that he's taking it over. Meanwhile, they gave it to the state without requesting full compensation because the state assured them that this was a state enterprise that will provide jobs for their people. Now it is moving into the hands of a private entity. Without their knowledge, the Oman Henny is demanding that SNIT, that's full commercial compensation. So you ask yourself, on what basis have we packaged 6 hotels? And you see something, it's not everything. See, on this particular transaction, and I will mention the name of the former Director General, Tinkram. He sat with a certain Ghanaian. And again, I take full responsibility for what I'm saying. Because this Ghanaian has called me and said to me, he's somebody I know very well. He's been in the hotel industry for over 35 years. Manages one of the biggest hotel chains in the US and across the world. He is their manager. He's Ghanaian. Look, he came and sat with Tinkran and said, I have an interest. If you want, we've heard you want to do this thing. We have an interest. And Tinkran told him point blank that, sorry, it's been decided already. You won't get it.
There are those who speculate that or say that he lost that job because of this particular thing.
It played a role. Because, you see, people had objections to the way things were being done. Again, let's ask ourselves. And you see, this person has said to me, Sam, if Parliament sets up a probe, I will come and testify. And he says, look, you ask yourself in the hotel business, when you have a property that is struggling, you ask yourself 2 things. Is it the model of operation or is it management? Those are the 2 key things you look at in a hotel business. Is the model of operating the hotels problematic, or is the model sound but the management is problematic? And so he said they even came in with a proposal that said, don't sell, we would come and do management of the hotels for you and make them profitable. They said no, because it's been cooked. And you see, it is this whole attempt of state capture. La Palme in 2012, again, in 2011, my sister did a function there. At that time, nobody wanted to go to Labadi Beach because La Palm was the ish. Labadi was literally run down before legacy hotels came to take it. La Palm was the place. La Palm has been intentionally run down and devalued by the management that was put in place. Look, you have a group CEO who now steps down to take the role of acting MD.
We understand a consultant did the work about... the
valuations?
Yes.
The consultant who valued it at 700,000 and took 600,000.
I understand it was up to 7 million plus Ghana cedis. It's almost a half
the value
$1 million US dollars.
Yes.
Yeah. So some assessment was done.
The cost of paying the assessment, the consultant who did the assessment of the properties to be disposed of.
Valuing the property as what, 7 million cedis?
No. That's the consultancy fee. Yes.
But the cost of the consultancy is almost half the value of the assets he says they should dispose. So
that's the reason I'm because if you break it down, you strip the assets down, and you pick the real estate itself.
Yes.
What is the value of the real estate? The land on which
it's sitting. So you clearly see even the valuation itself is problematic. But you see, it has to be valued at that rate. And you see, someone said something, and that's the last point I'll make, so that I see you're itching to come in. Right now, if the reality is that SNIT wants to dispose of these hotels using high purchase, because that's basically what is going on. High purchase.
What do you mean?
It means they don't have cash.
The buyer is not paying full value for the properties. He's made a part deposit.
I'm not able to do that.
AI, thank you. He's paying a small deposit.
And
he's going to run the assets of the hotels and use the revenue to pay you for what. So if he can run it.
Are you talking like what was that in the ECG thing?
Yes. More like the PDS.
More like the PDS. Yes.
Okay.
It's the same scheme. So Brian has been given the 6 hotels. He's not paid full value for the 6 hotels.
4, not 6.
4. He's not paid the full value of the 4, of what the evaluation is. He's paid, or he's alleged to have paid a part of the amount. He's now supposed to run the hotels, make money from the hotels, and use to pay off the rest of it. If the hotels can be run properly, such that they can pay that value, does that not come back to the question I raised at first?
Can we say Rock City rather than Brian? Because
equals to Brian.
Because it is when there are circumstances in law. In law, it is when there are circumstances like fraud that you pierce the veil and look for who is behind it.
But it does not appear to be fraudulent.
Yes. So you hold on. You have been itching to speak. Let me bring on Lord Mensah, Prof. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Samson, and good afternoon. Good morning to my co-panelists in the studio.
Right. What do you make of this with the limited time that we have? What do you make of it? Organized labor and also all those calling for a cessation of this deal, including the Coalition for Democratic Accountability and Inclusive Governance. What do you make of this?
I think we have to treat it as a business. And for business, we expect SNIT to make a business case. And if they are to make a business case, then they may have to convince contributors on the options available. And I look at this from 3 different streams. The first one is the current state where they decided to divest. And that is where possibly we may have to go into, the experience of, the company that is, buying the shares and all those. The possibility of, post, procurement contract, the monitoring and evaluation. If it's not a complete layoff, then SNIT will be expecting some cash flows after, the sale of the shares. That's, Rock City has that kind of capacity, that experience to deliver as expected. If you look at Rock City, the present location of one of their major assets at the Kweu, can we say they're making, the necessary occupancy rate to warrant, the diversion of shares to Rock City? Those are the business questions we need to ask. Another option is to, look for a special purpose vehicle, I mean a hotel management agency, to manage it for you. And if you put all this together with the current, diversion that we are discussing, then you are making a case for contributors. Something, let's also look at the market timing. I mean, if you want to, lay off an asset of such stature, you have to look at, is the time conducive? I mean, for the asset to attract the market value that is supposed to be. Looking at our economic conditions now, the best asset you can hold in your portfolio as a pension, agency is real estate. It doesn't matter the performance, because if you offload your asset and you receive liquid funds, and I believe that was objective, of the kind of, sales that SNIT is making. And in that regard, you receive this liquid fund, where are you going to invest it? Per the MPRA, regulations on pension investment, if you take out the real estate, all other investment you must hold must go into government instruments. Are you going to lend to government? A government that has done, haircut on its instrument? So the market timing is very, very important. And I believe all these things were not taken into consideration, and probably SNIT relies solely on auditing report that were coming that says that those hotels are not functioning, therefore they may have to lay them off. Laying off, interest in assets, you have to consider the market. And, if you don't take care, it will be a problem. Now, taking into consideration the current discussion that we are having, which was the option that they have taken, the shares diversion, we may have to ask the experience and all those of the company that is taking over. Would they be able to deliver as expected? If the record shows that they won't be able to deliver, then obviously that is where we try to question the fair value of the shares that were, diverted, and then also the possible conflict of interest that we're bringing in, a minister of state who is at the same time, an MP of a certain MP. So from where I sit, I think these are things that we may have to look at when it comes to the business aspect of this diversion.
Well, when you mentioned the conflict of interest matter, as in Article 78, Clause 3, and Article 98, Clause 2. 98, Clause 2 says if you're an MP, you must go through this. 78, Clause 3 says if you're a minister, you must go through this. So he's minister, he's MP, he should have gone through this. What exactly do you see here that may be problematic for someone who is a director of a business, a non-executive director of a business, being run without his involvement in the day-to-day activities of that business? That's what he says. The law says, the Constitution says, a minister of state, you can add a member of parliament, shall not hold any other office of profit or emolument, whether private or public, and whether directly or indirectly, unless otherwise permitted by the Speaker acting on the recommendations of a committee of Parliament on the ground that holding that office will not prejudice the work of the minister, and that no conflict of interest arises or would arise as a result of the minister holding that office. What has come to his office that he is seeking to compromise where there will be a conflict of interest?
Yeah, of course. You may have to look at, the situation on the grounds, and then possibly look at clear definition as you've laid out. I've heard on other platforms that, they're saying the minister is a minister of agric, and therefore is a bit distanced from, the issue at hand now. But I can tell you, conflict of interest is conflict of interest. It doesn't matter the persons involved. It doesn't matter the time. And also another platform where they've been indicating that, it happened some time ago. This is what politicians have been doing. So what is wrong with, this current, sale?
So what's the wrong? Is there wrong in the purchase by his hotel, or that the value is not what it should be bought for? In a situation where there have been bidders and their bid has won.
The law that you read, right? I'm not a lawyer, but I mean, the law in its own wisdom knows very well that if you allow such a thing, it can compromise fair value. And that is where the problem is.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lord Mensah. And now to you, Governor Atabedu. Let's hear what your view on this is. But I'd like to invite you, before we get to a close, that if you have never seen the Chief Justice, Gertrude Tokonu, Araba Esaba Tokonu, in a relaxed mode, having a conversation, join the law show tomorrow at 2 p.m. and watch her take on most of the things that you are concerned about and how they reflect on the delivery of justice. And the law show is doing that in collaboration with the Accra Bar on the occasion of Mother's Day when they visited the Chief Justice. Yes.
Okay. So, as a management specialist and a business leader, when you hear of something like this, you begin to ask, there's a way we think, and you begin to ask yourself a few questions. And I've put a number of them down. And I'll show you, anytime it came up, I'll show it to George and I'll say, here. So Bright made a point, George made a point, Prof has made a point. I'll start from the top, because if a fish would rot, it starts from the head. Now let's go to the NPA, the National Pensions Act, and let's go to Section 35. Which says that the governing board of the trust is a board of trustees consisting of A, a chairperson, B, 2 persons nominated by the president, at least one of whom is a woman, 2 representatives from Employers Association, 4 representatives from organized labor, 1 representative from National Pensioners Association, 1 representative from Ministry of Finance, not below the rank of a director, 1 representative from the Security Services, and then a Director General. Now, SNIT is a specialized institution. It's a professional, pensions is a division of insurance that looks after annuation and superannuation. So you would expect that at the board level, the Director General must first of all be a certified professional insurance person. That's the first one. Then there are certain skills and competencies, and I've had the benefit of working with this act, or working in that industry for 18 months.
Right.
So I know a bit about it. There are certain competencies that you would find. The first one is insurance, like I said, but also revenue mobilization and how to mobilize the funds into the organization. Then you need investment appraisal. So when the money comes in, what do we do with it? So you must have an investment board that will do the investment appraisals. Then you need actuarial science. Actuarial science will tell you that if I put this money here over 30 years, over 50 years, this is how much will come back. So it makes sense to put it here or not. Then there's funds management, how to do the placements, when to hold, when to let go, and all that. Then there's accounting, finance, and all that. Then monitoring and evaluation, project management. These are core skills you must find in an insurance company or in a pensions company. Now, if you look at the description of the board here, none of it. So it means you are going to have a board of how many people there, whom it is possible that none of them has any of these competencies. So how would they be able to direct? A board of directors are the controlling minds.
The problem about the appointments to the board by our presidents, our imperial presidents, they appoint over in excess of 4,000 or 6,000 or so, we are told.
But there is the reason why we have a Public Services Commission.
Correct.
That ordinarily is supposed to be doing recruitments.
But they are not powerful.
Service.
They are not powerful.
No, it is because the politicians
can they resist the politicians?
That function. You are a politician.
I'm a citizen at the table, with a chair at the table of politicians.
See, so the problem of this country is the politics that gets into a rather specialist area. So if you put up the board right now and the membership, I wish your production team could run a background check on them. The same thing is happening at the PPA. And I had the benefit of writing to the office of the president and copied the speaker and the council of state And I said, if I look at the PPA board, there's a gap. The same thing is happening here. Now, I have a number of questions I put down, and they all raise them. So it goes without saying, it's like common sense. For example, if you want to sell a business, Professor talked about the market.
We have only a minute to go, unfortunately.
Professor talked about the market. The question is, who are their peers? 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, 1-star, 0-star. How are they performing? So if those ones are performing well, why is yours not performing? The next question is it because of the model you are running, or is it because of there's too much interference? If it is a profitable market and you are not doing well, it is possibly because there's too much interference. Why don't you give it out to a management company? So the solution is not to sell. Now, the question I'll ask the board is, where is their portfolio analysis report? In management, we use models and tools. For portfolio analysis, you are using a BCG matrix, which will tell you, these are the mix of investments I have. These are their performance. Which ones do I let go? If you go into that one, you would see, is this supposed to be here?
We should certainly make another time to enjoy the seminar that Kobna Tabedu is taking us through to learn about procurement, insurance, and what ought to be done right in this circumstance. But there are other people who are raising that, apart from what may look morally wrong, are we not trying to say, when it is outsiders coming in, that is good, but when it is one of our own who have been able to gather the muscle, financial muscle and business acumen to be able to take over some of these institutions, then we have a problem with, and that will not help us grow. All right, my outfits, once again, is by Konati Clothing, and they are giving you 10% off if you are purchasing between now, making an order between now and...
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. Hope you're very well.
I am. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for joining us on the Sages House of Professor Kofi Asare-Opoku. I'm sure you know him. You know him because of his teachings in world religions and African traditional religions, his beliefs also in our culture and our community, and most importantly, his love for the environment. We're in his house to find out from him how his assessment of Nigeria's country would be right from the period of our struggle for independence to independence and where we are today. Well, it is important because as a 90-year-old person, you know that he was born in the colonial period and so has a better understanding. So, Prof, people have described you as, a teacher. Some have described you as a traditionalist. Some have described you as an environmentalist. For you, who would you say you are?
Well, I would say I am first and foremost a student of African culture. Because I believe that the culture that our ancestors left us is one of the most important cultures in the world. It is our culture that makes us who we are, and without it, we are just shadows, following others, imitating others, not knowing precisely who we are, and just floating. But if we are to become a distinct people, a people with confidence, a people with a vision, then we must ground ourselves thoroughly in our culture.
I'd like to explore that. Why must we ground ourselves thoroughly in our culture? What is it about our culture that would set us on the path to development?
Okay, I start with a proverb from the Congo. And as far as I'm concerned, all Africans are my ancestors. So I say, my Congo ancestors said, the man or the person who is in touch with his origins is a person who will never die. And so if we cling to our culture, if we stand firmly on our culture, we will never die.
Okay. But let me just explore that also.
Yeah.
Because we're learning from you. We're learning about ourselves. And I mean, as you can see the environment, you can see all the greens that later on would, you take us on a tour even of your house before we get into Anansi Choir. But let me just find out, why do you say all Africans are your ancestors?
Well, I believe that all Africans are one people. It's the Europeans who divided us into Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, and so on. We were all one people. Humanity began here, you know, and although we lived in various communities or nations, we are the same people. And I identify myself as a descendant of these people who lived before us. And so for me, all Africans, whether they are Kenyans or whatever, they are all my ancestors. And their proverbs and their traditions mean so much to me, and I identify with them. That's who we are. Politically, Nkrumah and the others, we're talking about Pan-Africanism, but mine is one of cultural unity of Africa. Because as I said, the whole world began here, and everything that we have today has its origins here on this continent.
So you will talk about cultural unity.
I am more interested in the cultural unity of Africa that makes us who we are. And it is important to always remember to be ourselves, because the greatest gift we can give to the world is not to imitate others and become like others, but to be ourselves, our authentic African selves. This is where our strength, this is where our beauty, this is where our nobility, this is where our wisdom is found, in Africa.
Well, I like the sound, and I'm sure you can hear the sounds of the birds and everything here. My name is Winston Amoa, and today we are with Professor Kofi Asare-Opoku, and he's telling us more about himself and also about the fact that he is a student of African culture. I like that proverb that says, he who is in touch of his ancestors never dies.
Yeah.
But we will die eventually, wouldn't we?
No, we won't die.
We won't die?
Because in our traditions, there is no death. What dies is the shell. But essentially, your spirit, what the Akan people call your okra, which is part of the Creator, never dies. That's why we pour libation to our ancestors. If they were dead, we wouldn't talk to them. We talk to them because they are alive. They can't say, I will only die if God dies. And the Akan concept of the okra, the okra, which is part of the Creator. The okra is not an image of the Creator. The okra is part of the substance of God. Just as a wave is part of the ocean, the okra is part of Odomankuma in the Akan religious tradition. And so, if you are a human being, you are called okra tiasefo, an okra that is living. And the okra that is living takes on a shell, this body, you know, which dies at the time of death, but the okra does not die. So the okra is always there because the Odumankuma is always alive.
How different is the okra from the soul?
Well, the okra is quite different from the soul. There's only one thing that the okra shares with the soul, and that is it survives death, okay? But other than that, the okra is quite different from the soul. The okra is, in fact, a richer concept than the concept of the soul that we talk about in Christianity and in Western philosophy. The soul in Western philosophy and Western Christianity is trapped in the body. The soul is in conflict with the body. The soul is seeking to break out of the body. But my okra, the okra of the Akan, is not in conflict with the body. It's not trapped in the body. It's not seeking to break out of the body. This is fantastic. This is a deep, 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 deep thought that we have ignored. And if we can understand this, we will know who we are and not live some other people's lives for them.
Are we living some people's lives for
We
them?
are, because we tend to see ourselves as others see us. What they say about us is what we imbibe, internalize. They would say, the Christians would come in and say, you are pagans, you are wandering in darkness, you haven't seen the light. The others would come and say, oh, you are savages, you are primitive, you are this. And this is what we tend to believe about ourselves. But we are not what they say we are. And of course, if you allow somebody to define you, then of course you live the person's image, you live the person's life. When you imbibe what others say about you, you tend to have a feeling that you are not enough, that there is something quite, there's something lacking about. There's absolutely nothing lacking about us as a people. If you believe that you have an okra, which is part of Odumankuma, the substance of God, what an explosive idea. But this idea has been submerged and regarded as pagan or inconsequential. But it is important. This is what our ancestors believed about themselves. They bow to no one. The account people say, Okatechiwa Bruchino, Okatechiwa Bibrim. What does that mean? There may be brilliant men in Europe, but there are brilliant men in Africa. And that confidence is what the knowledge of your culture gives you. And that is fundamental to our being. Without that, we are just somebody's shadows. We are imitating somebody. Our ancestors said, you don't borrow someone else's teeth to smile. Smile with your own teeth. Don't you have teeth? Smile with your own teeth. Every bird flies with its own wings. You don't fly with borrowed wings, And we must seriously begin to think about ourselves and our culture and our role in this world, because we do have a contribution to make in this world. We're not just here to borrow other people's way of life and thinking and food and thought and so forth. We are here to be our authentic selves as the Creator meant us to live. And I don't think we live in that life.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not living that life as the Creator meant us to live?
Because we're living on borrowed life. We have other people's names, okay? We're wearing other people's clothes, other people's dresses, other people's ideas, and so on. We have our own ideas.
Some would say, can we do without them?
Pardon?
These things that you talk about, for instance, when it comes to, for the names we can do without them, but when it comes to other things, as in clothes and all of that, can we do without these? Can we do without the things that have become part of us, which you say we borrowed from other places?
Yeah, well, it's simply because we've become so used to borrowing that we think without borrowing we cannot live. But our ancestors lived without borrowing from anybody. I'm not saying we should close ourselves from the rest of the world, no. But I'm saying that we must be authentic. We must be original. We must not imitate others, because we have a substance. We may not know what we have, And once we know what we have and we borrow from others, that is fine. But we cannot live as a people always looking outside for some guidance and for inspiration. Well, we have whatever we need right here, okay? Yeah.
Great. We'll get into the system of governance and everything later on, how it's impacting us and what we must even change about it. But you've talked about the okra. What relationship does it have with okra ding, as we normally would hear people say?
Yeah, well, your okra ding is, people have said that your okra ding is your either your day name or your natal name and so on. Well, it is essentially the name of the part of the Creator in you. That is your okra. And that is who you are. Your okra is your essential self, okay? And that okra has a name, depending, of course, on the day of the week on which you were born, and also depending on whether you are male or female. And when you mentioned your Okra name, you have mentioned God's name.
Okay.
Okay, so what's your
Kofi Friday.
Yeah, Kofi Friday. Kofi is your crowding the name for the part of the Creator in you, the part of you that never dies. Okay, and that is who you are. And so your most important name is Kofi, not the name they gave you in church, what?
Winston.
Winston. Winston is a European's name. What has that got to do with God or even Christianity? It's a European's name. And you have been taught to believe that Wilson is a more honorable or respectable name than Kofi. No, it's miseducation. Because Wilson is a European, an Englishman's name. So, is that who you are? Your identity is European. Because you are a Christian, you have to take a European's name? No. If you're looking for a name that shows that you believe in God, it's Kofi. Yeah, it's Kofi. Because Kofi is the God in you. That's the name. But we've been taught to prefer European names to our own names because they say these names are pagan. They are not. They are purely religious names. And we are among the only people who have such names. You know, your Okra is the God in you. So if God is in you,
okay,
and you have a God name, what do you have to do with Nancy and Gertrude and Alice, these names we treasure? You know, it's because of ignorance. Because if we were to study our culture, understand ourselves as a people, we would know that these names that we have here are more worthy and more religious than what's religious about a European name? Nothing. It's part of this indoctrination that we have been subjected to that makes us prefer such names, you know, to our own names. And of course, we think that if we have such names, then it gives us a modicum of respect. Well, you have more than the respect that you think the European name gives you. You have a God name. You're creating, you know, that is you. That is who you are.
Prof, and you've talked about all of these things, having God in you, but let me just find out, as we talk about Krading, do the names, the days have different attributes of God, or it's just the same attributes of God in everybody?
Well, every day of the week has its own characteristics, but every Krading is the same. It's a God, the name of God in you, that appeared in this world on a Friday as a male. And so as a Friday born, you have an appellation, something that describes in detail who you are, your characteristics. A Friday born is Ochini, that is your appellation. Ochini means wandering, not wandering in the sense of aimless wandering, but wandering in the sense of a vine. You notice that the root of the vine starts here, but you see the vine out there. And that means expansion, you know, probing, searching, inquisitiveness. So Friday borns have this characteristic of Ochini. But if you don't have that characteristic, at least it is a means of aspiration. You want to grow into that characteristics. A Saturday born is called Tianankanro, the one who has medicine for the snake bite, you know. And so, I mean, some people say Atuapuma. No, it's not Atuapuma. Atuapim is the name, is the title for God. Atuapim. You come to him and you stop. There's nothing beyond him or her. Okay, so the Saturday born has this characteristic of rescuing us from danger, you know, that which would lead to your undoing, A Saturday born has that characteristic. A Sunday born is called Boduya. Boduya is the tail of the animal. What does the animal do with its tail? It protects itself from the pests and the flies. So Sunday borns are very protective of others. Okay? And then Monday is Okoto. Okoto is calm, cool, the normal temperature of water, Ejo, the normal suppliant, tranquil, peaceful. And so in the account calendar, Monday is the first day of the week.
Okay.
You know, that's why we say, for instance, in Ekwapim, we start Yojira on Monday. It's a day, it's cool, you start with coolness, there may be heat afterwards, but, you know, and so Monday borns have this characteristic of being peaceful, tranquil, you know, suppliant. Tuesday borns are warm and compassionate, ojam, you know, and Wednesday borns are vicarious heroes. They lay down their lives for others. So Kweku Anansi, well, we learn from him, you know. The opposite, the lesson in the Anansi story is the opposite of what Anansi does. When he plays tricks, he suffers for it. And so children learn not to do what Anansi did. Nobody is encouraged to do what Anansi did, but Anansi has laid down his life for us to learn from him. And then Thursday borns are Prekon, you know, bold, intrepid, fearless, you know. That's no wonder that when the British wanted to capture the golden stool from the Asante people, it was a woman, Nana Ya Asantewa, who led the Asante armies against the British, and he lives up to her characteristics. Bold, intrepid. She was the one who saved the Asante golden stool from capture.
Okay.
You know, and so these things are true. Our ancestors lived for centuries and observed everything and came with these conclusions that we need to know about ourselves. But if you are called Wilson, so Wilson was a European, so what? Instead of knowing that your name, Kofi, is the name of Okra, is the name for the God in you. Of course, this God is not the Father of Jesus Christ, but this is the name for the Odoman Kuma in you. Okay. And if you knew this, see how empowering it would be for you to know that God is in you.
Yeah.
And you walk like, you know, that you are just a worthless person who needs to be saved or who needs to be civilized according to the Europeans. You learn our language and then but you have your own language. And this makes you a powerful human being.
Sure, sure. I mean, you've explained the soul, you've explained the okra. How about Sunsum?
Sunsum. Well, Sunsum is part of you, you know. A human being has, the concept of the human being is that the human being has an okra, which is the part of God in you. A human being has a Sunsum, and the okra, of course, remains unchangeable. You cannot change your okra. Then there is the Sunsum, you know, which is a spiritual part of you, and the Sunsum is subject to change. It can be a strong, well, we say Sunsum heavy, Sunsum yedru, or Sunsum yahar. It's either your Sunsum is weak or heavy, you know, and the Sunsum is educable. When you dream, for instance, it's your Sunsum that leaves your body to engage in those experiences you remember on waking up. So your Sunsum is the main actor in your dreams. And not only individuals, but nations also have their Sunsum. So for instance, the Asante have their Sunsum in the golden stool. And what happens to the Sunsum, you know, happens to you. That's why the Asantes fought many wars to prevent the golden stool from capture, because if the British had succeeded in seizing the golden stool, the Asante nation would have collapsed. But they prevented the British from capturing the golden stool, and that's why they are still a strong people. The Sunsum also helps to explain the diseases is the cause of illness, because if you fill your head with envy and hatred and anger, you see, these thoughts press your Sunsum and make you weak. And so when you go to a herbalist, you know what the herbalist does is the herbalist engages you in a conversation, and in the course of the conversation, the weight that has been exerted on your Sunsum that has made you sick begins to become lighter and lighter, and then the medicine man will give you some herbal plants to complete the process. So the Sunsum is a very important part of who you are. Then we also have what we call the Ntoro or Ntoro, you know, which comes from your father's line, you know. You have, that explains your characteristics as a person, you know. And these Ntoro groups, there are 12 of them among the Akan, Bosom Pra, Bosom King, Bosom Jurabi, and so on, you know. And this comes from your father. And then the last thing is your Moja, you know, or your Ntong, you know, because Akan is matrilineal, you see. We have 8 clans among the Akan. The Fanti have 7. And these clans are the basis of our social organization. So we organize our society as Akan on the basis of our concept of the human person. And that is why we have Oyoko, Asene, Bretu, Edwiana, and so on, Asuna, you know, Koana, Asuna, you see. And each of the clans has what we call Achineboa, or a totem. Achineboa is an animal that played a very important role in the life of the people. Either the animal saved them from being exterminated by their enemies, or whether these animals, who have become sacred animals, led them to sources of water supply. These animals played a critical role in the life of each of the clans. And there's a great history that we don't know. We don't study these histories in school, but if we did, you know, we would know who we are as a people, but we don't. So we are ignorant of ourselves. We may think, oh, this history is unimportant, you know, it's the history of Europe or the biblical stories of, you know, but we have some incredible histories in all these clans of the Akan, and there are some of the other communities in Ghana have their own histories as well. And if we don't know our own history, and we are simply, well, we say we are Ghanaians, what does that mean? You know, Ghana is a recent creation, but as an Oyoko, I am an Oyoko because my mother was an Oyoko from Usuta in Asante, you know. And I identify myself with the Oyoko people with a great history, and our totem is the crow, is the hawk, you know, the fierce hawk which protects the golden stool. I mean, these are wonderful stories that will empower people, but we don't know them, and so we just walk through this world, you know, just following others and taking interest in other people's histories instead of our own. But look, what if our children knew these histories, and that it will empower them, and they will live like strong Africans, you know, walking through the world without bowing to anybody, feeling confident about themselves, because there's nothing that we are lacking as a people. It's only ignorance, you know, and the Hausa say that ignorance makes the chicken go to sleep on an empty stomach, standing on a bag of corn. If only you know, and so if only we knew our history.
Great. Well, you're still watching Professor Kofi Asariopoku. He's joined us on the Sages. We're learning more about ourselves. You know, he says he's a student of culture, our culture, even though he's taught years in African traditional religion and world religions. And he's also an environmentalist. Later on, you'd get to understand why. But of course, I'm sure by now you've seen the environment within which we're having this conversation and discussion, and that would give you a signal. Let's get into a few things. And because you are 90 years, I mean, and Ghana is 66 years, you're actually 24 years when we gained independence. So let's do something. Let's go back, you know, and find out your recollections. First, during the period of, you know, the colonial period, and even our struggle for independence and independence. What are some of the recollections that you have?
Well, when we were colonized people. I started school precisely on January 7th, 1940.
That's 83 years ago.
Yes.
Wow.
And, you know, I went to primary one at the Akropong Presbyterian Teachers Training College practice school. And you see, in those days, we were taught in Cree. Class 1, class 2, class 3, everything was in Cree. So, you know, we understood everything. Of course, I could read all right before I went to school because my brothers and so on, you know, taught me. But so everything was in Cree. And then when we got to what they call Standard 1, they started learning English, you know, so Standard 1, Standard 2, Standard 3, that completed your elementary education. But the value of that was that, you see, learning in your own language grounded you thoroughly in your own self-image and your own culture, you see. And then we went to middle school, you know, Standard 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we went to secondary school and so on. So learning in your own language is critical. I mean, I am who I am because of the foundation that I have in my own language. And I look at the world through the eyes of my language, you know. Now, when I look at young people today, I mean, I have so much pity on them because they don't know their language. And so if you don't know your language, you are just a mere shadow of somebody else. Although we may value the languages we speak, English, French, and so on, essentially what makes you you is your, you know, is your language.
So if you look at the colonial period, and if you look at the fight for independence, the independence period, and you look at post-independence, what would be your assessment of this country? But before we get into the assessment of the country, Ghana today, so what are some of the fond memories, for instance, you know, that you have during the struggle for independence, for instance, during, you know, the independence era, for instance? How was the feeling as a Ghanaian at the time?
Oh, it was a great feeling. I mean, when Nkrumah entered the scene and inspired all of us, you know, gave us a sense of worth, a sense of
Let me find out, where were you when Nkrumah entered the scene around 1947?
Yeah, 47, I was in middle school at Akropong, and it was electrifying because, you know, all the things he said, you know, empowered us, gave us a feeling of worth and a sense of purpose and a feeling of dignity, you know. And when he talked about the African personality and so on, suddenly, I mean, under a colonial system, you are just a colonial subject and, you know, you didn't really matter. But Nkrumah made us feel that we mattered, we were Africans, we could do our own thing. I mean, when Nkrumah said, I'm not African because I was born in Africa, I'm African because Africa is born in me. I mean, this was mind-blowing. You know, suddenly we began to feel a sense of worth like what our ancestors had because they were the ones feeling confident of themselves. They were the ones who created all the things that we have now that makes us distinct. I mean, otherwise everything else that we have today is borrowed, the televisions, the cars, computers. But the things that make us a unique people are all created by our ancestors, the kente cloth, the drum language, the art, the linguist staffs and gold weights and Adinkra symbols and all these things that make us who we are were created by our ancestors. And so we took pride in this. Nkrumah was reminding us of this. And of course we felt so empowered. We felt there was nothing we could not do, you know. This feeling of hope and expectation and this feeling that we can, Nkrumah said, you know, we prefer self-government with danger, you know, to whatever. Yeah, you know, for instance, you know. I mean, this boldness, this enthusiasm about ourselves as a people, which has been dashed since Nkrumah was overthrown.
Talking about it being dashed.
Yeah.
Let's look at something, and let me take you back again to the period, because you've talked about Nkrumah. When you recollect, when you remember the period of independence and all the things you felt you could do, first, let's go back again and look at your aspirations. What were those aspirations? Since you've talked about it being dashed, would I assume that your aspirations were you could do everything? How have those aspirations been dashed? But if I don't get your aspirations right, you could tell us again your aspirations at the time of independence, because of all Kwame Nkrumah had told you, and how these aspirations have been dashed.
Yeah, well, you know, our aspirations at the time of independence, that we were going to be, we're going to industrialize, we're going to manufacture things, we're going to do things that like everybody else, you know. So we had an atomic research station, and even by the time Nkrumah was overthrown, we were producing our own radioisotopes, you know, nuclear medicine. And we had all these factories. We're producing tomatoes and glass at Aboso and tires at Bonsa and so on. We had the image of transforming Africa and being an independent, prosperous country in Africa, and of course inspiring other African countries to do the same. Now, these aspirations have not been fulfilled. They have been dashed to the ground because, of course, we had people who are bent on keeping Africa as an object of exploitation, and of course, some of our own people, you know, cooperated in that. But in spite of the fact that our hopes, my hopes, or our hopes for independence have been dashed, I am reminded by a proverb from our my Maasai ancestors that says that the scorching sun can never erase the stripes of the zebra. So we still have our Africanness. We still have the abilities that we can depend on to move ourselves forward. And so such thinking, such proverbs, or our ancestors said, you know, what is past is but a small fraction of what is yet to come. If we can remind ourselves of these ancestral wisdoms, we will not be despondent and believe that all we can do is to borrow, to ask others to come and help us. Nobody needs to help us. We can do everything we want if we have confidence in ourselves.
Hold on a minute. You've introduced something. We'll get to do a bit of analysis of, you know, your times through the various administrations. But you say, we think that all we can do is to borrow and let people help us. Nobody but ourselves. Are you suggesting that you're unhappy with the current system where consistently, and I mean, a budget has been presented, and the budget for 2024 is talking about, you know, spending some 226 billion Ghana cedis, and we're looking at generating 176 billion, so it means we're going to be borrowing some 50 billion. You don't seem to like the idea of borrowing.
No.
Why?
I don't. Because we can do everything ourselves. Somebody has taught us that we need to be saved, or we need to be helped or assisted by somebody else before we can do anything. Our ancestors said in the Akan proverb, I am in need, help me. That is how others became slaves. Our ancestors said this years ago. I can't imagine that with all the resources that we have, we are still poor because we have been conditioned to believe that we need somebody to help us. We don't. Our ancestors said the person who is dressed in other people's clothes is naked, and the person who is fed on other people's food is hungry. I mean, we may be wearing the latest suits and so on. We are naked. And we may be eating, what do you call it, Kentucky Fried Chicken and all these things. We are hungry. Eat your own food. And your own food is better and healthier than, but of course, we don't grow the food, we don't value the foods we have, you know. We grow cocoa, we've spent all the available land growing cocoa, growing what we do not eat. Now, who grows what he does not eat? We must think about it. It's a critical question. But we can manage our resources in such a way that we wouldn't depend on anybody. Of course, those who give are keen on giving. You know, their generosity, we are objects of other people's generosity. But we don't need anybody's help. We have everything that we need. Only we have been taught or conditioned to believe that we cannot without somebody coming to help us. And that's our downfall, this idea of depending on somebody else. You know, we must realize that we have our own energies. We have our own strength. An African proverb says, nothing wipes away your tears but your own hand. It is your own hand. And it is our own effort, you know, it is our own effort that can save this country. No amount of it, all the aid in the world will not make us move. Aid will make us feel comfortable receiving. Aid will make us feel ignore our own strengths and abilities. And if we instill this idea of fierce independence, you know, relying on our own resources, what don't we have? Tell me.
But if we have all these things, and that would take me to a point. I mean, what's wrong with us then? What is it that we're not doing right? Because you've talked, I mean, I like that proverb. I'm learning a lot of proverbs from you, and I hope that all of us, the younger ones, will learn these things, because it's
yeah, that's what our ancestors said centuries ago. Centuries ago.
So if we learn, and you say you can only wipe your tears with your own fingers.
That is the best.
That's the best way.
Yeah.
To wipe
it is your own hand.
Your own hand.
That can wipe your tears. Not somebody's hand.
It means we should look within. The solution to our problems right here within. But we are with the IMF. We've been there 17 times. This means we're not finding the solutions within. What's our problem, Professor Opoku?
Yeah, so long as we think we should always go to the IMF, we ignore our own strengths, our own abilities. I am convinced, beyond any shred of doubt, that we are not a helpless people. We have strength, we have energy, we have wisdom, my goodness. So it is only because we have been indoctrinated to believe that we need to depend on somebody. And so when the Europeans came to exploit us, they said, oh, we brought them civilization, we brought them this, we brought them that. But didn't we have our own? We did have our own, and we still have it, only we have neglected it. And so the more you continue to rely on others, the more you exhaust the abilities, the capabilities that you have. You know, our first recourse, let's go to the IMF. And then the IMF tells you what to do. Now, who knows better what we need? Is it the IMF? Is it the Europeans? Or we ourselves? If we believe that the Europeans can solve our problems for us, then I'm afraid we deserve our fate. But I don't think we do. We can do everything ourselves if we wake up. but we have been indoctrinated to feel that, you know. And also, I mean, the same thing applies to even our physical features. Now, people have said, oh, you people are black, you have woolly hair, so we feel that we have to change the way we look to begin to look like somebody else. We don't have to look like anybody. We just have to be proud of ourselves, feel that we are enough. We are not lacking anything. No, we are not lacking anything. If we feel we are lacking something, it's because we have been indoctrinated by somebody. And so we are living on borrowed values, borrowed whatever. Our ancestors said, borrowed water never quenches thirst.
Hold on that, Professor Kofi Asare-Opoku, who's joined us today on Sages. When we return after these short messages, we'll continue, but the focus then would be on leadership. But you see, he's an environmentalist, and it's important to find a thing or two about our connection with our environment. We'll be right back.
Did you know that some videos circulating on social media falsely claiming to be from JoyNews and advertising some drugs are fakes? These fake videos advertise unapproved medicines using deep fakes of our presenters to endorse these medicines. Here's one example.
Blood pressure exceeds 120/80, internal organs are affected, and a stroke occurs. A famous doctor has developed a drug that prevents high blood pressure.
You can learn to spot these fake videos. Here's how. The first sign. Notice how the lips of the anchor do not exactly match the words being spoken. Also, pay attention to the JoyNews logo in the bottom left corner. With a real JoyNews logo, the globe rotates. If you spot a static logo, it is an indication the video you're watching is fake. Doctored videos often have slight inconsistencies. It could be in the audio quality, visual glitches, or even lighting. Listen to this audio carefully.
Johnson Haynes will talk about a drug from the USA.
You will notice that this is computer generated and lacks the natural pauses and rhythms of a human voice. You will notice something irregular at the edge of the head and the background. It is because the image has most likely been superimposed on that background. Another indication that this video is fake. Finally, always check who is posting the video. In this instance, the post is from a group calling itself Citizens for a Healthy Nation. When you click on the link, it tells you they are into advertising and marketing based in South Africa. This should tell you it is not from JoyNews. In another instance, the post is by an individual who describes himself as Paisano. But again, the page is labeled as advertising and marketing with a number that is reported to originate from the Dominican Republic and an 809 area code that has been associated with scams in the past. This is another indication the video is fake and not from JoyNews. Now that is how you spot the fake. So if something feels off, it probably is. Trust your instincts and double check before sharing or acting on any information. Or better still, you can report to the police or the FDA or come to our offices at JoyNews to verify any advertisement.
My name is Dr. Josina Wachukweku, and on this episode we are going to talk about male urethritis. So what is urethritis? Urethritis is an inflammation of the urethra, and the urethra is the tube in the penis where semen and urine flows through to the outside. That is the urethra. And several things can cause this inflammation. Most commonly, it's usually an infection, and less commonly, we can have other things like trauma, catheterization when you go to the hospital, or when you have prostate disease and you have to put in a catheter. sometimes reactions to certain chemicals like spermicides when you're having sex and other things. But today our focus will be on the causes by infection. Basically, most of them are bacteria. The commonest is called gonorrhea. I'm sure we all know about gonorrhea, and the organism that causes gonorrhea is called Neisseria gonorrhoeae. Followed by that, we have one caused by Chlamydia trachomatis. Then less commonly, we have the Mycoplasma, we have the Uroplasma, we can have Trichomonas. But we are going to focus more on the gonorrhea and then the Chlamydia. Now, these inflammations, when it happens, or this infection of the urethra, usually have a urethra discharge. What is a discharge? A discharge is any liquid aside urine or semen that will come out of your urethra. So if you're a man and you see anything coming out, any form of liquid, whether it is thick or light, coming out of your urethra, and then it is not urine and it is not semen, then you have a urethral discharge. Most of the time when you have discharge, you can have some burning sensation or pain on urination. So when you have these things happening, then you're having a urethritis. That is an infection of your urethra. So for the gonorrhea, usually when you have it, it happens speedily. Like within 3 to 4 days, you realize that you're seeing the discharge and you're having this burning sensation, and it's really, really uncomfortable. For the chlamydia, it's usually very slow. It happens slowly over a period of time, and it takes a very long time, but then you realize that no, this thing has been happening, so let me see a doctor or let me do something about it. The discharge for the gonorrhea is usually white or opaque yellow, and the one for the chlamydia is either watery or mucoid, and sometimes it's usually very small. That is the major differentiation, but you can't just look at it and say that I have gonorrhea or I have chlamydia. You have to come and see your doctor. Now, these infections are STIs, that is, they are sexually transmitted. So for you to have them, then you must have engaged in an unprotected sex, or you are being promiscuous. That means you're having sex with different other people. And because of that, it is a disease of the young. Most commonly, people around 25 years or less. They are the ones who usually get these kind of infection. Others can get it, the older ones can get it, but you realize that it's very common in the younger ones and people who have very bad sexual habits. So now when you realize that you have a discharge and you have painful urination, then you should know that you're having an STI. And because it's an STI, it is very likely that you can have other STIs happening like HIV, herpes, syphilis, and all others. So when you come and see your doctor, the doctor will try and eliminate the other causes or other type of STIs as well. So our dear gentlemen, please, if you see any of these symptoms, please rush to your nearest facility, see your doctor, and get treated. We have our numbers, our WhatsApp numbers also popping up. You can call us if you need help with anything, if you need guidelines to anything, you can reach us, and you can also comment in the section below. Thank you very much for listening to us. God bless you, and don't miss any episode. Thank you.
beautiful people, welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira. It's always about home tips, DIYs and home remedies. A lot of people like coconut oil, but some don't because they claim that it has this unpleasant odor when it is left there for a long time. So today I'm going to share with you how to preserve your coconut oil, whether it is the refined coconut oil or the virgin coconut oil. But before we do that, let's look at some interesting things about coconut. Do you like coconut water? Well, I do. I know some people do too. It is so refreshing because it always comes in a packed container. You know, coconut water has a lot of benefits for the body. It may help to regulate blood sugar levels, and it is also good for nursing mothers because it contains calcium and it helps, you know, the baby's development of stronger bones. So if you are a nursing mother, consider taking coconut water. It is also a form of hydrating drink. So if you are worn out after any physical activity, if you are looking for some refreshing drink to take, kindly reach out for coconut and take the water. And one thing about coconut is that once it is cut open, you have to consume the water immediately, because when the water comes in contact with oxygen, it loses some of its flavor and the nutritional content. So once your coconut is cut open, consume the water straight away. This is the dry coconut, and the oil is extracted from the meat of the dry coconut. So it is broken and the meat is taken out and it is processed, and then we get the virgin oil and then the refined coconut oil. Later in an episode, I'll show you how to extract both oils. But today the focus is on how to preserve the coconut oil. These are, you know, coconut oil, but different methods of extracting them. Now let me show you how the virgin coconut oil looks like and the refined coconut oil also looks like. This is the virgin coconut oil, and it looks so plain, it's just like water. This is the refined coconut oil. I'm also going to pour, and then we see the difference. I just love the aroma. So this is virgin coconut oil. It is plain just like water, and this is refined coconut oil, which has been subjected to heat. Now, if you are using these two oils to cook, with this one, you don't need to use it for deep frying, or if you are doing your stew, you don't have to begin making the stew with this oil. No, it loses its nutrients when you do that. So after your stew is almost done, you can just pour it on top. You don't have to fry the stew with the oil. But with this one, which is the refined coconut oil, you can use it for your deep frying because it has already been exposed to heat. Apart from using these oils to cook, what else can you use them for? Apart from cooking, you can use it to do oil pulling. Now let me show you what oil pulling is. If there's an odor coming from your mouth, you can just take a tablespoonful of it and put it in your mouth and keep it there and swish it around. Keep it there for like 5 to 10 minutes and then you spit it out. Don't swallow it, just spit it out, rinse your mouth, and then you can brush your teeth. Do it in the morning and you are assured of a refreshing breath. You can also use the coconut oil for your skin. You can also use it to massage. You can use it for your hair, and then, you know, our elbows and then our knees. You can, you know, apply the coconut oil there, you know, or even your feet. You know, some people have their feet is so hard, and you can, in the evening when you are going to sleep, you can just apply the coconut oil under your feet. This is the refined coconut oil, and this is the container that you can pour it inside. First of all, make sure that your container is clean and free of any odor. Pour all the oil inside. The oil is in the container. You close it. And then you store it in your storeroom, wherever, your kitchen. But make sure that you don't expose it to heat. So you cannot keep it at a place that there is heat. And if you want to use it, you just open it, get your clean ladle, clean of dirt and of water, and then you put it inside, fetch your oil, and then you use. But a note of caution, don't fetch the oil from here on daily basis. No, if you cook using the oil daily, don't do that. Just get another bottle, or you can even keep some of the oil at the bottom of the gallon and use it till it gets finished, and then you fill it. So this one will be the mother oil. So let's say you open this on weekly basis so that oxygen does not come in contact with the oil too much. Close it tight, and you keep it in a dark place in your kitchen or storeroom. So this one too, the same process. Pour it into a container like this. I have kept the remaining quantity here, so let's say I'll use this within a week. And please be sure to store the oil in your kitchen or in your storeroom. And also make sure that you don't expose it to too much light and too much heat. It can affect the taste of the oil. With the virgin coconut oil, you can also keep it in your freezer. It will solidify, and when in need of some, just use a clean spoon to scrape some and use. Thank you so much for watching Home Tips with Mira, and I believe you have learned how to preserve your coconut oil. Please, anytime you have coconut oil, go by this process and it can last you a very long time. Please don't forget to watch me on this same channel, and also go on my social media handles, Facebook Home Tips with Mira, YouTube Home Tips with Mira, and follow me and like and share the video so that others can also learn from it. Now I am done with the episode, and I'm going to break my coconut and get my fresh juice to refresh myself.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the JoyNews room. Coming up this afternoon, Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram Sam George questions GRA's involvement in the SML deal as he calls for reforms at the authority.
We need to come to that place where we admit and accept that, look, there is a need for deep reforms at the GRA. The GRA must understand what it is doing.
Also coming up, the Konfanoche Teaching Hospital boosts renal care with 3 new dialysis machines, makes progress with hostel construction for patients' relatives.
Springfield Oil gave us 2 refurbished ones. I had a conversation with them last night around 10 p.m. and it is likely that they are going to give us 3 more.
Plus, 3 JoyNews journalists win big at the Meg Foundation Africa Media Awards for highlighting women and children's issues.
These awards have promoted the discussion.
Parliament for Ningo Pram Samuel Nate George is calling for reformation at the Ghana Revenue Authority, questioning the involvement of the authority in the SML deal. According to him, the GRA should have withheld taxes from the payments made to Strategic Mobilization Limited. Speaking on Newsfile, Sam George maintained that the GRA seems to be acting under duress.
So when GRA was making payments to SML, they ought to know that they ought to have withheld taxes. But that points to the point Atta tried to make, that it appears as though the GRA itself is under duress in this deal, where officers of the GRA, because of the overwhelming influence of the patriarchs of SML and their relationship with the GRA, people are under so much duress that they are failing to even carry out the basic, forget the procurement things that I was spoken about, those are even like very complex things. The basic thing, okay, you've created looting and you are sharing. The small withholding tax that is the base, that also the GRA itself. So when the policeman is involved in armed robbery, who arrested?
Because if any firm in this country fails to withhold tax, the GRA, after an audit, makes the firm pay up that amount it failed to withhold.
With a penalty.
With a penalty.
With a penalty.
And the penalty is up to 300%.
Yes.
That is their own law that they implement.
So you see the earlier statement I made, and this is just one example of how the GRA itself, in fact, this is one of its core things, ensuring the payment or withholding of taxes and all of that. The point must be made that even in setting up this entity, it is someone from GRA who then goes to run the thing. So basically, it's like GRA hiving off itself, giving itself a private face, and saying to it, do their job, and now what I would have earned a salary from the taxpayer for, only a salary, let me earn a commercial interest in it. And so that's why I'm saying that, look, we need to come to that place where we admit and accept that, look, there is a need for deep reforms at the GRA. The GRA must understand what it is doing.
There's been some radical changes there in the last few months. Yeah.
Well, those changes, are they superficial? Are they consequential? Time will tell. But you see something, we need to ask ourselves very serious questions. Because as we speak, the GRA is engaged in all kinds of procurement. There's one, if I start talking about it now, you say it's not this matter. But domestic tax revenue, I'm sure you know about it. With Tata, IPMC and all of that. Look, interesting things are going on in the GRA, which should worry any Ghanaian, because the GRA sets its own question, sets its marking scheme, and answers it.
Meanwhile, Vice President of Imani Africa, Bryce Simmons, is accusing the Strategic Mobilization Limited, SML, of evading taxes.
SML has been trying to convince us is that this gap between what GRA used to, the information GRA has, and the information NPA, which is the main regulator, has, was due to under-declaration. And then what you see on the screen, the green and the blue, is when they came into the picture, and they are trying to prove to you that there was a convergence. That gap vanished. What I'm trying to explain to you is that the red line that you see in the middle is the period during which is April 2020, is that period when ICAMS was integrated into GRA's platform. And if you see it carefully, you see that it comes before May 2020, when this new company, the black line that you see, the black dotted line, when this company came. So you see that the convergence, the green and the red, converging together appears before SML actually comes to the picture. Yeah. And that's what we see in the KPMG report on page 157.
Right.
And that line you see is the dates or the period in which ICAMS, which is at the port, was integrated into the GRA platform. So it tells you clearly that before SML was brought into the picture, that convergence, that narrowing of the gap between the green line, which represents the MPA data, and the red line, which represents the GRA, had already happened. You can see it clearly now. And this is in page 157 of the KPMG report. And this information the president refused to share with us. Another thing that you also see in the KPMG report that the president refused to share with us, and why, therefore, Media Foundation for West Africa and Fourth Estate had to force him to do so through the RTI process, and which, if that had not happened, we would not have known, is the fact that actually KPMG already told the president that a lot of the increases in revenue we saw was not due to SML's work, but was due to the fact that tax rates were changing. Of course, prices of petroleum have also been changing. So if petrol prices go up over time, and then you have ad valorem taxes, those ad valorem taxes will go up.
Common
but you
sense.
have specific taxes. If the taxes themselves go up, then the volume will go up. And that is also in page 158 of the KPMG report, which the president refused to share with the people of Ghana. So that information was captured, but was not shared.
Now, organizers of the planned #Doomsor Must Stop vigil are threatening defiance if the police administration attempts to, yet again, thwart their protests. It follows the withdrawal of an application that sought to block the vigil from being held at the Revolutionary Square, which is classified as security zone. In court on Friday, the police withdrew the initial application, which was rendered moot after organizers put forward new modalities for the protest. Latif Idris has the rest of the story.
Following the withdrawal of the application here at the court complex, organizers of the Dumso Must Stop Vigil say they are anxiously waiting on the police to have an invitation for them to sit down and agree on the new modalities for the vigil to come off on the newly proposed date.
We'll be waiting for an invitation from the police, inviting us to discuss the modalities for the Dumso Must Stop Vigil. Because the police themselves, they are also bearing the brunt of this Dumso. The last time we were at the regional police command, there was Dumso there. It was this lantern that we used. They were groping their hands in the dark, looking for their switch. You understand? To switch off the air conditioner there.
On the question of whether or not the police will extend this invitation, the organizers say if the police fail to invite them to agree on the modalities, they will defy them and go ahead with the vigil.
One will be hard put, even if that case comes back to this place. I'm speaking for myself. I would disregard it. That article I quoted, now that constitutional provision of Article 41I, which says that we must always cooperate with the police, with lawful agencies in the maintenance of law and order. Sometimes we must fight fire with fire, because out of chaos comes order. If the invitation never comes, we go ahead to do our thing. We have notified them already. That is what the Public Order Act says. So if the police doesn't give us or invite us for a meeting, then it means that they have breached or they are breaching the Public Order Act, which enjoins them to invite us for a meeting to discuss the modalities for the vigil. So if they don't invite us, we will go ahead and hold our event successfully.
The vigil is now slated for June 8, 2024.
Some politics now. The Nkranza South Secretariat of the National Democratic Congress has refuted claims that its members attacked the parliamentary candidate of the New Patriotic Party in the ongoing limited voters registration exercise. The party, at a press conference addressed by its constituency communications officer, Ejenim Boateng, said the MPP's decision to bring non-resident thugs to torment new registrants has been a source of tension since the start of the exercise. Anas Sabit has more.
In a swift response to a recent press conference organized by the New Patriotic Party in the Nkranza South constituency over an alleged assault on the NPP's parliamentary candidate, the NDC stated that its Member of Parliament, Emmanuel Ajekum, is a peace-loving individual and the party remained committed towards maintaining peace within the constituency.
The NDC in Nkranza South are peace-loving people who are committed to maintaining the tranquility and unity of our beloved constituency. It is right that this positive attribute of the NDC in Nkranza South is what has helped us to uplift the image of Nkranza, as about 80% of all the infrastructure development were embarked on by the NDC under the leadership of Honorable Emmanuel Ajekum, the Member of Parliament.
Constituency Communications Office of the party, Ejenim Boateng, emphasized that the NPP candidate Harriet Opon's violent nature has contributed to the chaos recorded within the Nkranza South constituency.
It is unfortunately sad and regrettable that these gains are being waned due to the violent nature of Madam Harriet Opon Chrematen, the parliamentary candidate for the MPP in the Nkranza South.
They say the NPP's decision to bring non-residents of the area as well as macho men to torment registrants has been the primary source of confusion since the start of the limited voter registration exercise.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, it will be recalled that on the 29th of March this year, which was Good Friday, Madam Harriet Chrematen, upon as usual, went to Nsuninsa with her tax. Notable among them is a guy called Pascal. He is moving around brandishing powerful pump action gun, threatening the people always. He is the main cause of confusion and chaos, and these are orchestrated and under the leadership and directorship of Harriet Chrematen Opon, the parliamentary candidate of the MPP.
They want the general public to disregard early allegations made by the MPP and treat it as an attempt to divert attention from the party's misconduct.
The allegations made by the MPP in their recent press release that was addressed by their secretary are entirely fabricated lies. They are uninspiring lies. This desperate attempt to divert attention from their own misconduct.
Ajanim Boatin, also known as Katasco, however, emphasized that the NDC will not allow itself to be intimidated by the NPP and the place, and call on the general public to remain calm and vigilant throughout the registration process.
Let me hasten to say that we in the NDC are peace-loving individuals, but we are not cowards. We are not cowards. We are least perturbed by the outmoded political strategy where Harriet is using the police and in the name of we are in government to intimidate our people. We call on all residents of Nkranza to remain calm and vigilant. The NDC will continue to uphold peace and ensure that our democratic processes are protected from the disruptive tactics of the MPP.
Summit, JoyNews, Nkranza.
Now, independent candidate for Sunyani East parliamentary elections, Ransford Entry, has said the lack of the expected development influenced the people's call for him to rescue the constituency based on his track record of championing the interest of communities. Now, speaking during a courtesy call on religious leaders in Sunyani to inform them of his intentions, Mr. Entry admitted to the enormity of the task ahead, but said he trusted the people to give him the mandate to represent them and use his well-developed network to drive development. Precious Semevo has more.
Sunyani East constituency is one of the strong seats of the ruling NPP in the Bono region. The current Member of Parliament, Kwesi Akyereme, is aiming for a 5th term. But a new face and an old son of Sunyani, Ransford Entry, aims to unseat the incumbent as an independent candidate for the constituency. He said his desire to contest is born out of the constituents' call for a candidate who will prioritize Sunyani's development. He made the remarks after a courtesy call on the Sunyani Traditional Council and the regional chief imam.
Whoever knows me will tell you that I never wanted to do politics. I felt I could do something without necessarily getting involved. But at some point I felt that the calls were so huge that I had to listen. I have built strong network, so I thought that this will benefit my constituency, and I believe that when I have the mandate, I am going to do well as an MP. Growing up, there were people that I grew up with, some traveled abroad and never came back, but I never wanted to leave. I wanted to live and help build this city. Unfortunately, without political power, it's been difficult. So I'm going to throw myself in, and I believe that the people are going to believe in me and give me the mandate.
Ransford Entry said he will offer the kind of leadership that will bring development.
It's never about MPP or NDC, it's about Sunyani. It is not because I feel it is an opportunity to amass wealth. No, I feel it is an opportunity to serve my people. And over the years they have known me. I'm not someone who is selfish, greedy. I have tried to mentor people. I have tried to train people to become entrepreneurs. And I believe that when I become MP, I'm going to offer the leadership that has been lacking over the years to ensure that Sunyani gets its fair share of the national cake.
Akomuhini of the Sunyani traditional area, Nana Kwaku Sabin, said Sunyani indeed deserves a man of Entry's track record. But
we need somebody. Here will be this year, come and fight for us. And I know what you know once you on a waba. Waba dear necessary, yeah, Tim Mamulia, as I say, a cherry dog near the Kukumoti way. But who pay the team at the manor? No.
Precious Semevo, JoyNews, Sunyani.
Well, away from politics, Member of Parliament for the West Constituency, Upper West Constituency Superintendent retired Peter Lachine Tubo has expressed worry about the numerous chieftaincy conflicts in the country, stating that it does not augur well for the speedy development of the country, whilst commending the people of Dorimo Traditional Council for peace and tranquility in the area. He urged the newly enskilled paramount chief to look into history, learn best practices from the predecessors, and give out his best. Here's Rafiq Salam with more.
Superintendent retired Peter Lachine Tubo's meeting with members of the Dorimo Traditional Council is the first since the enskinment and coronation of the new paramount chief of the area, Na Alhaji Seydou Tungbana Salimbile II, last year. The aim is to fraternize with them, listen to their challenges they are facing, and seek their support and blessing for the 2024 general elections.
I am here this morning to re-echo my promise to commit my all to see to it that Wawes improves day by day. The development of Wawes should be seen progressing. And I am here to let you know that that vision hasn't changed. That commitment hasn't changed. I stand by every word that I gave you many days ago. And I'm so glad that today, as a paramount chief of the Dorimo traditional area, you stand in a better position to galvanize support in line with the vision of the development of Wawes, and very particularly the Dorimo traditional area.
He called for collaboration and improved healthy relationship between the chiefs and their subjects to maintain peace in the enclave.
Chieftaincy disputes have created problems in this country, from the south to the north, from the east to the west. But thank God, we don't have any country in this world where, in fact, insecurity is totally zero, or crime rate is zero. But I am proud to say that the security situation in Wawes, the peace and security we are enjoying because of the collaboration between the various stakeholders, including the chiefs, is something I need to applaud all of you for.
Members of the Dorimo Council presented a litany of challenges that they wish, if they are fixed, will better the lives of the people. Key among them are the carving out of a new district for the area from the current Wawes district, deployable roads, and abandoned government projects, including the Dorimo Community Day Senior High School. Now Alhaji Seydou Tungbana Salimbile II threw further light on them.
Sometimes my people come to me, they are lamenting because we saw the beginning of this Dolumo Jambusi road. The contractor cleared the road and we were told he was going to tar up to Jambusi because of the Jambusi water project. But it has been lying there since for the past 7 or so years. Nothing has been done.
Superintendent retired Lachine Tubo also had a similar meeting with members of the Wachau Traditional Council. High-ranking chiefs from the area, including the paramount chief of Wachau, Na Imoru Goma II, were present at the meeting. The concern of the people was generally in the area of security and unemployment. The Wawes legislator spoke to them about his vision for the district.
I will always do my best to ensure that together as a people, collaboratively, we can make Wawes one of the best districts in this country. We will make the people of Wawes some of the people in this country who are really working with that level of dignity. We will command respect across Ghana. And wherever we find ourselves, when you announce your mission and tell people that you are from Wawes, people will bow before you and say, people of Wawes are doing a great job because we are together.
Reporting for JoyNews, Rafiq Salam, Wachau.
MP for Wawes, Lachine Tubo there on the chieftaincy disputes in that part of the country. Let's go to the Ashanti region now, where the Komfo Anokye Teaching Hospital has taken significant steps towards improving its renal care services with the purchase of 3 new dialysis machines. The equipment procured from the hospital's internally generated funds are being installed amidst growing concerns over the cost of renal services and the scarcity of dialysis facilities in the country. The hospital has also made progress in the construction of hostel facilities to accommodate relatives of long-distance patients on admission. Anabwachi Adam has more.
Acquisition of the 3 additional dialysis machines will significantly expand capacity, allowing the Komfo Teaching Hospital to treat more patients and reduce wait lists. The purchase of these machines was done through the hospital's internally generated funds. Professor Ochre Adeymensa is the CEO of the hospital.
You would have heard me say in times past that Komfo had only 1.5 dialysis machines because we had 2, but one was working at fault. Presently, we have 4 thanks to Springfield. Springfield Oil gave us 2 refurbished ones. I had a conversation with them last night around 10 p.m. and it is likely that they are going to give us 3 more refurbished ones. But the hospital again uses internally generated funds and has purchased 3 brand new dialysis machines, which you saw. The installation is being done. I'm expecting 2 brand new ones, possibly by the end of this month, if not middle of next month, from a company whose permission I do not have to put their name out. But if we have 2 brand new ones added to the 3, we have 5 brand new ones, we already have 4 in place, that makes 9. And if the 3 from Springfield come on board, we'd have a total of 12. But I must, however, say that the new Minister for Health is intent on ensuring that he equips the various health facilities with dialysis machines. And so, for example, there's been a meeting of all the CEOs in the teaching hospitals together with him and some engineers, and he's looking at bringing some more machines to Komfo to Tamale. Tamale presently has 3 or 4, if my memory serves me right, Cape Coast, and then to the newly established Sunyani Teaching Hospital.
The situation of relatives of patients sleeping and camping outside the hospital, often under unfavorable weather conditions, has been a major concern to management. To tackle this issue, CATH initiated the construction of a hostel facility designed specifically to accommodate relatives. Professor Ochre Adeymensa is resolved to see the project's completion.
Much as our core mandate as a hospital does not essentially include the provision of such services for relatives, to the extent that some of these patients would definitely come with relatives because of the state in which they find themselves, it has become necessary for us to make that kind of provision. And so, cognizant of that responsibility, this was entered into with a private contractor and a BOT arrangement for him to build a facility like that that would house the relatives who come with such patients. Like I told you, it's about 80% complete. We have the opportunity to look at it ourselves. We saw the beds that were present, we saw the doors, the floors were done, the tiling had been done. There are a few fixtures that need to be put in place, and once those things are done, I'm sure that we would have use of it.
The hospital has also refurbished its physiotherapy unit to help improve service delivery.
It was in a pretty bad state, but management took the decision that it was possible for us to use part of our internally generated funds to fix it. That has been done, and that has resulted in the very nice edifice you saw when we went round. We initially had a hydrotherapy unit, but is kind of obsolete. It's not being used at the moment. And it's going to cost about $150,000 to fix it. The cost on the return on investment is low. And so what we are intending to do with that space is to change the architecture so that it can now be used for the limb fitting center.
For JoyNews, Nana Boache Dankwa Yadom, Kumasi.
The Ghana Mental Health Authority is advocating a proactive approach to combating potential breakdowns among office workers. In a recent training session held for staff at the Economic and Organized Crime Office, EOCO, emphasis was placed on the critical role of regular exercise in safeguarding mental well-being. Beyond physical activity, the session also underscored the importance of early diagnosis and intervention in managing mental health challenges effectively. Michael Ashale has more in the following report.
The month of May has been designated as a Mental Health Awareness Month, with Ghana Mental Health Authority leading the charge under the banner of the Purple Month. At a recent event in collaboration with the Economic and Organized Crime Office, staff members were educated on the importance of staying active and incorporating exercise into their daily routines. Dr. Richard Asamoah, a psychiatrist and clinical psychologist, shared insights on the mental health breakdowns and importance of physical activity.
And some of these may include very basic and simple things like changes in your appetite, changes in mood. So when I say appetite, I mean that some people may end up eating more than usual or eating less. Some people may begin to experience some sadness, being more excited than usual. Some may also experience some anxiety symptoms. You may also have changes in sleep pattern. Some people, when they are stressed and they are depressed, may sleep more. Others may also sleep less. So these are some signs of it. You can also have changes in how you interact with people. So talking to people, interacting with them may become limited. Some people may feel more isolated, not feel like talking or coming out to engage with people. So these are all signs of mental health challenges and problems. Sometimes even memory problems can be an evidence of it. Having problems remembering things that you usually would easily remember. Some people will say that for the most part, they are the ones who would remember things and remind people in the family. But recently they're having memory problems. Poor concentration. So when they have the concentration problems and these memory problems and motivational problems, then sometimes affects your function at work.
Dr. Asamoah also challenged office workers to prioritize exercise in their daily routines.
The first thing is looking at prevention. So we'll talk about preventing it in the first place. Now, this will involve things like having regular rest periods, paying attention to your mental health in the sense that you look at, have some time to have some leisure activities, also be able to have break times when you can rest, think through the day, how have things gone, and what can I do to help myself. But beyond that, also we'll be talking about movement, so exercise, very important. Our diet is also a very important part of it. Do not sit and wait for them to get worse. Okay, talk to somebody. There are mental health experts across the country, psychiatrists, psychologists, occupational therapists.
Belinda Momo Mate, head of welfare, health and safety at Yoko, shared her optimism about the training's impact on staff performance.
So we make it a point that once in every year, we come up and then educate our staff on mental health and the stigma attached to it. Because one way or the other, once you are working, you'll be stressed out among other things. We just want everyone to know that it's normal to at times feel down. A lot of people are going through it. It is not that you are mad. So that is the motivation that we have. That's why every year we try to bring people from the Mental Health Authority to educate our staff on it.
She also advocated for more companies to prioritize employee well-being.
I will advise other institutions to do same, because when officers or your staff are in the right frame of mind, they understand there are no issues. They know where to channel whatever they are feeling through. I think you will have the best out of them.
Some great news to report this afternoon. 3 JoyNews journalists have been recognized at the MEG Foundation African Media Recognition Awards held in Accra on Friday. JoyNews' assistant editor Himin Teria and broadcast journalist Emmanuel Bright Kweku and Anita Sewa-Juga were awarded for highlighting women and children's issues. The 3 were among 83 Africans celebrated for stupendous storytelling under the More Than a Mother, Diabetes and Hypertension and special awards. Here's more in this report.
Once a day to appreciate the works and efforts of journalists in West Africa who have led the way in providing the voice for voiceless women and children marginalized by the society. While on Himin Terrier's JoyNews hotline documentary titled Child Bride, the sad story of minors forced to become wives, was adjudged the overall best in the multimedia category of the award, Bright Kweku and Anita Ajuga jointly came in third in the same category. The duos rescuing the Ghanaian adolescent girl won them the award. The awardees took turns receiving plaques and certificates from Ghana's First Lady, Rebecca Ekufuado, who also doubles as the patron of the MEG Foundation. Mrs. Rebecca Ekufuado is encouraging the winners to continue with their good works in representing the marginalized minority in society.
These awards have promoted the discussion of critical social issues and given young people the opportunity to showcase their talents. I am therefore excited today to meet and recognize our media, fashion, film and song awards winners. I'm also happy that we have previous winners with us. I congratulate you all. Please continue to be the voice of the voiceless through your work.
The MEC Foundation, in partnership with the Rebecca Foundation, has transformed the patient care landscape of Ghana, providing 146 doctors in underserved areas with critical medical specialties such as fertility, cancer, diabetes, cardiology, and others. Senator Dr. Rasha Kelej is the CEO of the MEC Foundation.
Of course, if I tell you that in total, in Africa and in Asia and developing countries, Merck Foundation provided more than 1,010 scholarships for doctors from 52 countries in 42 critical and underserved specialties, which I mentioned. It's a huge number. It is actually a huge milestone. I don't see that any foundation before us or even currently have provided such opportunity to improve access to equitable and quality healthcare solutions and to transform the patient care landscape in Africa.
For JoyNews, my name is Emmanuel Bright Kweku.
Now, the sanitation crisis in some senior high schools in the country has negative effects on academic activities. A situation stakeholders are saying calls for urgent attention from relevant authorities. However, in a remarkable display of generosity and commitment to education, philanthropist Richard Kodje Champong and his wife, Joanna Asari Champong, have funded and overseen the completion of essential facilities at their alma mater in Konya Senior High School. The couple has donated a state-of-the-art 12-seater modern washroom facility and renovated a 10-cubicle modern bathhouse for the girls' dormitory. These facilities are valued at $30,000 and were completed in record format and handed over to the school for immediate use. Here's more in this report.
At a brief ceremony held to commemorate the donation, the headmaster of Nkonya Senior High School, Mr. Ansa Kwabena Moses, expressed profound gratitude to the benefactors while shedding light on the school's present needs. He highlighted the absence of a sick bay, the lack of education management software, and the urgent need for renovation of dormitory blocks.
Permit me to be Oliver Twist today. The school has several other needs that I would like to draw your attention to. The school lacks a sick bay, so we rush students to nearby health facilities. Very deep in the night, at times students have to carry a sick person on their back. There is no education management software to make our work easy. So we are about years behind the clock of digitalization. The girls' dormitory block A and the boys' dormitory block need serious renovation. The boys' washrooms are not functioning, so the bath are the enclosed forecourt of the washroom. The school lacks a picker for the use by administration, so the 26-seater bus is being used for all purposes, making the cost of administration very high and challenging. I am therefore appealing to anyone who could help us in providing for the above main needs. Our doors are open to receive all and sundry.
Addressing concerns about the ongoing conflict between Nkonya and Alavanyu, Moses reassured parents that the school remains a safe haven for education.
Other schools like Rara, KJB, where they are recording 4,000 and all this, Ngosek is even older than those schools. Yes, people have been complaining about the war, But the war has nothing to do with Nkosek. Because if you look at where Nkosek is situated, as far as the Nkonya Light is concerned, it's even not part of the conflict zone. But because people are far, as soon as they hear of Nkonya war, they are thinking that their children are unsafe. But I can tell you on authority that even when during that conflict time, there is no way that this school has been attacked, because the school is far from the disputed line or where the fight is going on. And I can tell you that now there is nothing like war. The place is peaceful. Everybody is going about doing his duty.
In an interview with the media, lawyer Richard Kojo Echampo expressed gratitude for the education he received at Nkonya Senior High School. He encouraged other individuals and corporate entities to join hands in supporting educational institutions, emphasizing the collective responsibility to invest in the future of Ghana's youth.
This was the only school that gave me the opportunity to pursue secondary education. So from time to time, I come around and visit my parents. So on the 27th of December, I passed here with my family to see how the school was faring. When we go to the facility that is used by the girls for washing and place of convenience, it was really horrific and heartbreaking. So we decided, my wife and myself decided that, look, there is something that we can do. Nkosek is part of our community. We are part of that community. And so we decided to invest into it to give the girls a clean and safe facility for use. Well, this is just not an amenity, it is a public health issue. Assuming they continue to use the dilapidated facility, it has a lot of health implications, and you do not expect your children or girls to be using something that is not hygienic. So I think it is a problem for the school, and our contribution has alleviated that particular problem. I don't think government alone can resolve all the problems that we have. It is wrong for people to be thinking government has got all the resources to be able to resolve all the problems that we do have in our communities. At the end of the day, this is an institution that we all have to be very proud of. And if we don't invest into it and own it, we cannot be proud of it. And I think that is the driving force for us to do this. And so I'm calling on other NGOs, I'm calling on other individuals who are able to afford it to intervene in resolving some of the pertinent problems that we do have in our community.
Some of the students who were excited also spoke with the media.
It has been tough for us though, but we are grateful that we have gotten new one, because the old one, it's not easy. At least you always squat to defecate, and we can get infection from it though. No light is also there. We don't feel comfortable when we visit there because there is no light and there is darkness there. And some of the toilets is not good. So we don't feel comfortable when we go there. We find it difficult to visit the ladies when it's night or when it's late, because maybe you might see some snake or something that will bite you, and it's not good for us to go there.
Ivy Setoji, JoyNews, Nkonya.
Now, trunks are every boarding student's treasure box. They're symbols of organization, security, and a home away from home. But have you ever wondered about the hands that craft these essential items? Well, Joy Prime's Florence Ahoydegbe caught up with 23-year-old Justice Kwesi Arthur Jr., who inherited the art of trunk manufacturing from her father.
A brief ceremony here to commemorate the donation. The headmaster of Nkonya Senior High School,
Today, I found myself here in Palladium, where craftsmanship runs deep in the veins of the community. Today, I will dive into the age-old tradition of trunk manufacturing, where skills are passed on from generation to generation. Come along.
In the lives of boarding students, trunks are more than just storage containers. For students, a trunk is like a treasure box. It has nearly everything: books, clothes, and other personal effects. In the trunk, students learn how to organize stuff. Meet Justice, a 23-year-old man who learned the trunk-making business from his father. From a young age, Justice has been immersed in the essential pieces for students.
For the trunk business, that's my dad's occupation. So growing up as a kid, I'll follow him here on weekends. Then he'll be like, oh, Justice, do this for me, do this for me, do this for me. Then I'll do it. So I was with him, learning alongside. So after junior high, that's when I came to work with him. Like, I'll follow him every day, come and work with him. Yeah. So even when I go to school as an SHS, when I vacate, when I come back, still be with him. Then after SHS, that's how I got into the We get a material from the market, that's timber market. That's blue, we get it, buy, then we straight the plate, we mark it, we have a pattern, already made pattern. So we put it on it, mark it, cut it, then we start molding. So we mold, then they wet, then we come and cover, then they grind it. The boys grind it, then they spray, and we wrap it.
Making trunks is not merely a business. In every box, he builds and welds on his father's legacy with pride. The demand for trunks is especially high during the back-to-school rush, with Justice selling up to 50 trunks a day.
Yeah, so they'll come here, you see them, even if you are far, you see them here, it's like, see them walking here about, playing to people with their mothers, coming in and out, but like it's very busy over here. During that period, we can sell a lot. So generally, my dad can sell approximately 70, 80 in a day. If you say you are waiting till that period before you start making, the period will pass and like you're still not finished.
Metal trunks are known for their durability and are preferred over wooden alternatives like chop boxes.
If we don't make the trunks, they don't go to school. I went to boarding school, so I know how it is. People can, with the chop box, people can just break the under. It's just nails. So we just remove the under and then we lift it and take your things. But with trunks, how it is made, you can't open somewhere like it has been even welded. So it's hard to break in.
Despite studying cinematography, Justice sees the trunk making business as a stepping stone to realizing his dreams.
I'm a cinematographer. But the plan is gather money here, then invest into my cinematography dreams.
For Justice, there's no shame in his job. Trunk making is a tradition, a decent source of livelihood, and a passion. Florence Ahodagbe for Joy Prime.
Doesn't this just remind you of your SHS days? Well, you're watching JoyNews from some disturbing news to report. This afternoon, Ghanaian actor Lil Wayne reportedly involved in an accident. Lil Wayne has been involved in a car accident at a Makum suburb of Kumasi. We're hearing he was traveling with two others when his saloon Benz car collided head-on with another vehicle. Lil Wayne and other passengers are reported to have sustained injuries and were rushed to the accident and emergency unit of the Komfo Anoche Teaching Hospital. The incident, we are told, occurred this morning in front of the Grace Baptist Church at Amakum. Kojo Nkansa, or Lil Wayne, has been on radio tour promoting his latest movie, A Country Called Ghana, set for premiering in Kumasi, I believe today, this day of his accident. So those are visuals we have received from the accident scene. Lil Wayne apparently being whisked to the hospital there after that unfortunate incident. We are keeping tabs on the story. We'll update you as and when we have some more information. But there you have it. Actor Lil Wayne reportedly involved in an accident. He's been on a tour to promote his new movie, A Country Called Ghana. That incident happening just this morning on the day that he was supposed to premiere his movie. We continue to follow this story, bring you updates subsequently. We're taking a short break. We'll bring you business after that.
Every election season marks a new chapter in the journey of democracy, and for some, is their very first step into the voting booth. Welcome to Just Turned 18.
Let me see by hands those who will be voting.
I feel so much excited. Now I have the opportunity to use my time to bring someone into power. I'm very excited to vote.
The show that delves into the hearts and minds of first-time voters.
They see me like inconspicuous person.
People usually use chairs, stones to queue. They will be expecting you to stand behind those chairs and stuff.
From communities to quiet corners, we journey across the nation, gauging the pulse of first-time voters. It's not about political affiliations. It's about the issues that matter.
This economy is very hard, so you just have to vote. Vote wisely.
This free education, at least, if you haven't done anything at all, at least, for financial aspects, has reduced the burden.
Someone died because there was no bed. There's nothing that will change my mind to register this year. Until I see a change in the health sector, education, and then employment.
Join Lois Shola Adeyemi as she explores the hopes, fears, and dreams of a generation poised to make their voices heard. Just Turned 18, the critical voice of first-time voters.
The race for the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there is one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your election headquarters. Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines. The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Welcome back to Joy Newsroom. Time to bring you some business news. The Made in Ghana Bazaar held at the Accra International Conference Center has emerged as a pivotal event celebrating the entrepreneurial spirit of Ghana. On its second day, the Bazaar continued to draw larger crowds and heightened enthusiasm, providing a platform for entrepreneurs to showcase their exceptional craftsmanship and diverse products. Here's more.
The second day of the Made in Ghana Bazaar continued to build on the excitement and success of the opening day, showcasing an impressive array of Ghanaian craftsmanship, culture, and cuisine. The event, held at the Accra International Conference Center, brought together artisans, entrepreneurs, and patrons in a vibrant celebration of Ghanaian ingenuity and heritage. The bazaar saw a notable increase in attendance. Many expressed their delight at the variety and quality of products on display, ranging from traditional textiles and handcrafted jewelry to organic beauty products and artisanal foods. Patrons revealed a strong appreciation for the bazaar's offerings and its role in promoting local businesses.
This is Wasa Wasa. This is the first time I'm coming for the third Made in Ghana Bazaar. And then I'm eating Wasa Wasa made by Eat by Noir, and also shea butter for the hair, which is upstairs.
This is my first time experiencing something like this. This is my first time here at Accra Conference Center, and actually I'm really amazed of the things that I'm seeing. Being the fashion student, you know, I have to get exposed to a lot of things to inspire me in my creativity. So, Belly, I've seen a lot of styles and different fabrics that I've not seen before.
Exhibitors expressed satisfaction with the turnout and engagement from patrons.
Yesterday we were able to make some sales and it wasn't bad at all, so we are looking forward to see more.
So far so good. People pass through, some buy, some also because it's a new thing, they want us to tell them more about it. So we try to explain things to them, and it's like, oh wow, this is a good thing.
The Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Kweku Ampratrum Sapong, attended the bazaar and shared his insights. He highlighted the Bazaar's role in promoting Ghana's image to the global market.
And bringing all the manufacturers under one umbrella, it has become easier for them to congregate in one area. Interested persons or companies or investors walk in, and then they are able to go to the various stands, engage the manufacturers, see their products, ask the necessary questions, and a great opportunity for maybe business deals to be initiated.
He also emphasized the ministry's support for such initiatives through international partnerships and trade agreements aiming to boost economic diplomacy and attract foreign investment.
As a ministry with the responsibility of opening doors to the external world, we should not only be concentrating on the political issues and political talk, but we should also be looking at the economic side of things.
As the Bazaar continues, it promises to strengthen its role as a key platform for economic development and cultural pride.
All right, UBA Ghana has commemorated this year's Africa Union Day with a ceremony held at its head office and other business offices across the country. Here's more. As UBA Ghana marks its 20th anniversary and 75th anniversary of the UBA Group, the financial institution continues to leverage Africa Day to celebrate the continent's unity in diversity and highlight its rich cultural and economic potential. Staff showcase the rich cultural heritage of Africa by dressing in various indigenous attire representing different tribes, ethnic groups, and countries. This year's celebrations featured a range of exciting activities, including a continent-wide competition, the Africa Day Best Dress competition, open to all staff members with prizes of up to $12,000 to be won across the network. UBA Ghana showcased its commitment to boosting trade in Africa through its innovative products and services. Henry Nidote is head of marketing and corporate communications at UBA Ghana.
Brought several products that support trade in Africa. Like UBA Connect. In UBA Connect, you can operate your account in 20 countries as it goes. So we say one account, 20 countries. You can leave Ghana and go to Burkina Faso and draw down on your account that is in Ghana. We facilitate remittance in Africa through our Africash product, where you can send money from Ghana to other parts of Africa, and it's real-time instant. The persons will receive the money in their local currency. We also have the UBA Trade, where we support and facilitate trade across Africa. When you sell your wares in other African countries, the monies can be deposited in your UBA account and you receive the city equivalent right here in Ghana. You don't need to worry about forex losses or currency conversions, because we are indeed the United Bank for Africa, and we unite Africa through the celebration of the Africa Day.
To engage customers, the bank hosted an interactive activity called Spin the Wheel, offering education on African history, food, tourist sites, culture, and the chance to win exciting prizes. Customers of the bank were also treated to some local drinks and snacks as part of the celebrations. You have been watching JoyNews. Before we go, just a quick recap of some news we're receiving from the Ashanti region. Ghanaian actor and musician Kojo Nkansah, also known as Lil Wayne, has been involved in a car accident at the Amakum suburb of Kumasi. He was traveling with two others when his Salon Benz car collided head-on with another vehicle. Lil Wayne and the other passengers are reported to have sustained injuries and were rushed to the accident and emergency unit of the Konfanoshi Teaching Hospital. The incident occurred this morning in front of the Grace Baptist Church at Amakom. Lil Wayne has been on a radio tour promoting his latest movie, A Country Called Ghana, set to premiere today in Kumasi. Unfortunately, this incident happening this morning. We will keep following this for you, bring you updates subsequently here on JoyNews. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com. My name is Daryl Kwao. Thanks for watching.
You are the star.
The right.
1 to ethane diol.
Yeah.
Sodium hypochlorite.
Yes. Yes, Selena.
Coordinates.
Of course. What else?
The race for the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It's time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage: JoyNews, your election headquarters.
Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
You are the star.
The right.
1 to ethane diol.
Yeah.
They're going to squeeze them and bust them and bust them out.
Front of it.
False.
Yes. No.
Sodium hypochlorite.
Yes. Yes, Selena.
Coordinates.
Of course. What else?
Hello everyone. You are welcome to the 2023 National Championship of the National Science and Maths Quiz. This is a prelim stage, and in this first contest, we have these schools representing: Anlo Senior High School, Nkwanza Senior High Technical School, and Bonpe Senior High Technical School. The National Science and Maths Quiz is proudly sponsored by the Ghana Education Service in partnership with GOIL PLC and supported by JoyNews, AT, Prudential Life Insurance Ghana, Pepsodent Toothpaste, Better Malt, Garnet, Coronation Insurance, Accra College of Medicine, Academic City University College, Cowbell, Belacqua, GTP, Newmont Ghana, African World Airlines, and YFM. My name is Dr. Thelma Ohinie J, your quiz mistress, and this is a primetime production. The contest begins with a preamble to all the schools. Indicate how the given feature adapts towards to life. Bonpe Senior High Technical School. Short and stout limbs.
Okay, so the short and stout limbs of toes enables them to hop effectively, hop and jump, and it is very strong and acts as prevent shock.
Okay, I'll take it. Nkranza Senior High Technical School. Long, sticky tongue. Yes, Kelvin.
So that is adapted for the tool to catch prey or to get nutrition for itself.
I'll take that as well. And Law Senior High School. Secretions from poisonous glands in the skin.
Okay, so these poisonous substances are produced in order to prevent the toad from being attacked by its predator.
Yes, that is correct. Round 2 is the Pepsodent speed race. What mass of water is produced from the complete combustion of 2.8 grams of ethene? Yes, Anlo.
3.6 grams.
That is correct. Name the viscous straw-colored liquid component of blood. Yes.
The plasma.
That is correct. What is the main source of carbon for plants?
CO2. That is carbon dioxide from the atmosphere.
That is correct. That brings us to the final round of the contest. Although I am a compound on my own, my name may refer to a class of chemical compounds commonly found in the hydrated form. I am slightly acidic and a natural antiseptic. I am commonly used in food preservation as a pickling agent and in industrial baking powder. Yes, Bonpe.
Yeast.
Come again.
Yeast.
No. Who rang the bell next? Nkranza.
Sodium hydrogen carbonate 4.
No. I'll continue for the benefit of Anlo. I am a known flocculant and commonly used in water treatment. I am mostly composed of aluminium, sulfate groups, and often potassium. Who am I? Yes, Anlo.
Alum.
That is correct. I am a state of matter. I am composed of particles that undergo a type of random motion. I am characterized by definite volume. I may exhibit crystallinity. I am the state of matter associated with definite shape. Who am I? Anlo.
Solid or solid state.
That's correct. At the end of round 5, here are the scores. Bonpes Senior High Technical School, 30 points. Nkranza Senior High Technical School, 32 points. And Law Senior High School, 48 points. With that score, Law Senior High School wins this first contest and qualifies to the 1-8 stage of the national competition. Congratulations, Law Senior High School.
Ohima, no be I take a number first. By you. You tell me say take the number give me.
Guys, now I'm tired. I'll go on a date with whoever gets here first.
Princess, really? Okay.
Use Super XP Run 95 and Diesel XP for an energizing driving experience. Always go for Goyle Super XP Run 95. Goyle, good energy.
Goyle is good energy.
Pepsodent is aware that globally, 1 in 2 children suffer from cavities. That's why by giving her Pepsodent, you're not only protecting her teeth, but also helping her grow up and thrive at every stage of her life with a healthy and confident smile, so she can succeed and achieve all of her dreams. Because every smile matters.
Hello, everyone. You are welcome to the prelim stage of the 2023 National Championship of the National Science and Maths Quiz. Competing in this fourth contest are Ameniampon Senior High School, Sogakope Senior High School, and Krache Senior High School. And in this round, I'll begin with Ameniampon Senior High School. Find the change in potential energy of a 1.5 kilogram object when it is raised 1.6 meters above ground. Yes, if you have an answer, speak into the microphone.
We have 24 joules.
That's correct. Find the change in potential energy of a 4 kilogram object when it falls 5 meters.
Negative 200 joules.
That is correct. Krache Senior High School. Find the height through which a 3 kilogram object is raised when its potential energy increases by 15 joules. Yes, Albert.
0.50 meters.
That's not correct. I would allow Sogakope to take that as a bonus.
0.5 meters.
That is correct. Express as partial fractions. Express as partial fractions. Ameniampon. So the expression x minus 13 is the numerator. The denominator is the expression x minus 3 multiplying the expression x plus 2.
We have negative 2 on x minus 3 plus 3 on x plus 2.
That's correct. The numerator is the expression 3x minus 3. The denominator is the expression x plus 1, multiplying the expression x minus 2. Yes, wisdom.
So we have 2 on x plus 1 plus 2 on x minus 2.
That's not correct. Yes, a bonus to Ameniampon. Go ahead.
We have 2 on x plus 1 plus 1 on x minus 2.
That's correct. The numerator is x minus 5. Denominator, okay, I'll take that again. The numerator is the expression x minus 5. And the denominator is the expression x minus 1, multiplying the expression x minus 2.
6.
Go ahead.
So we have 6 on x minus 1 plus minus 3 on x minus 2.
No. Sogakope.
4 on x minus 1. That fraction minus 3 on x minus 2.
That's correct. How many moles of acid are involved in the conversion of 1 mole of chlorine gas to chlorate anion? Yes, how many ampon?
We have 12 moles.
That's correct. How many moles of acid are involved in the conversion of 1 mole of chlorine gas to chlorate anion? Yes, how many ampon?
We have 12 moles.
That's correct. A bag contains 6 black balls and 4 white balls. 2 balls are randomly selected without replacement. Find the probability both balls are white. Yes, how many ampon? How many ampon?
I have 2 on 15.
Into the microphone.
2 on 15.
That's correct. Round 5. I am a physical quantity. I am important in the specification of the state of a system. I have dimensions of energy divided by volume. Yes, how many ampon?
Pressure.
That's correct. I am a real number. I am indeed an irrational number. I represent a geometrical ratio. Yes.
Pi.
That is correct. And that brings us to the end of round 5. At the end of the 5th round, here are the scores. Kwache Senior High School, 19 points. Toga Kope Senior High School, 28 points. Ameniampon Senior High School, 37 points.
Pepsodent is aware that globally, 1 in 2 children suffer from cavities. That's why by giving her Pepsodent, you're not only protecting her teeth, but also helping her grow up and thrive at every stage of her life with a healthy and confident smile, so she can succeed and achieve all of her dreams. Because every smile matters.
You know the now. You are living the now. You feel secure in the now. But what about tomorrow? What happens when you can no longer do the things you love? What happens to your loved ones when you are no longer here?
Get Mikakrawa from Prudential Life now and protect your future and that of your loved ones. With as little as 3 Ghana cedis, Mikakrawa covers you in case of death, total and permanent disability, or critical illness.
Saga, Abraboy, Uncle Tabu, a dead and Danny, the plan of that 45 city, intimate Tordine. No, Miss Everboard that. 5 this year, Nadal, star 778 ash. Oh, I'm telling you this year. Come with this year. Come with this year. Make up
Hello, everyone. You're welcome to the National Championship of the National Science and Maths Quiz 2023 edition. This is a prelim stage, and in this contest, we have Secondary College, Insutaman Catholic Senior High School, and St. Catherine Senior High School. The contest begins with a preamble to all the schools. Find the work done by the net force on an object of mass m when its speed changes from u to v, given that Secondary College, m equals 12 kilograms, u equals 1 meter per second, and v equals 2 meters per second.
18 joules.
That's correct. Insutaman, M equals 4 kilograms. U equals 3 meters per second. And V equals 4 meters per second.
14 joules.
That's correct. St. Catherine. M equals 5 kilograms. U equals 5 meters per second. And V equals 3 meters per second. Yes.
Negative 40 joules.
That is correct. Round 2. In this round, each question that is read out is open to all the schools at the same time. Solve the radical equation. 3 minus root of the expression x minus 5 equals 0. Yes, St. Catherine.
X is equal to 14.
Yes, that's correct. Find the first 3 terms of the binomial expansion of the expression 1 plus x raised to the power half in ascending powers of x. Mr. Taman.
1 plus 1 over 2x.
Yes, St. Catherine.
We have 1 plus 1 over 2x minus 1 over 8x squared.
That's correct. Name the organ in mammals in which ammonia produced by metabolism is converted into urea. Yes, Mr. Taman.
The liver.
Yes, that's correct. What name is given to the zone of the atmosphere in which the ozone layer? Yes, Mr. Taman.
The stratosphere.
Yes, that is correct. Round 4. A 1 kilogram object moves with a constant acceleration of magnitude 1 meter per second squared. Mr. Taman, the magnitude of the impulse of the net force on the object is 1 Newton second.
False.
Yes, it's false. St. Catherine, the magnitude of the net force on the object is 1 Newton.
True.
Yes, that is true. Secondary college. The impulse of the net force on the object is constant.
True.
No, it's false. In Sutaman Catholic, the water in a coconut fruit is liquid pericarp.
False.
Yes, it's false. St. Catherine, the water in a coconut fruit is liquid endocarp.
True.
No, it's false. Secondary college, the water in a coconut fruit is a degenerated liquid endosperm.
False.
No, it's true. Round 5. I am the precursor to one of the most important compounds known. You find me in the water you drink. I was first produced by Boyle and named by Lavoisier. I have, yes, St. Catherine.
Hydrogen gas.
No, I won't take it. Audal Insutaman.
Hydrogen bond.
No. I'll continue. I have the largest number of named isotopes. I am formed by the reaction of inorganic acids with some metals. I am the most abundant element in the universe Who am I? Yes.
Hydrogen.
That's correct. I am a theorem related to polynomials.
Remainder theorem.
No. St. Catherine, yes, SHS. Go ahead.
Factor theorem.
That's correct. That was on the first clue, 5 points. I am a biological process. I am responsible for the growth and sustenance of the biosphere. I am the only biological process that acts as the driving vital force for the whole animal kingdom and for the non-photosynthetic. Yes.
Photosynthesis.
That is correct. Third clue, 3 points. At the end of round 5, here are the scores. Secondary College, 22 points. In Sutaman Catholic Senior High School, 25 points. St. Catherine Senior High School, 47 points.
You know the now. You are living the now. You feel secure in the now. But what about tomorrow? What happens when you can no longer do the things you love? What happens to your loved ones when you are no longer here?
Get Mikakrawa from Prudential Life now and protect your future and that of your loved ones. With as little as 3 Ghana cedis, Mikakrawa covers you in case of death, total and permanent disability, or critical illness.
Saga, Abraboy, Uncle Tabu. A dead and Danny, the planet or Dutch, 45 city, intimate Tordine. No sweet Miss Advert Dutch. 5 weeks here, Nadal, star 778 ash. Oh, I'm telling you this year. Come with this year. Come with this year.
Make up Ohima, no be taking number first. By you. You tell you say take the number give me.
Guys, no, I'm tired. I'll go on a date with whoever gets here first.
Princess, really? Okay.
Use Super XP Ron 95 and Diesel XP for an energizing driving experience. Always go for Goyle Super XP Ron 95. Goyle, good energy.
Goyle is good energy.
Hello everyone. You are welcome to the 2023 National Championship of the National Science and Maths Quiz. This is the 10th contest at the prelim stage. Competing in this contest, we have T.I. Amas Fomena, Regent Troffin Senior High School, and Bolgatanga Senior High School. In this round 1, I'll begin with T.I. Amas Fomena. Find the kinetic energy of a 2-kilogram object whose linear momentum has magnitude 18 Newton seconds.
We have 81 joules.
That's correct. Regent Troffin Senior High School. Find the mass of an object whose kinetic energy is 24 joules when its linear momentum has magnitude 12 Newton seconds. Yes.
4 kilograms.
No, that's not correct. A bonus to T.I. Amas.
3 kilograms.
Yeah, that's correct. Bolgatanga. Find the kinetic energy of a 5-kilogram object whose linear momentum has magnitude 10 Newton seconds.
We have 10 joules.
Yes, that's correct. That brings us to round 2. For the reaction A plus B going to 2C, given that the equilibrium concentrations in mole per dm cube of A, B, and C are 4.0, 5.0, and 8.0 respectively. Calculate the equilibrium constant of the reaction. TIMAS.
We have 3.2.
That's correct. That's correct. Find the solution set of the inequality 2x squared minus x minus 3 less than 0. Yes, Regent Troffin.
We have minus 2 is less than 0 and positive 3 is less than 0.
No. Yes, TIMAS.
We have -1 less than x, less than 3 on 2.
That's correct. Round 3. The committee has more girls than boys. And C, a particular boy and a particular girl must be on the committee. Start work. Round 4. Indicate whether the following are true or false with respect to the purpose of transpiration in plants. The purpose of transpiration in plants. Regent Troffin. Transports mineral ions.
False.
No, it's true. Bolgatanga. Provides water that keeps the cells turgid, which supports herbaceous plants.
True.
Yes, that is true. TIMAS. Supplies water for photosynthesis.
True.
Yes, that is true. Regent Troffin. At absolute 0, the volume of a fixed quantity of any object is 0.
False.
Yes, it's false. Bolgatanga. At absolute 0, the total energy of any fixed quantity of a gas is 0.
False.
Yes, it's false. TIMAS. At absolute 0, the total energy of any fixed quantity of a gas is minimum.
True.
Yes, that is true. That brings us to round 5. I am a quadrilateral. My diagonals bisect each other. My diagonals are perpendicular. My diagonals bisect the vertex angles. I am a cyclic quadrilateral. I am noted. Yes, TIMAS.
Square.
That is correct. At the end of round 5, the scores are Regent Troffin Senior High School, 9 points. Bolgatanga Senior High School, 30 points. TIMAS Fomena, 45 points. With that score, TIMAS Fomena wins this contest and becomes the 10th school to qualify for the 1/8 stage of the 2023 edition of the National Championship of the National Science and Maths Quiz.
We're live in 3, 2, 1.
What's the announcement again?
Airtel Tigo is now 80.
Ah, okay.
We go live in 3, 2, 1.
It's here for Airtel Tigo is now 80.
It's Airtel Tigo.
Ah, it's okay. Say, no simple cra. It's now 80. Tell a neighbor to tell a neighbor that your favorite telecommunications network, Airtel Tigo, is now 80. Simple. New name, same affordable and reliable internet, clear calls, secure money services, and much more.
AT. Life is simple.
This is Linda. She's a doctor and a fitness buff.
Good morning, Mom.
That's her son, Kofi.
Good morning.
They really enjoy the new Cowbell Premium Milk because it's so creamy and high in protein. This is Blessing, a seamstress and Ephra's mom. She gives her family Cowbell Vitarich. Blessing loves it because it's so creamy and surprisingly pocket-friendly. Cowbell Vitarich is fortified with vitamin B9 and a blend of vitamins A, C, D, E, and K. Introducing the new Cowbell Premium Milk and the new Cowbell Vitarich. Now there's a Cowbell for you.
Cowbell of creamy goodness. This advert is FDA approved.
Hello everyone. You are welcome to the prelim stage of the 2023 National Championship of the National Science and Maths Quiz. This is the 13th prelim stage contest, and competing are Zion College, Methodist Senior High Technical School, and Akumfi Ameyao Senior High Technical School. In this round, I'll begin with Zion College. Mention the class to which the organism responsible for the given disease belongs. Zion, Tiniasis, and I'm spelling it for you, T-A-E-N-I-A-S-I-S. Tiniasis. Yes.
So it belongs to class Cestoda.
That's correct. Methodist, Bilharzia. A bonus to Zion.
Belongs to class Trematoda.
That's correct. Akumfi Ameyao, Schistosomiasis.
Tebeleria.
Come again?
Tebeleria.
No. A bonus. Okay, it also belongs to Trematoda. Round 2. Round 2 is the speed race. The fleshy part of a true fruit is derived from which part? Yes, Akumfi Ameyao.
Mesocap.
No. Methodist SHTS.
The oval.
The
oval.
No. Zion College.
The ovary.
That is correct. Which hormone is responsible for reabsorption of water in kidney? Yes, Akumfi Ameyao.
Antidiuretic hormone.
That is correct. Round 4. In this round, I'll pose a series of questions to each school, and I want you to tell me if the statement I read out to you is true or false. If you give me a correct answer, you'll be awarded 2 points. If your answer is incorrect, a penalty point of 1. Stomata on the surface of leaves of plants, opened by. Stomata on the surface of the leaves of plants, opened by. Methodist, decreasing the solute concentration in the guard cells.
False.
Yes, it's false. Akumfi Ameyao. Weakening of the cell walls of the guard cells to allow them to stretch.
False.
No, it's true. Zion. Increasing the water potential in the guard cells.
True.
No, it's false. Round 5. In round 5, we determined school number 13 to progress to the 1-8 stage of the competition. I am a force. My direction is uniquely specified, yet variable. I act on objects, and my magnitude depends on a specific physical property of a given object. I always act vertically downward. Yes, Methodist.
Gravitational force.
No. Who else has? Yes, Zion.
Weight.
That is correct. At the end of Round 5. Here are the scores. Methodist Senior High Technical School, 8 points. Zion College, 34 points. Akumfia Mayal Senior High Technical School, 37 points.
Accra College of Medicine is the leading private medical college in the country, seeking to train doctors who are committed to excellence and have the heart power. With the state-of-the-art facilities, small class size, and an amazing faculty, we help our students learn better.
My dream of becoming a medical doctor is now a reality because at ACM, I am offered the best learning experience.
We are accredited by the National Accreditation Board and the Medical and Dental Council. ACM is affiliated to the University of Ghana with mentorship from the University of Ghana Medical School.
For those who want to pursue medicine, our doors are wide open. Accra College of Medicine is the place to be.
Visit www.acm.edu.gh to apply now. Accra College of Medicine, producing the next generation of health professionals.
Today, the question is no longer, why do we have problems? But rather, how can we spin those challenges into opportunities? This is the revolutionary mindset we, students here at Academic City, are driven by. Academic City, we believe that the challenges of today are nothing like the opportunities of tomorrow. Hence, we're poised for the future. And so we say,
come join us.
Pakuli.
Biasonyani.
Oyaye Tibatane.
Zafura Nabia.
Viens nous rejoindre.
Brabe Kanya. Ao, Amarasat Shame Hojao.
As we lead the charge to empower the next generation of future-ready leaders. Academic City University College, redefining university education.
Hello everyone. You are welcome to the prelim stage of the 2023 National Championship of the National Science and Maths Quiz. Competing in this 16th contest are Awudome Senior High School, Bumpurugu Senior High Technical School, and Darmongo Senior High School. Indicate the number of protons, neutrons, and electrons in an atom of Awudome chromium 55. Go ahead.
The number of protons are 24. The number of electrons are 24. And the number of neutrons are 31.
That's correct. Copper 65.
The number of neutrons equals 36. The number of protons equals 29. And the number of electrons equals 29.
That's correct. Darmongo Senior High School, cobalt 59.
Number of neutrons are 22. Number of protons 27. And number of electrons 27.
2 out of 3. Round 2. In this round...
0.7 grams.
No. Okay. 1.8 grams. Round 3. Round 3 is where we have the problem of the day. Here, a common problem is presented to all 3 schools at the same time. Round 4. This is a true or false round. Enzymes may be denatured during catalytic reactions.
False.
Yes, it's false. Damongo. Enzymes may catalyze both forward and backward reactions.
False.
No, it's true. Awudome. Enzymes help to produce more products during chemical reactions.
False.
Yes, it's false. In the Cartesian coordinate system, a point P has coordinates x, y. Bumpurugu. X is the ordinate of the point P, x, y.
False.
Yes, it's false. Damongo. Y is the abscissor of the point P, x, y.
It's false.
Yes, it's false. Awudome. X represents the distance of the point P, x, y, from the y-axis.
True.
Yes, it's true. Round 5. Round 5 is the riddle round. I am a chemical commonly found among the dead. When pure, I am colorless and a pungent gas. However, I am commonly stored in aqueous form. I am crucial in biology because I am used in preserving dead organisms. Yes, Damongo.
Formaldehyde.
I would accept it. I am a 4-digit odd number. The sum of my digits is 12. My last digit is a square. My third digit is a cube. My first and second digits are distinct identities. My second digit is significant, but of no value. Who am I? Awudome Senior High School.
1089.
That's correct. At the end of round 5, here are the scores. Bumpurugu Senior High Technical School, 20 points. Damongo Senior High School, 31 points. Awudome Senior High School, 48 points. Congratulations to Awudome Senior High School for winning this contest and qualifying to the 1/8 stage of the National Championship. Before we started, they had a memory verse they quoted. They said they will not let their hearts be troubled. They will believe in God. Okay, and also in Jesus. Okay, so I think they did, and then it proved well. So congratulations once again.
Ohima, no be me take your number first.
But you tell me say take your number give me.
Guys, now I'm tired. I'll go on a date with whoever gets here first.
Princess, really?
Okay.
Choose Super XP Run 95 and Diesel XP for an energizing driving experience. Always go for Goyle Super XP Run 95. Goyle, good energy.
Goyle is good energy.
We're live in 3, 2, 1.
What's the announcement again?
Airtel Tigo is now 18.
Ah, okay.
We go live in 3, 2, 1.
It's here for Airtel Tigo is now 80.
It's Airtel Tigo.
Ah, it's okay. Say, see, no simple cra. It's now 80. Tell a neighbor to tell a neighbor that your favorite telecommunications network, Airtel Tigo, is now 80. Simple. New name, same affordable and reliable internet, clear calls, secure money services, and much more.
AT. Life is simple.
Hello, everyone. You are welcome to the 2023 National Championship of the National Science and Maths Quiz. This is contest number 19 at the prelim stage. And in this contest, we have Sandema Senior High School, Sims Senior High School, and Kumasi Academy. In this round, I'll begin with Sandema Senior High School. Identify the element with the highest electron affinity in the given set. Sandema, arsenic, scandium, gallium. Yes.
Madam, arsenic.
Yes, it's correct. Aluminium, nitrogen, sulfur. Yes, Bright.
Nitrogen.
Yes, that is correct. Kumasi Academy, silicon, germanium, selenium.
Okay, silicon.
Repeat that.
Silicon.
No. A bonus. Okay, it's selenium. A preamble. Capacitor C1 is connected in a series with capacitor C2. Sandema, find C1 if C2 equals 20 microfarad and the equivalent capacitance of the network is 15 microfarad. Yes, a bonus to Sims.
60 microfarad.
Yes, that's correct. Sims, find C2 if C1 equals 30 microfarad and the equivalent capacitance of the network is 20 microfarad. Yes, Prince.
60 microfarad.
That's correct. Find C1 if C2 equals 25.0 microfarad and the equivalent capacitance of the network is 5.00 microfarad. Yes.
6.25 microfarad.
Yes, that's correct. Round 2. Determine the concentration of lithium sulfate in a solution made by dissolving 5.5 grams of the salt in enough water to a volume of 200 cm cube. Yes, same senior high school.
Please, we are having 0.25 mole per dm cube.
I would accept it. How many electrons are involved in the conversion of sulfate ion to sulfide ion? Sulfate to sulfide. Yes, Sims.
8 electrons.
That's correct. Round 4. Round 4 is the true or false round. X cubed plus 27 equals an expression x minus 3 multiplying another expression x squared plus 3x minus 9. Yes.
It's false.
Yes, it's false. X cubed minus 125 equals an expression x minus 5 multiplying another expression x squared plus 5x plus 25. Christian.
True.
Yes, that is true. X cubed plus 64 equals an expression x plus 4 multiplying another expression x squared minus 4x plus 16.
True.
Yes, it's true. The atomic number of elements increases proportionally with density of elements. Yes.
It's false.
Yes, it's false. Kumasi Academy. The atomic number of elements increases proportionally with the size of atom. Yes.
False.
Yes, that is false. Sandema. The atomic number of elements increases proportionally with the discovery of the elements on the periodic table.
It's false.
Yes, it's false. Round 5. I am a collection of physical phenomena. I am a subset of electromagnetic phenomena. I am associated with the field of moving charged particles. I am also associated with particles that have a magnetic moment. Yes, Sims.
Electromagnetic induction.
No. Okay, so I'll continue. I am associated with particles that have a magnetic moment. I am the collection of phenomena associated with magnetic fields. Who am I? Yes, Kumasi Academy. Kumasi Academy.
Magnetism.
That is correct. I am a law in biology. I am based on 4 basic concepts. I am one of the laws that came into existence by the experiments on pea plants in a variety of different traits. I am the second law of Yes, same.
Mendel's law of segregation.
That is correct. That brings us to the end of round 5. At the end of round 5, here are the scores. Sandema Senior High School, 15 points. Same Senior High School, 47 points. Kumasi Academy, 50 points. Congratulations to Kumasi Academy for that very well-deserved win. You worked hard for it. Congrats. Make it a point to join us for the next contest. The National Science and Maths Quiz is proudly sponsored by the Ghana Education Service in partnership with GOIL PLC and supported by JoyNews, AT, Prudential Life Insurance Ghana, Pepsodent Toothpaste, Better Malt, Ghanaian Academic Research Network, Coronation Insurance, Accra College of Medicine, Academic City University College, Cowbell, Bell Beverages, GTP, Newmont Ghana, African World Airlines, and YFM. My name is Thelma Hinie J, your quiz mistress. This is a primetime production. Thank you and see you soon.
The Ghana city has come under some sustained pressure over the past 3 weeks. But what has caused this problem, and how can this high rate of depreciation be halted? Is this a challenge of a monetary issue where the Bank of Ghana can just step in and sustain things, or it's more of a fiscal issue? How has the lack of confidence in the outlook of the economy driven this challenge? Or what about the activities of speculators? And what about those who have also argued that the much talked about correction of the Ghana city is taking place? On PM Express Business Edition, it's about solutions to the current problem facing the city. So look at the city's depreciation. What can be done to save the situation? What can be done to save the city now? What are the solutions out there? These are the issues you're talking about on PM Express Business Edition. As I engage a finance person, somebody who engaged or plays in the space, Joe Jackson is the director at Dalex, is joining me live this today for some analysis on this. And what about those who are in the business community? They trade on the market. Are they also contributing to the speculation? Now we get the thoughts of Dr. Joseph. He is the president of the Ghana Union of Trade Association. He's here with me in studio. And also, we can't forget about in all of these things, the thoughts of an economist. Dr. Edu Sakwe is an economist. We join us via Zoom to get the thoughts of an economist on what can be done on the broader economy side to deal with the situation. All these issues wrapped up on PM Express Business Edition. We'll be right back after this break. And welcome to PM Express Business Edition. It's brought to you by Sinter Tanks. Is it strong? It is tough. Now, Sinter Tanks. That is, no matter your water needs, Sinter Tank has all that you need. Sinter Tank is the first to introduce a double-layer tank. And now you can have as many layers as you can. Sinter Tank is the first to introduce a white inner layer tanks in Ghana. We now introduce you the customer specs order, which lets you order any color and size of your preference. Sinter Tanks also gives you the longest warranty of 7 years. With no other tank that gives that to you in Ghana. So whatever your water consumption, the size of your project or demand, choose Sinter Tanks. We have agents nationwide. Now call us on 0244 335 168 or shop online at syntexgh.com. Sinter Tank, you're strong, you're tough. And this is PM Express Business Edition as we talk about the Ghana city, the way forward. We've seen some sustained pressure just over the last 3 weeks. Is it really about the activities of speculators? Let's give our viewers some quick background and understanding on how we got here as well. And I'll be bringing in my guest, that is Joe Jackson, and Doc also here as well, and Edu Sakwe as well, to join the discussion. Just a quick understanding in terms of why we've gotten here, or tracking the year-to-date performance of the Ghana city. And my producers will put that numbers on the screen in terms of how it started this year. We thought everything has ended. We thought it was just the first quarter pressure. Then, all of a sudden, things stabilized and things with a sustained depreciation again in terms of this whole Ghana city. But how did it start this year? And there's a quick diagram over there in terms of the rates it started this year, and also the fact that how it also roamed to get to this as well. So from January, we're looking at somewhere around 11 Ghana cities, 88 pesos interbank, and the FX as well. Quite close. Now in May, it shot up to 14, 55 for the FX rate, and then the interbank rate as well. Now this is more of a diagram that tracks where we were in 2010 and look at where we are today in terms of how much you can get the dollar, both on the interbank and then the forex market as well. City depreciation, fuel increase, and this is the possible impact of that. Transport fares and also prices of goods and services going up. And Mr. Doc is here for us, Guta, and telling us what is happening on the market as well. Inflation, monetary policy increases as well. And again, it's about what can be done going forward to deal with the situation. And then let me bring in Joe Jackson, Uncle. Now, call him Uncle Joe. It's been quite a long while. You've been hiding and making some good money.
No. A lot of things have happened. You know, the last few months I was set up as acting CEO of Dalex Finance.
See, promotion.
Yes. Yeah. You know, our own Ken Thompson retired from Dalex Finance.
Oh, congrats.
Yes. No, he's doing some really exciting things. But he's still a director of Dalex Finance, but not direct. So part of the reason why he didn't see me was that I was settling into a new position.
Reorganization, some would say. Let me get your thought. And I'll bring in the economist. I'll bring in as well. Over the past 3 weeks, what some people have said has contributed to this is the uncertainty. And there's a bit about where you want to blame the speculators and also not blame the speculators, that every rational human being, when I'm uncertain, I need to move to manage that uncertainty. From your end in the industry, engaging people, dealing with the numbers, for you, do you also share the same view that that pressure that we've seen over the last 3 weeks is about the uncertainties, about people betting, it's about the activities of speculators? Because the structural issues are there constant. The issues about fiscals are there. But over the past 2 or 3 weeks, what we are seeing is not a structural issue. It's not a limited supply of dollars. It's about people betting on it. Do you get the same thing as I know you have some documents you also want to share with us as well?
I would say to you that, listen, it's actually a mixture, right? If you ask me what has been happening, there's a lagged effect. Remember that inflation has been consistently high.
But we've seen some drop from 52 to somewhere around 25.
But you see,
a strong drop over a year.
But you see, the problem you face is that it's not as if when inflation hits 50 today, prices double tomorrow. It takes time to have an effect. And the what has happened is over the last few months, we're now feeling the full effect.
Second round effect,
of having prices double since the beginning of last year. And that's what is hitting a lot of the market. Also, listen, uncertainty plays a huge part.
And that is what is driving any rational human being.
And the uncertainties are a lot. Remember, first of all, we've done a deal with the IMF. There's some 300 million coming in. That deal, 300 million, it's not really enough, but it should have settled investor sentiments. But then at the same time, we get to learn that cocoa receipts were pretty poor this year. That the syndicated loan came in late. We didn't buy enough cocoa. So because the farmers the buyers had no money. So the farmers, being rational beings, did other things with their cocoa apart from selling to the registered buyers. That comes in as another issue. Then you forget one key thing. Remember, since December 18th, 2022, we've not paid our commercial debtors. Our commercial FX debtors.
But because we had the debt freezer, we knew that we were negotiating, which will impact on all those
but
things.
You see, what you have to realize is that meant that some of the stability that you saw in the city was in a sense artificial. Because we had stopped, we had raised our hands, said, I can't pay, I won't pay you, whatever you used to call it. Once you do that, it means that you are not taking dollars to go and service those debts. Now you are saying that you've reached an agreement. And when you reach an agreement, what does that mean? It means that you have to start again. So as a rational person, given cocoa receipts, given the IMF, and remember, the IMF deal wasn't straight. The uncertainty was created. First, they said it's done. Then they said we hadn't reached agreement with our debtors. Then they said they will give it to you in spite of it. Then we said now we have almost reached agreement. Now remember that all this
uncertainty fed into.
What do you do when you're uncertain? you hold onto what you have. So people are holding onto dollars, people are buying dollars. There's an amount of what I would call being less, being more careful about liquidating, bringing in dollars than it was before. That same uncertainty means that traders have to be a little bit more cautious. So if you choose to, if you are being harsh, you call it speculation. If you are being kind, you call it being prudent. But it all has a place.
I'll come to you because you have some data you will want to share. But,
Yes.
but Dr. Joseph Obeng, I mean, some will say that, haven't we seen this before? Why has that level of uncertainty elevated to that level where some of your members, listen, I have to go out there, rush and get dollars when I don't need it now?
Yeah. It all comes back to what my brother was talking about, uncertainty. And so we are traders, and then we do everything around the dollar in this particular context. We do most of our...
But it's not a dollar economy. We spend cities.
But being an importer, even if China's currency is yuan, what we use to transact whatever goods that we buy is in dollars. The freight charges that we pay is in dollars. The duty that we pay here is benchmarked in dollar. So dollar is very significant component of trading so far as importation is concerned. And so if you depend so much on this and you see whether it was speculation that have pushed it, the forex higher or not, as a rationale being you want to get it where it's cheaper rather than get it where it's higher. So it is not anybody's fault. But one thing that even worries is those people who are outside the importation business who also want to buy the dollar as a store of value. That's where the problem actually comes. Because these people do not have the need of the dollar, but because of the situation, they have to buy...
They are paying school fees in dollars. They are visiting hospitals that they are paying in dollars.
Exactly.
They are buying goods that are denominated in dollars.
So it is very worrying, especially when we are coming from the last quarter of 2022, where we have suffered deflation of about 50%. And 2023 saw some stability, and we thought that we were about to take off and recoup the losses that we made. And now we are hovering about a loss of about 23% now from January to date.
That is not based on the Bank of Ghana rates. That could be different FX rates you use.
Exactly. Because for now, we are even buying the dollar for 15.7. And you say, why? Who even trades?
Is it at the black market?
Because let me tell you, who
because the FX, the forex bureaus are not doing that rate.
You are saying that...
are you buying on the black market?
People do not have... Let me tell you, one thing that Bank of Ghana is doing that they do not know, they are regulatory bodies, but they do not recognize that we trade more with the forex bureaus and then the black market more than the mainstream banks. Because, you know, the fear factor there is that the documentation, the requirement, stringent documentation...
So if you need about $50,000, you won't go and transact with the commercial
they have
bank.
to relax their stringent documentation. So Bank of Ghana do not know the actual volume of trade in the forest in the country. They do
a lot.
They do not know, because those that goes through the black market and then the forest bureau and then the offshore transactions that people do go on the blank side of the Bank of Ghana. And so all that they have to do, in fact, their core business is not to do the accounting of the business that we do. That we say that, okay, bring your clear documents and all that. It's for GRA to do that. And they do it, post-grant audit and all that, all the time. Yours is to track the transactions that we do. So Bank of Ghana is making a very serious mistake to the extent that people, when they get money, instead of pushing it through the banks, they just go and give it to the
but the Bank of Ghana wants to stop money laundering, and those restrictions are put in place to ensure that nobody uses.
If you make a stringent documentation requirement, then people do not
using the bank.
Then people do not transact through, because for Bank of Ghana, what you need is bill of lading and then your transactional value.
Yeah,
that should be enough for you, and all transactions should come. People will not be panicked about whatever the accounting aspect of all that. They fuse the two. And this is one major cause of our problem, and that the volume of trade is now centered on
outside
the black market
system,
more than the banking.
And that's why you're getting.
And that's where, so if you mention the bank rate is 14.3, nobody is even excited, because you won't get, they won't transact through there. But then there is the black market people who are detecting this pace, and we should know and observe this.
I'll come back to the last time you issued a statement. You warned that you're going to increase prices. You're going to do. Have you done that?
It's a natural sequence.
Have you increased your prices as we speak right now because of this? Or you have not done it?
No.
It was just a threat.
But no. It's not a threat.
Have you done that as we speak right now?
We are not. We have to break even at least.
So you have not done it, because you'll be also shooting yourself in the foot if you go that way.
Exactly.
So you have not done that.
And that's what I wrote in our statement, that when we do that, businesses try.
So you have absorbed the cost. You have not increased it.
Businesses try on turnover. But then you cannot also say that you want to suffer a loss, and that you have to break even. You have to add up the cost to the consumer. But the consumer is also limited. The business that we do, we are not doing in isolation. We do it with the consumers. And so if the prices is high, they are unable to buy the volumes that they used to buy.
So you have tried to absorb the cost despite the dollar effect.
It means that your turnover is curtailed. If it is so, you are unable to service your debt at the bank, you are unable to pay your creditors, and you lose trust in them, and where they would not.
So what is the way forward? Because if you are now using more cities to bring in the same volume of goods, something has to be done. I get from you that you didn't go ahead with the plan of increasing prices. How are you then managing then?
Yeah, that's why I've already said that it's a natural cause. We have to do it. Then sometimes people will then hold stock. People who have the stock. Me, for instance, I do hold stock a lot.
Oh.
At that time, I do not care whether people will buy and all that. I will use 16 to calculate. If the dollar is 15.7, I use 16 to calculate, so I can hold my stock for a while. But some people cannot hold stock because they owe so much to their creditors, and those people, whether you like, but at this stage, those people that are sympathized most are the retailers. They are not mainstream importers, and people are afraid to give their goods to them on credit because they will lose the value of it. At this stage, when people are owing you, it's more dangerous than you even.
Are you servicing your bank loans?
Definitely, you have to do that if you want to survive.
But
then I'm saying that you are curtailed because the turnover has gone down because the purchasing power has so reduced. Because I've told you, we have a relation with the consumers. If the prices is are high, they cannot buy the volumes that they used to buy. And then if you are not able to turn over your wealth, then it means that you are also unable to service your debt. It's natural sequence.
Let me bring in Dr. Edusa Kodia. He is an economist as well, a senior lecturer at the Economics Department, University of Ghana, Legon. Doc, is it more of a fiscal issue or a monetary issue? We shouldn't also forget how the IMF program has limited the Bank of Ghana's ability to inject with more dollars, because what you guys taught us in school, this thing is just a demand and supply issue. Let me get your thoughts on, for you, how the fiscal situation or how the monetary situation has contributed to this challenge. Dr. Edusa Kodia.
Good evening, and thanks for having me, George. Yes, can you hear me?
Doc, I can hear you. I was asking you about whether the current situation has been worsened by the fund program that has limited the Bank of Ghana's hand in intervention, or it is more of a fiscal issue? Doc,
yes, well, it's good that you put us together, as you brought family members together. Greetings to my seniors in the studio. So back to your question. I think we must not forget about the challenges that the economy faced from 2020, 2021, 2022 coming. We shouldn't forget it's not today's problem. The problem has been there. Okay, so let's remember some things. The government of Ghana has not been able to raise bonds from the Eurobond market since 2022. I'm making reference to this because most often than not, successive governments, when they overrun their budgets, they end up borrowing externally. Also, with the idea that when they borrow externally, they can stabilize their local currency. This act by the government is supported by economic principles. However, it is only supported when your existing public debt is low. But unfortunately for Ghana, anytime we have been going to the Euro market, we come out with a high public debt. And so when the market was shut to the government of Ghana, they've not been able to get enough inflow to shore up the of the city. It's more of a capital account issue than a current account issue. So that is number one. Number two, when the government was in difficulties, they resorted to the Bank of Ghana to also bail them out. So Bank of Ghana did some quantitative easing, and they supported the government's financing of its fiscal deficits. And you all know the problems around it when people spoke against the Bank of Ghana for doing that. And I think the Bank of Ghana also came back to defend their position that there was a need to support the government. And actually there was a need. But the action, also has brought about some of these problems that we see, the monetization, and then the action by Bank of Ghana intervene to print, as it was paid to print to finance government's budget has been a contributory factor. Because when you do that, then you are raising inflation. Whenever you raise inflation, people may lose the value of the cedis and they'll end up buying dollars as a store of value for their currency, as a sort of value for them. So it is both sides. The fiscal overruns, then the monetary comes in to resolve the issue, and then we have all these challenges. So if you ask me about the fiscal and the monetary, I would say it's the true policies, but it began with the fiscal, where they were having difficulties, and the monetary came in to intervene, and their intervention was necessary at that time. It was necessary. Don't get me wrong, it was necessary at that time. But of course, afterwards, we saw inflation ending the year 2022 with about 54%. And similarly, we saw the cedi depreciating around that period also by somehow 40%. So this is the issue that we have been dealing with as a country for a long time. If your inflation goes to 54%, your cedi depreciates to about 40%, it will take you a long time to resolve this. So this issue, these problems that has been dealt with, we are now getting out of it. And it looks like every time we take a step forward, we take the same step backwards, because the bottom, the underlying conditions have not been resolved. What are the underlying conditions? The sort of economy we're talking about, being import-dependent economy, the government's running, budget deficit here and there, and also the Bank of Ghana's, intention to intervene so that we do not, to help the government finance its expenditure. Is the reason IMF have restricted the Bank of Ghana from further financing of the fiscal. You remember that even in the year 2022, I'm making reference to the year 2022 because in that year, we experienced most of our difficulties. Go and look at the balance of payments report by Bank of Ghana. Bank of Ghana made negative balance of about 2 billion or 3 billion. And it's difficult for a country to move from negative 2 or 3 billion to positive. It will take you some time. Even though now we are recording surplus balance of payment, but I'm just recounting this thing to you so that we don't lose sight of what the difficulties have been and how, the IMF program and other interventions by government is to help get out of this mess. Now, of course, it's a difficult situation. Now, the speculative demand, for me, is a major concern here.
And Doc, I just want to make a rude intervention, Doc. Do you think that speculation is a major factor? And let's hold that question constant as well. And what do you also tell those who would argue that maybe the correction is taking place? There are some who argue that this whole idea or thing about the redenomination didn't help. So now we are seeing the correction taking place. What do you say to that?
Denomination after 16 years, well, if you don't rule out some of these things, that's what we call it the macro. Almost every variable in the economy counts. So, in as much as I think that it's been a while, I will not rule that out. It may be possible. Every other factor is important here. So the redenomination corrections could be a factor. The structure of the economy could be a factor. The receipt of remittances through informal means could be a factor. Fiscal dominance could be a factor. Monetary policy. So every other factor, because we are dealing with a currency, it's a matter of demand and supply. So anything that causes demand to outweigh supply will lead to depreciation. Anything at all. So we cannot forget about all these things. And I mentioned to you that successive governments have been, borrowing externally to make the corrections, and now the government is limited from borrowing externally. So it's one of the contributory factors. But I think that the redenomination's magnitude, as a contributory factor to this problem may be minimal than the very things that my seniors in the studio have already mentioned.
But Doc, let me try and reframe the question here. The argument is that the city has been overvalued over the years, and we are now seeing all those interventions we've done over the years was artificially to prop it up. The fundamentals are not supporting it strongly right now, so that correction is taking place.
Are you referring to the redenomination?
No, I'm referring to the fact that the city itself has over the years, because of Eurobond and all the rest, I might be flawed economically. We've used those artificial measures to prop the value up, whilst the fundamentals were not supporting it. So when now these artificial measures are not there, the correction is taking place.
Excellent, George. You are excellent on that. I've mentioned that successive governments from President Rawlings' time, maybe we can go back as President Nkrumah, but successive governments in the Fourth Republic, what we have seen over the years is that anytime the city begins to depreciate, they'll go and borrow externally to support it, get IMF support, get World Bank support, get some support from African Development Bank. And all these things we have always said, and if you play some of my tapes, consistently we have been saying that these are just temporary measures. These are just short-term measures to correct the imbalances in the external sector. The long-term measure has always been to get your exports right and to own the exports. You mentioned the structure of the economy. If you go as far back as 1927, you read the plan, the Gettysburg Plan. The plan by the British to all the colonies were that export your raw materials to us in Europe, and then we will refine them and bring them back to you as imports in Ghana for you to purchase. And this structure of the economy, we have inherited it since those years, Gettysburg's years, and we have not, even though attempts have been made, we have not changed this significantly. Mark my words. We have not changed this structure significantly. That is, some of us were so happy about the introduction of one district, one factory, because specialization has always been the key, the main solution to change the structure of this economy. So long as you have this, you import raw materials and you export finished products, you're going to face these challenges. And Ghana has been an import-dependent economy. Import-dependent economy does not mean that you import more than you export. It means that most of your consumption depends on imports, you know, and it's true. Go to the kitchen, go to the living room, go to the bedroom of a typical Ghanaian. Almost every item is imported. And I must also add this point that since first quarter 2017 up to the time we speak, Ghana, according to Bank of Ghana data, we have been exporting more than we import. I think my video froze, so let me say it again. Since 2017, we have been exporting more than we import. Now, the reason that we are not getting the funds is that we don't not have ownership of the exports, complete ownership of the exports.
The little forest that is able to come from this export, then the most juiciest areas of the economy, which is also being owned by these foreigners, banking, communication industries, and all that, at the end of the year, they also take it all and repatriate
dividend.
And that's why...
But I understand it has been staggered. The dividend payment has been staggered, right, Doc?
Sorry. Is it been stopped or staggered?
Staggered.
It's been staggered, so
yeah.
it will go. Listen, we don't own. We have political independence.
Just want to make
if I should finish, all that we have to do from all that you are saying is that we should have a retention policy. It's as simple as that. That when these companies come, as part of the regulations, the laws that we say, we should be able to say that we should retain about 30% of your earnings and reinvest in whatever thing you are doing. The money belongs to you. It should not be said that all the money should go out. Or we make a deliberate effort to invest some money so that we can have some retention in these monies. Otherwise, why? Even let me tell you, this China Mall and then Chinatown and all that in Ghana, they did not bring any correspondent fund on import. All that they
that is an allegation.
It's not an allegation.
Can you able to establish that?
I'm part of the GIPC law with the investment.
Yeah.
All that they have to bring is $1 million worth of goods.
Yeah.
And please, so they are there, and they do not bring any capital to import. They just bring the goods from their manufacturers, and then they hold on.
Can I say something, Doc?
Yeah.
Doc, you can't have your cake and eat it, and I'll explain why.
Yeah.
We are not importing enough.
Really?
Yes.
But some are accusing the traders of
I just showed you data that we are exporting more than we are importing.
The data captured officially.
Yes.
Unofficial data.
No, it's correct. Let me tell you what.
No, I'm not doubting your data. I'm just saying that there are a lot of things that happen in the informal market.
No, what I'm saying also is this. That you shouldn't be attacking the China malls of this world.
They are also part of
the extraction companies who don't
but it's about how they negotiate. If you don't have officials who are able to negotiate the right law for the country, you don't blame them. Uncle Joe, if I come to invest $2 million into extracting industry and I'm able to bring in people to negotiate an agreement favoring me, you blame those who are the other side in this country who didn't push for a strong agreement.
I agree with you, but the point is this. That's even for the agreement. What about the laws that exist? That
the enforcement. GIPC, Trade Ministry.
They're not enforcing.
Ministry of Mines, Lands, and all the rest. Bank of Ghana. I'm just saying that these are the institutions that are supposed to ensure.
No, Bank of Ghana has nothing to do with local content.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been involved in efforts to increase local content with our extraction industries. They'll give you all sorts of excuses. They'll say, "Oh, there's
global standards, you know,
and well to this tolerance."
A global standard.
They'll say global standards. I'm just saying that we should make an effort to get our guys to meet those standards. We should build capacity. They should even invest in that capacity building fund so that our local content laws can apply. Because they're always circumventing them by saying, I can't find the right person. I can't do this. I can't do that. But we should say, sorry, come 2025 or whatever time makes sense, you have to get it. You have to do it. So the earlier you help us all build capacity, the better. And then, please, your taxes, Pay it in dollars. You earn dollars. Pay it in dollars and let me get some dollars and let me get some relief. Pay it your royalties in dollars. Why are you paying in cities? That rule alone can change things.
But let me add one thing. We should also find a way to scrutinize the capital that they declare. Because I have a strong conviction that most of this capital is overpriced. And that they do it deliberately so that they can repatriate more of our funds.
Interesting context.
And I'm telling you the truth.
This is PM Express Business
That's
Edition.
my convention.
As we look at the depreciation of the Ghana cedi, how can it be saved? What are the immediate solutions? It's about getting solutions tonight on PM Express Business Edition to engage in Dr. Du Owusu-Sarkodie. He's an economist. Uncle Joe, I call him acting CEO of Daily Finance. Dr. Joseph Obeng, President of GUTA. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back.
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
Welcome to Business, that is PM Express Business Edition, as we look at finding some solution to the current challenge with the Ghana cedi. I'm engaging the president of the Ghana Union of Trade Association, that is Dr. Joseph Obeng. He's here with me in studio. I'm engaging the acting CEO of Daily Finance, Joe Jackson, is here with me in studio, and also our economist, Dr. Du Owusu-Sarkodie. So, quick to you, solutions, we say, immediately, what can be done? In the lectures, you always tell us about, we should export more, we should export more. The data shows that we are doing that for you. Quick response to the concerns raised by Joe Jackson about us enforcing the laws. And also, let me get from you, from the macro side, where someone was saying that, listen, we should be talking more, giving investor updates, to try and deal with this confidence problem. But quick response to Jackson's concerns he raised, and also the immediate actions that should be taken to at least stabilize things.
Well, if you want my quick response
to Joe Jackson's,
yes, I would say that. He and I have been having discussions on it, Dr. Joseph Obeng, on this. We have met on different platforms, and I'll add to him that he is making reference to the balance of payment. So I'll take you back to the balance of payment, where he tackled the trade balance. That the trade balance has been recording surplus, which is true, a surplus of averagely $2 billion. Now, when you move from the trade balance, you go to the bigger umbrella called the current account. Now, within the current account, the trade balance is part of the current account. Even though the trade balance is recording positive, the current account is recording negative. So what are the players in the current account apart from trade balance? You talk about things like interest payment, debt service, transfers. So your positive trade balance is not enough to outweigh the negative transfer payments. It means that the fiscal problem that we have been talking about, the government needs more dollars to service their debt. So when they do that, the outflow outweighs or becomes bigger than the inflow at the account level. And therefore, the overall current account will be negative because government will need dollars to service their debt. Now, move from the current account to the capital account. The capital account is the actual inflow and outflow of forex is. You can export more than you import, as Mr. Jackson has shown, which is true, but the flow of funds will be seen not in the trade balance, but to be seen in the capital account. The capital account is where you know whether you have the ownership of the money or not. So in the capital account, you see that the outflow of funds, or in other words, the inflow of funds is less than the outflow of funds. In other words, what should bring us more dollars in simple terms, what should bring us more dollars is less than how much dollars leave the shores of the country. What comes in is less than what goes out. So the capital account is where you actually see the flow of funds and the solutions. If you want solutions, then we should go to where the problem is. In the current account, I mentioned the transfer payment, the interest payment, and then also transfers. So you talk about government disciplining itself so they don't overrun their budget to cause more budget deficit is a recommendation, and I'm sure they will take it in good faith. And then the retention law, which will also show in the current account about the transfer of funds. So outflow is bigger than the inflow because the multinationals are taking their profits away. And I spoke with one of the officials, somebody who is a big person, in Ghana, a big person, and he said that the reason we are unable to enforce this retention law, it is there, it's not as if it's not there, it's there. The reason we are unable to enforce is that, Ghana was in difficulties in the 80s, and so we're bargaining from a weaker position. And so we allowed them to come in and we gave them the freedom to repatriate. And that weaker position has been there. We are unable as a country to change that to how South Africa is doing that. You retain a certain portion of your profit in your country. So this is a solution. The first solution is the current account. Go and look at debt service and talk to the government to be restrained on their expenditures. And then you look at also the transfers, the profit, the transfer, the repatriation of profit. And then you can also talk about remittances, the fact that the remittances do not come through official channels. Most of the remittances are through the back door. So all these black market, unofficial avenues for transacting in forex must be closed or must be corrected. Then you come back to the capital account where you actually see the inflow and outflow of funds. So what can help us to get in more inflows? We are waiting for the IMF.
And Doc, I want to make a very rude intervention again on the bit about confidence as we speak right now. And you guys, the economists will always tell us, cerebus paribus, and holding variables constant. If today, and let me hold this scenario constant, and I want your response. If you're able to get a deal with the bilateral creditors today, if you're able to get an IMF deal today, how those elements or variables feed into the uncertainty and the confidence issue that would have a trickle-down effect on the local currency?
Yeah, because the whole IMF program is to achieve certain objectives. And one of the objectives is to restore investor confidence. So if today we are through with the bilateral negotiations and IMF says that, okay, we are releasing the third tranche, the confidence will be restored, the uncertainties will be cleared, speculative demand will be contained, and that will be a booster for the economy. So I am positive that the IMF deal, when closed, will have massive positive impact in terms of speculative demand, in terms of clearing the uncertainties, in terms of restoring the confidence. The IMF program is not really...
What about the deal with the bilateral creditors as well? If we're able to have it today as a variable as well, what could be the trickling effect?
Yeah, then you go back to the current account where the government would have needed more dollars or cedis to change to dollars to service the debt. So when you have an agreement with them, it means that there is a rebate or a reduction or a debt relief in terms of debt service. Debt service has two components, the interest payment and the payment of the principal. So for example, imagine that we were supposed to pay $10 billion this year. We reach agreement with the external creditor and say, okay, based on the debt restructuring, don't pay $10 billion, but pay say $6 billion. Then the $4 billion will be a rebate for us. In other words, government, instead of going to change this to dollars for $10 billion, needing $10 billion, they will not need 10, they will need 6. So the current account bit will be corrected. And then you come back, I hope I've answered your question. So that will help us make some savings to correct the current account. And then you come back to the capital account. I was mentioning that even the release of the 360 million third tranche from the IMF, and also another funds that will be released by the World Bank, and then another funds that will be released by African Development Bank and other trading partners. All these are financial partners. All these will help correct the capital account. I mentioned the remittances and a whole lot. But the short-term solution for me now is that the Bank of Ghana, of course, that's the institution mandated to manage currencies, both local currency and foreign currency. So everything happening here, the bank starts with the Bank of Ghana. They should intervene. But unfortunately, Bank of Ghana has been recording negative balance of payments since 2022, and therefore they are in a difficult position. They are unable, they don't have enough funds, they don't have enough reserves to intervene. Even if they can intervene, the magnitude of the intervention may be minimal. They cannot intervene as much as they would have wished to intervene. And so Bank of Ghana may be limited at this point. And I'm also not surprised that the IMF is restricting them, from all these further interventions. And so Bank of Ghana could have released their reserves to show how to develop the city. But where is the reserve? Recently, their reserve was depleting. They are now building it up. So it will take some time for BOG to actually or fully come to the forest market to intervene. I know they have been doing some interventions, but the funds they have is not enough to do the full intervention that they want. One thing they could do, many people have suggested this as a short-term solution, is to give directives to manage the forex, to manage the interbanks. For example, place a ceiling on how much somebody can withdraw out of counter. That's one. And or make sure that whatever the person is withdrawing is for the provision of essential commodities. So food, medicine, water. So preserve the few dollars that we have, and fuel, I should add, and of course, electricity. So preserve the few dollars that we have for the importation of these essential commodities in the shortest possible time, maybe in the next 1 week or 2 weeks, if it is possible. I'm sure Bank of Ghana by now, they're having meetings here and there. They will look at all these possibilities. If it's possible, just give that directive. But Dr. Ojeso made a point that the black market is booming, it's flourishing. So the BOG can give this directive to the forest bureaus or even to the banks. But can they control the activities of the black market? I'm not sure they have that much power over the black market. So some of these things, may not give the usual results. So I think that the hope we have now should be the intervention by the IMF and the World Bank.
I see.
Ghana is able to succeed in the shortest possible time. If we're able to succeed with our bilateral negotiations, get the rebate or the relief, and also get the inflow of 360 million from them. And then we can tackle other medium-term measures like retention. And then Mr. Jackson also mentioned about payment of tax royalties in dollars. These are all interventions that can be done. And the long-term solution for currency depreciation now should be about industrialization and ownership of our exports.
Just like what Joe Jackson has said.
But George, last one. Maybe I may not have time to say this. Maybe just to be sarcastic. Do you know that some people are also enjoying the city depreciation?
They are betting, the speculators. There are people who are betting on this.
People with dollars are enjoying. So in every situation, not that everybody is losing. Some people are winners in this situation.
So Doc, just in 2 seconds, do I get from you that for you see a deal with these bilateral creditors and also the IMF coming in as the immediate action that will stay the city depreciation?
Okay. Yes, because the other solution that the Bank of Ghana could have undertaken, they are also limited in terms of the operations of the black market and how much reserves they have. And so if Bank of Ghana had enough reserve, then the first thing they could do right now, today and tomorrow, is to intervene. With reserves, but they are also careful not to bring in more or deplete their reserves. But they don't know what happened in the future. So I think that apart from Bank of Ghana's intervention, the next hope is the IMF program and the bilateral negotiation.
Let me come to my guest in studio, Doctor. I'm still calling you Doc. I don't know whether the PhD is coming from. Fine. Uncle Joe is back. For you, way forward solutions. What do you think can be done going forward as you try and wrap up on this, Uncle Joe?
Listen, one of the key things we must do is to make sure that in this election year, we don't go overboard.
That's the biggest challenge.
Yes. That in truth...
Faced with seeing the numbers, the polls showing that you might be losing, and you have the money in the bank. Well, go ahead, sorry.
The issue is that we are in an economic crisis. And anybody who thinks otherwise is not reading the numbers right. CD has been 2 years.
We've turned the corner.
No, well, you can say what you like, but in 2 years, the CD has gone from what? 6.05 to 15. In 2 years, interest rates, take your T-bill, right? Your 181-day T-bill. It was sub 12% in January 2022. Now, it is what? 29, 30% weighted average. What are you talking about? Inflation has gone as high as 50% has dropped. Still, average inflation over the year is what? Is 35% and climbing. Use the rule of 72. It means that prices have doubled in the last 2 years. I could go on and on. We are in a negative spiral. The inflation effect is debasing our currency. Our debased currency is also feeding back into the inflation. We've got to stop this. How do you stop this? Don't spend any more than you can in the election year.
As if there's no tomorrow.
As if there's no tomorrow. As if the only thing you need to do is to win power come December 2024. The other thing you've got to do is, we've talked about it, do some of the simple things. Look at the retention law. Look at the local content. Get them to pay taxes, royalties, etc. in dollars, right? And then long-term industrialization, Doctor talked about it. But also make sure you enhance your local content.
Dr. Joseph Obeng, I mean, will you move away from the informal market and come to the formal market so that at least we can track the inflows and check your purchases and movement of dollars around?
You see, that's how the normal progression of trade was for us to migrate from the informal
outside the banking sector
to the captains of industry. That's what our ASEAN, Supoku Transport and all that, most of them were traders and all, they migrated. So what was the cutoff point? We have to identify where people then, the fear factor came for people to migrate from trading to manufacturing. Maybe the enabling environment that is not right, that the people who are failed in venturing into industrialization and all that, manufacturing, we should look at all that, and if we get it right, then that's the natural progression. You do from tabletop, you get a store, then you trade and you see the volumes. Let me tell you, those people who have succeeded in manufacturing, most of them were traders because they traded in that commodity, know the volumes, know the quality that is required, the packing and all that. So if any person comes from maybe the legal background or political background, and they all fail. So most of the people who have succeeded actually in manufacturing come from us. So it's not that we are that negative. You understand? We are very positive, but the neighboring environment should be created from us. But at the same time, we should also recognize the fact that manufacturing is not complete unless it reaches to the final consumer. And we serve as the vehicle. So we are intertwined with manufacturing.
Industries.
So we are also very significant in the affairs of manufacturing. So it should not be forgotten that a vibrant manufacturing sector depends on the vibrant
trading and distribution.
Yeah, if the distributing sector is not vibrant, you won't see any manufacturing thrive. But let me give some of the
way forward, Asen, for you, for traders. What do you want to be done for so that you?
What have to be done at this time is for policymakers or Bank of Ghana to communicate pragmatic.
You need to be informed, updated. It deals with the market confidence issue.
To
tell us,
because as we've said, people are
they don't know. There's information gap.
Buying their money as a store of value. But if you know that these are the interventions that we are making from this day and the next day and all that, then people will start bringing, because knowing that if I don't bring this and this is what Bank of Ghana is going to do. Communication is very important so that speculation doesn't thrive. In this case, speculation is still very on. And then the cross-border trade of money should be controlled.
It is happening?
Yes.
It's happening.
You know,
some of your members are doing that.
No.
I'm just asking if your members are doing that.
I brought a caution to the government and Bank of Ghana that let's not the forest crisis in Nigeria trickle down to Ghana. It was published. Why did I say so? Because I got a wind that somebody have come from Nigeria and buying almost about 3 million from Tudu. He goes to every
$3 million.
And then this thing came to me, and then I came out of the press. Yes, because you see, it's a matter of putting the money in any of the banks that is operating within the sub-region. You know those banks. When they put the money in Nigeria, they can come here and collect the money in cities, and they go to the black market and buy. And so we trade in this the forest as if we are trading in commodities like tomato and this thing. That's what we are doing. And that's why I've already
they should check on that one to deal with this.
And then above all, IMF, if it is a panacea, then it should be shown.
For now, it appears that is.
Let's not be said that IMF failed in its quest to stabilize the economy. That's not what IMF. So the delays and all that is not needed. If they came here to solve our problem, they should help us solve it. Now you can't. We don't go into this. Come to suppress us in so many things. If it is not necessary, we don't go to it again. So IMF, should I say, has failed in stabilizing the economy for
that's quite debatable, you know.
Oh, that's how it should do. So they should fast track anything, because at least it also go in their good record that they were able to stabilize the economy of Ghana and all that. So it's not only Ghana that need IMF. They also need the success story for themselves.
Doc, in 30 seconds, Doc, your final thoughts.
On the issue of IMF, I think what Dr. Joseph Bin is saying is that IMF has a structure. They deal with you in tranches, come for reviews. But what he's saying is that we are in an emergency situation. So they should revise their strategy.
Exactly.
That's the understanding I'm getting.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So they should know that our problem is bigger than maybe they see. So if they were doing the review in 3 months, they should shorten it to say 2 months or 3 weeks.
And that would help deal with the situation. I know the debate will still, in 30 seconds, Doc.
We should also know that we have another challenge before we went to the IMF program. This is the first time that we had to restructure our debts before securing an IMF deal. So in as much as you are talking about the doctor strategy, you must also talk about how the patient got himself sick, so sick that he needed the doctor's advice.
Okay.
So yes, the directive, I think the announcement by
emergency is emergency.
I'm sure on Monday, MPC will have the MPC press. So as we speak their meeting, once we have, hopefully by Monday, there will be a pronouncement by the governor and the whole MPC team. And Ghanaians know the way forward.
Okay. Okay. Doc, I appreciate it. So another debate to still go on in your homes and offices about the way forward in dealing with the current challenge on the Ghana City. Immense thanks to my guest on Zoom, Dr. Du Susakode. He's a senior lecturer at the Accounts Department of the University of Ghana, Legon. Uncle Joe, acting CEO of Daylight Finance. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it so much. And also Dr. Joseph for being president of GUTA. And when the debate to go on in your homes, let's talk about it. Let's see what is being done. And this discussion also is a help to restore confidence than aiding any speculation on the Ghana City. Have a great day. This has been PM Express.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to today's edition of Joy Business Masterclass. Masterclass is powered by Joy Business and it's brought to us by GOIL. GOIL, good energy. GOIL, Yenara, Yedia. Masterclass comes your way every Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. and runs all the way through to 2:15 p.m. here on your superstation Joy 99.7. My name, as always, is Yabanafo, and I'm glad to be your host for today's edition of Masterclass. Last week and the week before last, we started a conversation on psychological safety at work. And we shared some very insightful thoughts there. Two things stayed with me, or should I say, a set of thoughts stayed with me in that conversation. And I'll just go over them very briefly. We talked about respect and permission. And we also talked about the psychological safety process for a person within a team. And in that conversation, we said that the first thing that happens to a person in a team for them to feel psychologically safe is that people want to be included. And so they want to feel like they are included in the team, the feeling of being wanted, the feeling of inclusion. The second thing is also that they also want to learn or to be able to learn in the team. The third thing that they go through or process they go through is that they want to be able to contribute to the team or whatever is happening within the team. So they feel included, they also learn, and then they want to be able to contribute. And the last thing is that they want to be able to challenge the status quo. And that's when they begin to ask questions, why or why not? These days, when you speak to a 10-year-old and you tell them, you can't do this, and they say, why? And then when they tell you something and you say, why are you doing that? They say, because why not? So now, even our younglings are challenging the status quo. And then we also talked about respect. And we said that respect in this regard is the level of regard or esteem that a team accords a given person, or in other words, it is how the team values and appreciates the individual within the context of the team. And the permission, we said that was also the degree to which the team allows the person to participate in and influence the group that they're a part of. Today we continue that conversation of feeling psychologically safe at work, but we want to go into the area of the role of managers in fostering psychological safety at work. I said earlier when we started this conversation that people leave people. People don't leave jobs. People leave people. So most of the time when you find out why someone left a job, it's because something happened with someone at the workplace. What is the role of managers in fostering psychological safety at work? Today we continue our conversation with, should I say, a person who has become a friend of the show from years ago, Uncle James Addison. Is a certified EQ coach and the CEO of Addison International. Uncle James, you're welcome back to today's conversation. You know, preparing for today's conversation, I thought, what can I find from who on the internet which relates to the role of managers or leaders, if you like? And this one is from Edgar Schnein. He's a psychologist and a professor at Mount Blown University. And he says, when leaders become genuine learners, they set a good example and help create a psychologically safe environment for others. When leaders become learners or genuine learners, they set a good example and help create a psychologically safe environment for others within the workspace. This is Masterclass. We're going to be starting this conversation here. If you want to watch us live, we're streaming live on Facebook as well. At some point in the show, we will get interactive, but otherwise, keep your dial locked here. Uncle James, the role of managers in creating a psychologically safe environment. Talk to us.
Thank you very much. Let me greet one or two people. I think my first shout out goes to Katura Ashon, a future MP for Anya Sotu.
I like that. Future MP. Okay.
So if she's listening to me, my shout out to her.
Right.
And then to my senior brother, El Shaddai, in UK. He's also listening to us live. Yeah, let me first speak to, I think you are doing very well. Right? Let me first speak to the statement that you just made.
Right.
I'm going to highlight on it deeply, but let me quickly speak to that. One of the things I'm going to talk about today is the leader's ability to demonstrate their fallibility. Now, we don't have it all.
Yeah.
We can make a mistake.
Yeah.
And that is where the learning comes in.
Right.
Because if you present yourself as if you know everything, then it means you are not making any effort to learn. And you don't know anything. You get to my point. We all know up to some point in life. I don't see the reason why I should go and learn actuary science at this age. I will just employ somebody from UCC at the age of 25 or 24 to be in charge of that. That means you don't have answers to all, and you don't have to answer all questions at all times. It's very, very important that leaders and managers...
And I suppose that as you're dealing with that, help us deal with a stereotype that says, I'm your boss, I'm your leader, I'm your manager because I know more than you.
Good.
Somewhere along the line, that principle has been misconstrued.
Yeah.
And so on the part of the leader, you expect to perform and know more than everyone else, which is a fallacy.
Yeah.
And somewhere on the part of the person being led, they say, you are leading me because you know more than me.
Yeah.
So if you don't, then why are you leading me?
Good.
Deal with that for us as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good. So today we are looking at the role of managers in fostering psychological safety. The reason why I pick managers after the process of going through the 4 stages of psychological safety is that these are the people who has been placed in a specialized places in positions. Now they don't just put them there because they are nice boys or girls and they want to put them there. They put them there because of specific role that they're supposed to play.
Yeah.
And one of the role that they are supposed to play is to make sure that people under them felt psychologically safe.
Sure.
That means they have that happiness to even try something that is new. That they pretend, they must show to these people that we are ready not only for the known and thought through ideas, but the other wild ones, which may be a very green area for us. And these are some of the areas we're going to look out for. So let's quickly move straight into action. Now, in today's dynamic workplace environment, fostering psychological safety is crucial for enhancing collaboration among team members. In this regard, managers play a pivotal role in cultivating this environment of trust and openness. Now, by activating and promoting open communication, encouraging risk-taking, and demonstrating vulnerability themselves. You see, this is where you started with, yeah. Because he's a manager, that does not mean he knows everything. Of course, that would not even be possible. So in the same way, we the subordinates also should not believe in that assumption that they know everything. You getting my point?
Manager, we need you. You get, and it becomes an ego thing. And
Yeah.
like, but I should know more.
I should know more. Yeah. But if you want to know more, probably you know nothing, because there's no way you can specialize.
True.
Are you getting my point? Yeah. People rise to some level, and the only thing they do is to network. They don't think again. They are looking at how to get here, how to get to this person.
Yeah.
So they some big companies will intentionally sponsor people, even to go to festival. They know that Mr. Addison will surely be at his hometown festival. Are you getting my? He will go to the palace to greet. So why don't we place somebody strategically positioned to connect to this person, so that we can have this kind of business that this person runs? So at that point, there's less you need to know. You need to really emphasize on what has been handed over to you. Managers can create safe space where team members feel comfortable expressing their thoughts, ideas, and concerns without fear of judgment or reprisal. It's very, very important that we have this at the back of our mind. Now, today I want us to look at 10 most important roles of managers with regard to creating psychological safety. And the very first one is that managers should make psychological safety an explicit priority. I mean, when people see your face, They should see that this man is ready for a voice. It's very, very important. You take the opportunity to speak to the staff, the managers, or the junior ones under you. You let them know specifically how important workplace psychological safety is. So you take them through some of these things, like you need to let them know that you are connecting to higher organizational purpose, and that is innovation and creativity. So when we allow people to speak, it's not that we want people to rub shoulders with managers, but we want the most important thing for the organization, and that is creativity and innovation. So when people get to know this, when they are voicing out, or when somebody is to listening to somebody, it doesn't create that kind of friction, because they all know that we are here for a purpose. And the purpose is that looking at the dynamic nature of our businesses now, we need to be very creative. We need to be very innovative. And the only way to do that is let the people know the fact on the ground. If we don't hear anything, we are not building anything. It's very, very important. Now, this must be connected to a higher purpose of promoting greater organizational innovation, team engagement, and sense of inclusion. Now, managers will model behaviors they want to see. Right? We don't want managers to fall into this pit that do what I say and not what I do. That one has it doesn't have too much power to transform people. People get easily transformed and inspired by what we do more than what we say. Because if you can't do it, do you think I can do it? But if I can't do it and you do it, you give me that inspiration that it's possible. I've told you to come to work 8, but 7:30 I'm there. So you will definitely change. The brain will rewire to suit what your boss is looking at from you. So it's very, very important that we model.
I spoke to someone once, and they had come to work. They said, yeah, when I got to work, my boss was already there. So later in the day, I spoke to them and I said, what are you still doing at work at 7:30 p.m.? Because normally by 5 you're going, it says, yeah, Papa non koi.
The man is there, right? So, yeah. Yeah. You know? So that it has too much power. And this is the difference between people that become, we have a lot of inspirational leaders, but the impact is not coming. People watch you and say, as for this guy, he's saying this, he's doing this. It's gone. And this go back to our churches and those kind of things. Yeah, you getting my point? The words are very good, it's coming, but people don't get convinced. Because they look at you from a different angle and you are actually telling them something that you are not doing. That means probably it's difficult to do that. Yeah. Right? So one of the ways to get people change is when they see you doing it. Yes. I remember those times. Yes. Those times, leaders will walk the talk. You see them moving to gutters, they are cleaning, and those kind. There's no way you will put filth outside there. So it's very, very important that we model, managers will model. One of the best ways to get the best team for yourself is to model what you want to see. It
saves you a lot of words to say.
That is it. That is it. And speaking is not easy. You're getting my point. I come to work early. Simple. It's not that I have to use 1 hour to convince the people why they should come to work early.
True. Somebody said, your actions are speaking so loudly. I can't hear what you are saying.
Yeah. It's so visible.
Because you say one thing and you do another. Yeah. So which do you want me to do?
Good. The second thing that we need to consider, so far as managers want to promote psychological safety, is that they should come out with a setting. I'm talking about condition that will indicate that larger voices may be needed. Now look at the reason why this point is so important. They should make things clear, and they should create the conditions for the workers or the junior ones below them to know that larger voice is needed. And there are 3 things that underpins this statement. Now, one of the things that has become so certain, especially from 2019, is uncertainty. So the negative has now become the positive, right? What has become so certain is uncertainty. Now, with the era of uncertainty that we are in now, there's no way we can bully people and shut out voices and ideas. There's no way. Because you don't know what is coming. And it's likely that a leader might have missed something that a junior might have observed that there is a danger. So because of uncertainty, we must be prepared to allow voice at the workplace. When show me a company that is doing very well, and I will tell you a company that everybody is speaking and everybody is listening. It's very, very
because
important.
When you speak, then we know what you're thinking.
Yeah, that is it. Are you getting my point? So in my last lecture, I've started preparing the notes. The last one I'm going to do are not found in the Google and those kind of places. No. This is coming from me practically as a Ghanaian, born in 1970, up to this age. What have I learned?
Experiential knowledge.
Experiential knowledge. It's going to be serious. Are you getting my? And one of the things is what you just hit the nail on. It's very, very important that we groom some of these people. So complexity is another reason why voice is needed and why we should create the environment and make sure that we engage these people. Then interdependency. Nobody can do it all. We need to connect to each other. So when we end, other people start. That is very, very important. Product is not complete unless it has reached the final consumer. I don't think the people at the operation room, the people at the shop floor, right, will be able to do that if the sales people and marketing people are not brought in. So interdependency in this modern world calls for everybody's involvement, because it will get to a time that you will need somebody. Some people can prepare a presentation. Are you getting my point? But give it to somebody, you just flip through in 30 minutes. The way the person will speak to the audience, you will be surprised.
You think that they wrote the presentation?
They wrote it. Yeah, they are master in communicating and making sure that they get the how do you call that, attention of the audience.
You talked about team effort last week.
Good.
That's why, as a good manager, you should be able to identify the strengths in your team.
Good.
Because together, when everything comes together, then the whole becomes complete.
Complete, yeah.
Because if there's someone who can speak very well, they don't need to be the one doing the writing. Someone who writes very well, they don't need to be the one speaking. Somebody who can put it together. The people who can format a document, you look at it and say, is this the same document?
No, they can tell you that this point 3, move it to point 10. Very good in making sure that it sounds
flow
well.
of thoughts and all that.
Yeah. So we need to make sure that we get these things clear. Now, anyone could see something that others might have missed. So for this reason, everybody is needed. And one of the ways to get these people is to make sure that these 3 things are properly explained to people and catered for. The next one, which is the point 3, is acknowledge the challenge ahead and set the stage for people to speak. Let people know that, Charlie, this competition that we are in is not for a joke. So a leader may acknowledge his own fallibility. And you know something? You go to meeting and say, "Wow, guys, I trust you people. What is out there? What do you talk? What is your thought about the document I share with you?" Are you getting my point? You make it open, and your questions become solicit for engagement.
Leading questions.
Leading questions. It's very, very important. That also tell them that, wow, my boss is not even afraid to tell us and pick our mind and those kind of things. You making sure that, Charlie, I am not God. Let me put it that way. Right. So I need why I employed you people. Because I did not bring you here to do everything. Then I would have done it myself. It's very important.
Also important because for me it does 2 things. Number one, it gives the people a sense of ownership. To say I'm part of the process.
Good.
And my voice is heard.
Good.
And you find that when people share their ideas, they share it with such passion and conviction because they are trusted. The second thing it does for you is that everybody in your team represents a constituency or a section of your target audience. Managers always forget that. Everybody in your team represents...
They have their representation.
So there are people in your target audience who think the way that one person thinks.
That is it.
That is why they are saying the thing they are saying. So you are reverse engineering your process.
Good.
And those two are absolutely important. I just want to buttress the point you were
making. It's very, very important. You see, they are like the parliamentarians. They represent their constituency. You have not lived in the village before. All of you were born in East Legon. But this guy is coming from a Yandrincha. My holy village. Shout out if they are listening to me. They should know that their boy is here. They should be very proud.
Exactly.
Exactly. So managers should say simple things like, I may have missed something. I need to hear from you. That shows that they don't know it all. And it's a very good strategy to get the best out, to present it to the board or the management. You don't lose anything, right? No question is too stupid.
They tell you things that you didn't even think about.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the blind side of you. You don't see that one. It's long time you became very rich, so you are forgotten about poverty, right? So when
you don't know what hunger feels like.
So no question is stupid question, and you do not have to have answers to all questions.
True.
As a leader, it's very, very important. So sometimes one of the things that good leaders do, that when the question is very hot and they don't know, they will throw it back again in a nice way. Yeah. Wow, this is a very brilliant question. Team, let me know your ideas. I don't know anything. I'm going to behave like a king. I will allow everybody to speak. Then I'll tap into the knowledge that are present. It's very, very important. And when people see that you pick their knowledge, they also feel valued at what you say.
Exactly.
So one of the things I'm going to speak last is a learning from the palace. Everybody, every Ghanaian must have the opportunity to visit the palace. It's very, very important. Ability to listen is one of the things that we can pick from the palace so that it will enhance our psychological safety when we grow. A leader must be able to keep quiet.
And listen.
And listen.
Don't feel the need to defend everything.
No. When Osei Tutu sit in the palace and there are litigations and those kind, you don't see the man speaking. No. Everybody will speak. He will be the last person. So he has become like Kokwananse. He gathered all the wisdom, and then that settles us. If we can take this and replicate them at the workplace from our tradition, psychological safety will be enhanced. Of course, there are negative ones that we'll look at that when we get to that point. It's very, very important. The fourth point is that we should facilitate everyone speaking up. We make sure that we don't allow you to keep quiet. If you are not, if you don't even want to speak, conditions will be created for you to speak. It's very, very important. Show genuine curiosity and honor people that are true telling. When people become very frank with you, honor them. Because you see, that is why we have structures in place. They may not necessarily be working, but advisory board, board of directors, those people, they are supposed to pinpoint some areas that your mind might not have gotten there. But it takes a very genuine person to point to you what will be detrimental to you. In this part of the world, people don't have that courage to do that. But that courage could be created by the team leader or the manager, making sure that people will feel free to tell me. And it's also one of the lessons I'm going to talk about. True. Our forefathers have a very good sense of leadership. It's very, very important. We need to be open-minded, compassionate, and have empathy, right, on people around us. It's very, very important. Wow, it seems you were late this morning. You were late, true or false? It's true. But
are you correct? Who should do your work?
Who should do your work for you? Yeah? We need to be
when
very...
you take your money, do you give me some?
Yeah, we need to be very empathetic. That simply means that what we see, we must have the ability to go behind it and see if there's a genuine concern for what we are seeing. It's very, very important. We need to be curious and ask questions. Right? Yeah. But remember, people should not necessarily have to have answers to your questions. So as I said earlier, you frame it to welcome what? Discussions. It's very, very... Guys, I could see that, Charlie, this is a very new area. What do you think? Then you see these people sharing with you. Limit your yes and no questions.
You know one thing I learned from a senior manager I used to work with before? He says, whenever you have very discordant people in your team, involve them and model situations where they lead discussions. So, for example, let's say there's a pie to be shared. It's enough for 5 people, but there's 8 people to be shared. And so portions will go to different. Some will get more than others. And he's advocating that it should all come to him. Then you say something very simple. So for the next 5 minutes, you are the leader of this team. How do we share it so that there's equity? Everyone is listening. Surely they are not going to say that give everything to me. The moment they say that, they become unpopular. But then you are not doing it to make them unpopular. You are also saying practically, if you were in the same situation to share this pie, like I am now, what is the best way you think we should look at it? You learn from the process, but you also teach them to also be tolerant of others.
Coping with the challenging times. Thank you very much. The fifth point I want us to look at today is that we need to be proactive and invite voices. Managers, what is on your mind? What are you seeing? What concerns you? What questions do you have for me? We are inviting voices. It will be very difficult for any manager not to have a voice if you go by some of these strategies. What is in your mind? What are you seeing? What concerns you? What questions do you have for us? It's very, very important. Now, the sixth point is that managers need to establish norms for how failure is handled.
Right.
This is very, very important because nobody wants to be tagged like a failure. Are you getting my point? So if we have that kind of, we try something and it doesn't work, the way we handle it will determine whether it was actually a failure or a learning curve. So what managers need to do is to make sure that there are clear ways of handling things that did not go the way. I don't even want to use the word failure. Did not go the way that we want to have gone. You getting my point? Because as soon as we say failure, it means we've ended every process. But there is a way out that we can still have something right from these people. So don't punish experiment. And the word is reasonable risk taking. Because without taking risks, we are not going anywhere.
Yeah.
You getting my point? So even if we are to reach a particular group of people, they may probably be traveling. Even just traveling involved is a high risk in this part of the world.
Yeah.
You getting my point? They can go and drop you at Winneba Junction. I tell people it's closed. There's a hospital there. So when they drop you there, they will pick you to the hospital straight away. So there's risks involved in everything. But a minimum risk is also needed to make sure that we invade the new territories. We can't sit in our comfort zone and expect that we can achieve anything greater. So a risk is very, very important. So we don't need to punish what I call reasonable risk. For instance, there could be an issue that maybe a loan. Let's come to your area, right? We want to give a group loans or something like that. So the first group came, and the repayment became very challenging. We may not necessarily have to punish that person that brought that idea or brought those people together. If there's any valuable lessons that we can pick so that the next time, are you getting my point? We don't get that because it's a minimum risk. It's not going to collapse the company now. Are you getting my point? But we can improve upon our strategies and what we look out for, what we take from them to make sure that it's a very good group that we can manage it. You getting my point? It's very encourage learning from failure and disappointment. We should rather emphasize that what is the valuable lesson here, guys? We couldn't get these people to come and buy the items. What do you think went wrong? Are you getting my point? It's very, very important. Any leader that concentrates on valuable lesson makes it at the end of it all. Because you will never repeat that mistake any longer. Never again. Yeah, so I tell people that I'm arguing with you. Then I said something, I saw your hand shaking, and I brought my head and you slapped me. Next time I will be a fool if I'm still arguing with you. I say something and your hand is shaking. And there's no way I'll bring my head any longer. So, I pick out a valuable lesson. You don't get me next time, right? We need to be very open to share. And I like this point you talked about earlier. Openly share our hard-won lessons from our mistakes. Managers.
Hold that thought for me. Openly share hard-won lessons. Today we talked about the role of managers. Next week, God willing, we bring you another exciting edition.
Welcome on board. I am Ike and this is 321 Live, your most exciting music video BTS show right here on this beautiful channel. Now today I sit at the comfort of Tiger Creative Studios and about to chat to one gentleman who has been doing it over the years. Now he has 30 music videos to his credit. Bro, sister, it's not easy. 30 music videos, that should let you know the number of artists actually work with 30 artists. And he made certain beautiful revelations that I would like to share with you right here today on 321 Live. If you can stay with me, I'll be right back.
Sugar daddy, check it out, Mr. Romantic, Mr. Lover, baby, would you treat me like a brother? When you want into your come. Oh, I'm so into you, so would you be my honey? Would you be my blessing? Body on my body, your loving sweet past by me. I just wanna day by your side. I just want the whole world to know you be mine. I just wanna day by your side. I just want the whole world to know you be mine. Body on my body, would you be my honey? Would you be my blessing? A blessing, oh. Body on my body, would you be my honey? Would you be my blessing? A blessing, oh. If I no carry, I no go ask for number, baby. Me, I don't want you to go and sit on cucumber. Angela, don't sit on cucumber.
Many a times you wonder how they do it, wonder how they're able to put a lot of ideas together to get you that seductive shot in music videos. Now, these gentlemen go the length and breadth to bring the ideas that they have so that you can actually sit at the back of your house or go on the streaming platforms and watch these music videos. Today on 321 Live, I am Ike and I'm seated with one gentleman I've gotten to know. He has about 30 music videos to his credit. He's done 30 music videos and he happened to be that guy who was holding the camera, shooting, going up and down, making sure that the artist is actually looking nice on screen and on camera and after shooting the music video. Okay, this is 321 Live right here on this channel and I'm seated with Mark Joe. Mark Joe is a big guy. Trust me, he's a big guy. When you come to Tiger Creative Studio, you mention Mark Joe is the go-to person when it comes to you putting all those ideas together when it comes to shooting music videos. Mark Joe, how are you doing?
I'm fine, boss.
Oh, why, boss?
I mean, my senior.
Oh, check, cool down. I beg you.
You my boss for the industry.
Yeah, no, when it comes to this level, yeah, you've done a lot of work. I mean, Mark Joe, how has it been for you shooting music videos?
It hasn't been easy when I started this, but by His grace, we are still on the hustle, trying to put things out there for people to enjoy.
I see. So where did it start from you? Where did it start from? If you can just narrow us through walk us through how you started.
I started I think 2 years ago, but I wasn't into music video. I was into television production, live streaming. Yeah, then I came to work at Tygon for grand opening of Tygon. Then I saw Richie and he was like, "Oh, you are good. I want you to come and work here." And he was like, "Yeah, then let me try." So I came. Then within 2-3 months, he was like, "Can you shoot a music video?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I can shoot."
So right after that, you decided to shoot music video. What was the very first music video that you shot?
So I shot Hajia Police.
Wow.
Don't Rush. Yeah.
That was the very first. And how was that?
That was my very first.
How was that challenging for you?
It was a bit difficult because that's my first music video production and I wasn't comfortable with certain things. I didn't know how certain things are being done on the music video set. So
okay.
It was very, very.
But who was the director around that time?
Tygon.
Oh, okay. I see.
So with Tygon, the whole Tygon is the director.
I see.
Yeah. Although we have DOP, lights, gaffers and everything, but Tygon directs.
So apart from the Hajia woman you shot for, what will you say? Which artist will you say that you actually worked for? You like, look, now I can say that I've come into the game.
So I would say Vyrowski and Mona.
Okay.
So I shot Mona Appreciate. It was Mona featuring Fancy Gadam and Vyrowski Body to Body featuring Kidid and Camido.
Okay.
Then I have this one, Vyrowski Change Your Style with Saint Lennon. Yeah.
I see. So for now, looking at the industry that you find yourself meeting other directors on set as a cinematographer, how are you able to liaise with them? How is that call to action like?
Okay, so with Tygon, we have a content creator who brings the idea of how the music video should be.
Okay.
So when he does the
treatment,
the music video treatment, then the team sit for a quick pre-production meeting. Okay, this is how the artists want the shot. What can we do to make this a better shot, to make it look good on screen?
Okay.
Then the gaffers will say, oh nah, I think with this kind of scene, we should go for a mood lighting, a hard lighting. So the whole team comes together to make that great videos.
I
you
see.
see out there.
So personally, as a cinematographer, after all of this thing is said and done, you've done your pre-productions, and before you're about to go on production, what do you personally do?
Oh, I watch videos a lot.
I see.
I watch.
So that's where you get your inspirations
Yeah,
from.
very. I think all the time I watch videos.
I see. What was that music video you watched that challenged you and told yourself that I'm going to shoot this kind of music video one day?
Mostly all videos by TJ Omori.
Okay.
See, the guy is very creative, so I take
a lot of inspiration
from his videos. Then.
Okay. But when it comes to Ghana, which director will you say that you would love to work with, or you've even worked with that you go like, look, this is the guy?
I would love to work with Nikosi, David Nikosi. Yeah.
What about him?
I watch his videos and like comparing his videos to the Opti videos we see. I want that is there. You see, music video is all about lighting. Then looking at his kind of lighting for his music video, I would love to be on set with him so that I can learn
one or two things together.
Yeah.
What do you think is our biggest challenge as a music video sector in Ghana? Like, if you look at the music video industry, we have a lot of people that are coming out these days. Now, people go on YouTube, they pick ideas from there, they call themselves directors. You watch it on the screen, you go like, what sort of whack music video is that? Now, what do you think is our biggest challenge as an industry?
I think with Ghana, one person wants to do everything.
Almost
That's everything. That's the challenge I'm having with Ghanaians. You are the director, you are the DOP, you are the lights person. No, you have to give opportunity to people so that they also bring their creative ideas on board to make the scene or the shooting very nice on screen.
But a lot of people think that because of the money involved, so probably you cannot hire a bigger sector, a bigger space for you to shoot.
When it comes to music video, although money matters, like for a great music video, money matters. But you can go for a low budget music video, but still the direction and the production must be on point. No matter how cheap the video was, you need to achieve certain looks that will make someone recommend you for.
So between 1 to 10, would you say that our music video directors in Ghana are doing well?
Oh, they are doing
compared to what we see elsewhere, basically Nigeria or probably South Africa.
We are really doing very.
And you think we can actually match up with the likes of the big names that are in the industry? Really?
Very soon.
I see.
We'll get there.
I see. Okay, two major directors that we have in this country that have actually realized they shoot most of their stuff from Tygon. So we have X-Bills, we've got Rex.
Yeah.
These two directors, a lot of people say that they are doing so well when it comes to their pictures and even their grading. Have you ever worked with any of them?
Not personally, but I've been on set with them.
You've been on set with them.
You see, Tygon, we do set design. So we've built set for exhibits, we've built set for Rex, who have been around when shooting.
Do you think, as a cinematographer personally, this is quite a very personal question, do you think that our angles are always the same based on the fact that we don't have necessary resources to be able to achieve certain angles that we want?
Oh, with the angles, it depends on the DOP. So I wouldn't say it's almost the same. So if this is what I want, then I'm getting what I want. So I wouldn't say our angles are basically the same. You see, when you compare our music video to maybe, let's say, Nigeria, mostly their angles are really like,
there's a bit of a speed in that.
Yeah, because
there's an attacking
most of the BTS
shot.
I've been watching from Nigeria, I think almost their music video, they use Steadicam.
Yes.
But in Ghana, we find it difficult to get
some of those resources, meaning that we don't really have the cash to buy those ones, or what is really the bigger challenge? Because
I don't know. I think Ghanaians feel it's expensive. So when you book me for a production and I want this kind of video, the person used Steadicam and you are saying you want the same movement and everything, then you have to rent a Steadicam for me, which when you give the budget to the person, you'll be like, it's very expensive. Let's go the normal way. You get it. So Ghanaians, plenty people, they talk budget.
I remember the very day when this video came out, the video with Kiss Daniel and Techno, that song that actually became a hit, Buga, and people, the video came out, a lot of Ghanaian music directors were actually, and I mean cinematographers or DOPs were under attack, that we are not shooting the right kind of videos, we are not shooting the right kind of videos.
So you saw the movement, everything.
And I think I told somebody that, do you realize they're using focus pullers? Because if you look at the movement from one angle to the other, the speed in it, if we want to achieve that, it's either the other way around or we get the focus puller. I mean, so I kind of feel to understand where you're coming from. But in the space where somebody comes to you, Mark Joe, I want you to shoot a music video for me, and this is my budget. I have a budget of about 20,000, but I still want to get these seductive shots. I want to see things happen, different kinds of shots. And you know personally well that you will not be able to get those shots. Even with, looking at the money that is involved, what would be the best advice you give to the artist?
I would just tell the artist, if you really want this effect on your video, then you need to provide the necessary equipment so that your video will reach the expectation you want. Yeah, you get it. So I wouldn't keep the money and we're like, we can do it. Then the video will come out, then they'll be like, how you want them? No, that one day I wouldn't advise that.
Have you been attacked by any artist before that, Charlie, this work there, try, do you just do something?
No.
If not?
No go fear attack me.
Okay, amongst the 30 music videos that you've done, give me your top 5 of them.
Top 5?
Yes.
Wow.
In no particular order.
So then I'll choose Body to Body, Hajia, Appreciate, and Holy Father by St. Lennon. Then I'll choose Charge.
I chat with 2 old and still dancing choreographers. I mean, these guys are wonderful. Flex, Mickey Flex, and Equation. Now, they were of the view that most music video directors don't respect dancers because they go on set and they've been given the time to get on set. So they get on set like 10 o'clock, let's say that's a call time. And then they'll be there throughout the entire shoot, and they'll be the last people to actually shoot. Now, how painful would you feel if you were that one, or how is it like? Is it like that with you when you go on set? Is that what goes on? Is that when the call time is 11, you get there 11 o'clock, they put on their set, 3, 2, 1 action, the very first call? What really happens on that day for you?